There's 3 steps for you to start making money with Amazon. The first step is to find a product to sell on Amazon. And in this video, I'm going to share with you my secret way to find products that will actually make you a ton of money. The second step is to find a supplier where you can get your products for cheap and sell them on Amazon for a higher price. And the third step is to list your product for sale on Amazon. And the secret to making a lot of money with Amazon is to understand that Amazon is a search engine. People go to Amazon to search for products that they want to buy. And by getting your product to the top of the search results, people are going to click on it, buy it, and ultimately that means money in your pocket. And I discovered how to do this, and in this video, I'm going to show you for free my exact technique so you can start making money online as soon as possible. We need to talk about why you should sell on Amazon and why this is such a big opportunity. The first reason is e-commerce is growing like crazy. And e-commerce is basically just people buying things online. And every single year, it's growing and growing. But the crazy thing is e-commerce still only makes up around 15% of all retail sales, which means that there's still a lot of room to grow. And you can tell that e-commerce is the future. But something interesting is that 50% of all sales that happen online happen on Amazon.com. So if you believe that e-commerce and people buying things online is the future, you better believe that Amazon also is going to be the future and that people are going to continue to go to Amazon to purchase things. And Amazon is a $1.1 trillion company. That's not a $1.1 million company. That's not a $1.1 billion company. That's a $1.1 trillion company. This is a huge business, and the crazy thing is they allow people like you and me to sell on this platform that they've created. And last year, there was over $400 billion of e-commerce sales that happened on Amazon.com. And what most people don't realize is that 2/3 of all the sales that happen on Amazon.com are from third-party sellers. That's people like you and me selling our products on Amazon's website. And over 40% of all sellers on Amazon.com have made at least $100,000 by selling products on Amazon. So this is a huge opportunity, and this video is going to be an in-depth video sharing with you step-by-step everything you need to know to start selling on Amazon. And for anyone that's new to the channel, my name is Travis Marziani. I'm a 7-figure Amazon FBA seller. And around 10 years ago, I was stuck in the prison that is the corporate world in a dead-end job. And I quit my job cold turkey to go start doing e-commerce full-time. Since then, I've done over $5 million in e-commerce sales. And I've also taught over 1,000 students how to do the same thing. And what I'm going to share with you in this video is a proven system that's made me over $100,000 per year in passive income. And this hasn't just worked for me, it's worked for a lot of my students, people like AJ who did over $140,000 in sales in just his first 3 months at Amazon. And there's a ton of other success stories that I'll be talking about later in the video. But the thing that I want to make clear is that if I can do it and all these other people can do it, you can do it too. And I'm going to show you step by step how to do that in this video right here. So hit the like button because this one video is going to have everything that you need to know to start making passive income online with Amazon FBA. And this is the most up-to-date video on how to actually have success with Amazon. And this one video is the most valuable and time-consuming video I've ever made. It's taken me months and months to create. And this one video is more valuable than a lot of the Amazon FBA courses out there. And I see people charging $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 for courses about Amazon FBA that aren't even as good as this video right here. But I recommend the first time that you watch this video, just to watch it all the way through. Then come back on your second time and actually sit down and take notes. I've structured this video to be as easy to comprehend as possible, so don't overwhelm yourself the first time by thinking that you need to take notes. You can also change the speed of the video, because I talk a little bit fast at times, to 0.5, or if you really want to get the information quick, you can speed this video up to 2x. I also included timestamps down below, so if you want to jump to a different section, you can, but this video is organized to be a step-by-step tutorial that's going to take you from beginner to expert. It's completely A to Z. Before I get into the tutorial, let me share with you the most common reasons why people fail with Amazon FBA. And if you can avoid these mistakes that I'm about to tell you, you can pretty much guarantee that you're going to be able to have a successful Amazon FBA business that can make you passive income. The first mistake is analysis paralysis. Most people, when they're starting Amazon, they don't know what to do. They take their time spending hours and hours of researching all the different ways to sell on Amazon, and they end up getting overwhelmed and maybe never even launching a product. The second mistake that most Amazon sellers make is they try to do and learn everything by themselves. Even if they've never done it before, they think that they can do everything themselves. The third reason many Amazon sellers fail is they make mistakes that end up costing thousands of dollars. And this goes back to the previous point because a lot of people are trying to do it by themselves. And the fourth reason many Amazon sellers fail is they struggle and they end up just giving up, maybe never even launching their business in the first place. And what I'm going to share with you right now is a better way, a way that's going to pretty much guarantee that you're going to have success on Amazon. The first thing is we're going to eliminate analysis paralysis. And the way that you should think about this is that Amazon, when you do it properly, can be so profitable that it doesn't matter if you make some mistakes. For instance, my first Amazon FBA passion product business was making me over $10,000 per month profit, which means that every month that I waited to launch my business, I was losing out on $10,000 of profit. And when I was first starting my Amazon business, I was trying to decide which manufacturer I should go with, manufacturer A or B, and I spent months and months thinking about this. And what happened is I ended up losing out on over 3 months of profit because I was spending so long in analysis paralysis trying to figure out this simple solution. And the thing is, even if I would have made a mistake and gone with the wrong manufacturer, and let's say that mistake cost me $10,000, in the long run, it wouldn't have mattered because I would have made $30,000 in profit minus the $10,000 mistake by going with the wrong manufacturer. I still would have made an extra $20,000 by acting fast and getting out of analysis paralysis. And because most Amazon sellers are trying to do this by themselves, they don't have a coach, they don't have a mentor, they struggle with every single decision. Hire a mentor, hire a coach, find someone with more experience with Amazon FBA than you and learn from them. And I do have an Amazon FBA mentorship program. It's not open right now. If you do want to get on the wait list, there's a link down below. I don't open it that often and I cap the amount of people that can join, but if you are interested in that, there's a link down below. And when you're learning how to sell on Amazon, you want to try to find all your information in one place. A big mistake people make is they go to one video and they go to another video, and because they don't know how to apply these videos, they end up making mistakes that cost them thousands of dollars. And everything I'm going to share with you in this video will only work if you take action. This is an amazing opportunity, but it's not a get-rich-quick scheme. You're not going to become a millionaire overnight. But this is the best way I've found to make legitimate passive income online. The first question you might have, though, is it too late to start selling on Amazon FBA? And a lot of people will tell you that it's too late to sell on Amazon FBA, that it doesn't work anymore because Amazon is oversaturated, China, and all the different Amazon FBA fees. But keep in mind, there's over 150 million active Prime customers on Amazon. These are people that are paying Amazon for the privilege to be able to buy from Amazon and get 2-day shipping. And even though there are over 2 million sellers on Amazon, only a little over 1 million of them are actually selling in the United States. And of those million sellers, over 40% of them have made at least $100,000. And Amazon Prime subscribers, which is people that are buying products from Amazon, is growing a lot faster than people that are signing up for Amazon seller accounts. So the numbers are clear to me that it's not oversaturated. In fact, it's continuing to be a better and better opportunity to sell on Amazon. A lot of other people worry about sellers that are in China selling on the US Amazon platform. And that's what I'm going to be talking about in depth in this video, is how you can completely avoid competing with the Chinese sellers, how you can beat them at their own game. And that's why I'm going to teach you my proven system, the passion product formula way to sell on Amazon that completely negates the Chinese sellers. It's going to make it so you'll have way more success. This is the best method for selling on Amazon right now. It's how I've been able to do over $100,000 in passive income per year. And this is the same method I've taught to people like AJ, Ariana, Michael, David, Troy, Steven, and it's worked for them. And if you follow along, I guarantee it will work for you as well. But still, people will say that Amazon FBA doesn't work, that you can't make money by selling products on Amazon because Amazon charges so much fees. And it is true that it does cost money to sell on the Amazon platform. And I'll break down what these fees are, but ultimately they're not that expensive and it makes running your business so much easier. The first fee that a lot of people complain about is the 15% Amazon selling fee. And there's a flat 15% fee to sell on the Amazon platform. Meaning if you sell a $30 product on Amazon, you'll have to pay $4.50 in fees. But there is a hack that I'll share later in this video. It's called the brand referral program that gets that 15% fee down to just 5%. But still, people are upset that Amazon is taking a 15% or 5% fee to sell on their platform. But keep in mind, as I mentioned earlier, Amazon already has over 150 million Prime customers. They had to spend a lot of money in advertising to get those customers to their website. And by selling on Amazon, you're making it so your product's available to all those Prime customers, all those people that are shopping on Amazon. So you don't need to spend money on marketing because Amazon is already doing that for you. Another fee to be aware of is the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. And the way that Amazon works is you send the products that you want to sell on Amazon into the Amazon warehouse. And when a customer goes to Amazon's website, clicks on your product and buys your product, Amazon picks, packs, and ships out the product to the customer for you. And yes, they do charge a fee for this, but this fee includes shipping and handling. And it ultimately means that once you launch your product on Amazon, Amazon is going to handle getting customers for you, and they're going to handle the fulfillment of your product to the customer, which means that this is a legitimate passive income business. And more importantly, it means that you don't need to be actively managing and running your business, and you can spend your time traveling or doing whatever you want to do. And on top of that, you can live anywhere in the world. You don't need to be in the United States to run an Amazon FBA business. And in general, all the different Amazon FBA fees end up costing less money than it would cost to run a traditional business by far. So the answer to is it too late to start selling on Amazon is no. This is still an amazing opportunity. And I know this because I've done it again and again. And for me, around 10 years ago, I was stuck in a dead-end corporate job. I quit my job cold turkey. I tried all kinds of different ways to make money online. My first business was an online dance clothing business that I started with my mom. And I tried this business and I struggled and I struggled. And part of the reason why I struggled so much was I had no passion for dance clothing. I didn't care about it. It was boring to me. And at one point, I even had to move back in with my parents. And to be honest with you, at this point in my life, I felt like a failure. I'd been trying all kinds of different ways to make money online and nothing was working. And that's when I figured out this system I'm going to share with you, the passion product formula. I realized, why don't I try selling a product that I'm actually passionate about online? So I created this product and I did a Kickstarter. And a Kickstarter is a way for you to pre-sell a product before you spend any money on your business. I ended up raising over $15,000 for my business before I ever did any kind of manufacturing. I then cashed out my 401k, put every last drop of savings and energy into this business, launched it on Amazon, and within 2 months of launching my passion product on Amazon, I was making over $30,000 per month in sales. Now, something important to note is that revenue is not profit. There was some costs associated with my business. I did have to pay for the products that I manufactured, which was around $10,000. I also had to pay for all the different Amazon FBA fees, which was around another few $1,000s. And I had to pay some other fees associated with running a business. But at the end of the day, within 2 months of launching this product on Amazon, I was making over $10,000 profit per month. And best of all, because I was using Amazon FBA, this business was completely passive. And it led to me being able to spend the last several years traveling around the world, and I can run my business from anywhere in the world because it's an online business and because Amazon is handling all the fulfillment. I then taught this system to my girlfriend Ariana, and she created her own passion product and was able to make enough money to quit her job. I've since taught it to over 1,000 students, including AJ, whose story I'll get into later. It's an amazing story, and all the different creators of the products you see behind me, and a lot more products that I don't have room for behind me. And I'm going to show you how to do the first step in just 1 minute, but you still might be wondering, how much money do I need to start an Amazon FBA business? And the truth is, you don't need anything. Literally, you can start an Amazon FBA business with $0. And that's what AJ did. AJ was a bartender who lost his job during the pandemic. He ended up joining my Amazon FBA program, and I gave him the idea for his passion product, cocktail cards. He didn't have money to start his Amazon business. So what he did instead is he raised the money using Indiegogo, which is similar to Kickstarter. It's a way for you to crowdfund your product. So he shared his idea on Indiegogo, let people know about his product idea, and he ended up raising over $100,000 for his product. That was all pre-sale money. He then took that money, went and got his product manufactured and started selling it on Amazon. And within his first 3 months of selling on Amazon, he did over $140,000 in sales. But I want to be honest with you, that is revenue and not profit. After you add up all his product costs, his Amazon FBA fees, and all the other fees associated with running his Amazon business, he did $50,000 profit in 3 months, which is more money than he used to make as a bartender. But the greatest part of his story is that he was able to make that money passively. He no longer had to work the late night shifts of being a bartender. He no longer had a boss. He was able to make $50,000 in 3 months on his own by selling a product that he was actually passionate about. You also might be wondering, how much time do you need to spend on your business and how long will this take? Well, if you're working about 4 to 6 hours per week, it's probably going to take you somewhere between 3 to 6 months to be able to launch an Amazon business and make around $10,000 in revenue per month. Now, I have had students like AJ that are able to launch their business and do closer to $40,000 or $50,000 revenue per month, but it really depends. And I want to be honest with you that typical results are probably closer to around $10,000 revenue per month. But once you launch a product that you have success with, you can very easily launch a second product and double your revenue, double the amount of profit that you're making per month. Before I get into the complete tutorial, I want to share a secret with you that multimillionaires and billionaires use to achieve their goals. And you should use this technique to make sure that you have success with your Amazon business. In dozens upon dozens of studies, using this trick has increased productivity around 25%. And this trick is to set a goal. You need to have a target of where you want to go. And by doing this, this allows your brain to release dopamine. The way the human brain works is as we're moving towards a goal, we release dopamine, which produces more creativity, more energy, and it means that we're more likely to actually accomplish our goals if we set them. In fact, by writing down your goals, you're 42% more likely to actually hit them. So what I want you to do is leave a comment down below with a detailed response of exactly what your goal is. For instance, when I first quit my corporate job, my goal was to make $100,000 in profit, specifically passive income profit, meaning I would set up an online business and it would start generating me over $100,000 per year. And even though that sounds like a lot of money, when you break it down, it's relatively manageable. That's only around $8,000 profit per month, or a little bit less than $300 profit per day. In fact, if your goal was to create a $100,000 per year business, all you would need to do is sell about 9 units of a product at around $30. That would get you to $270 per day. And when you do the math, that's almost $100,000 in revenue every single year. Now, if it sounds like 9 units per day is a lot, well then to make it even simpler, if you could find a product that was only selling 3 units per day, all you would have to do after you've created that first product is to create 2 more products that are also only selling 3 units per day. And like that, you have a $100,000 per year business. And I've been able to do this, AJ's been able to do this, and a lot of my other students have been able to actually go far beyond this and do a couple $100,000 per year. So $200,000-$300,000 per year. On the other hand, maybe what you want to do is you want to sell your business. And you can actually sell an Amazon business for around 4 to 7x yearly profit. Meaning, however much money your Amazon business is making, you could sell it, and then for the next 7 years, however much money your business would have been making you, you could get all that money up front. And that makes creating a $1 million business relatively easy, because all it means is that you need to create a business that's doing around $150,000 profit per year. And now all of a sudden you have a business that you could sell for $1 million. But when setting your goals, I want you to go deeper. I don't want you just to make up a number on how much money you want to make. I want you to think about the why. What is the deep down reason why you want to hit this goal? Maybe you want to create a passive income business so that you can work whenever you want to work. In fact, this was one of my main motivations, is I found that sometimes I have a lot of energy, I can get a lot of things done, but other times for weeks or even months, I just feel lethargic. I don't feel like being productive. I don't feel like getting things done. And that's one of the really good things about creating an Amazon FBA business, is because it's automated and systematized, you don't have to constantly be working on your business. You can work hard some months and then take time off. Another reason that a lot of my students want to create an Amazon business is so that you can live wherever in the world you want to live. For instance, I was able to run my Amazon business while traveling around Europe, while traveling around Asia, or even I recently moved to Mexico, and while I was living in Mexico, I could still run my Amazon business. Compare that with a typical job where they're going to have you come in from 9 to 5 o'clock and you have to be in a certain location, this is a much better opportunity. But I really want you to think about what your goals are and why you have them. Maybe for you, all you need is an additional $1,000 profit per month. Think about if you were to start an Amazon business and all you made was an additional $1,000 profit per month. How would that still change your life? But be honest with yourself. If your goal is to be able to quit your job, then write down below in the comments that your goal is to make $100,000 per year and quit your job. Figure out what your real number that you want to make is. And if you're struggling with this, here's an exercise that I recommend you do right now. Close your eyes and imagine, what does your dream life look like? What time are you waking up? That was another motivation for me, is I hated having to wake up to an alarm clock for my job. So what time is it that you want to wake up? Now, I will tell you that nowadays I actually wake up earlier than I used to when I had my corporate job because I enjoy what I do for work. I actually don't even need an alarm because I'm waking up as soon as I see a little bit of sun coming in from the window. I'm excited to start working on my business. Back when I had a corporate job, the alarm would go off, I'd hit snooze, and I would dread the day. So again, going back to the exercise, I want you to visualize, what time are you waking up? What do you feel like when you're waking up? Are you excited? Are you relaxed? What is the first thing you do? I have a whole morning routine that I do. I do some meditation, do a little bit of exercise, sometimes go for a walk on the beach. Then I have an amazing breakfast. What does your ideal morning look like? Then what about the first couple hours of your day? What are you doing? Maybe you're playing some guitar. Maybe you're doing something fun. Maybe you are working on your business. And I will say again that nowadays I actually enjoy working on my business. Then what about lunch? Do you maybe go play tennis for a couple hours during lunch or basketball? That's my favorite thing to do, is to go play some sports in the middle of the day and then follow through and keep thinking about this. What about in the evening? Where are you living? Think about and visualize your entire dream life and then leave a comment down below on exactly how much money you're going to need from your Amazon business to be able to support your dream life. And again, people that write down their goals are 42% more likely to actually hit their goals. Now we're finally ready to start the tutorial, and let me give you an overview of everything we're going to talk about in this video and explain to you step by step how you can start selling on Amazon. And the first step that you're going to do is to set up your Amazon seller account. And I'm going to show you how to do this, as well as some common mistakes that people make when setting up their Amazon seller account. So make sure you watch that part of the video, because there's a lot of things that people do when they're setting up their Amazon seller account that end up getting them banned and not being able to sell on Amazon. After that, I'm going to explain to you some of the different ways that you can sell products on Amazon and start to make money. And there's multiple different ways to sell on Amazon, but some of them, specifically one of them in my opinion, is by far the best way to actually make money from Amazon. After that, I have a complete tutorial that'll show you how to find what type of product you should sell on Amazon that will actually result in you making a lot of money. And this is called product research, and I'll show you my favorite techniques for actually finding profitable products to sell on Amazon. Once you find a product to sell on Amazon, the next step is to create a logo for that product and to brand that product. Because if you're going to have success selling things on Amazon, you need to have better packaging, better branding than your competition. This is going to allow your product to stand out on these search results. And when people see your product, they're going to click on it, they're going to buy it. This is going to lead Amazon to put your product to the top of the search results, which is going to result in even more sales. And ultimately, it's going to mean more money for you. But it all starts with branding and packaging. And I'm going to talk in depth about how to do that. After you create the logo and branding for your product, another very important step that a lot of people skip is to start social media and start promoting your product. This is going to lead to you having way more success, because all those people on social media are going to go to Amazon to buy your product. Amazon's going to see this, and it's again going to put your product higher up on the search results, because all those people, not only are they buying the product, they're probably more likely to leave reviews. After that, I'm going to talk about what I think is the most important part to getting sales on Amazon. And this is something I haven't seen anybody else on YouTube talk about, so make sure you stay for that part. But once we know what kind of a product we're going to sell and we have all the design ready to go, we need to find a manufacturer that's actually going to make our product. And you can find manufacturers overseas in places like China, or you can find manufacturers here in the United States, or whatever country you're in. There is a manufacturer probably there that can make your product. And I'm going to show you how to use Alibaba to find manufacturers overseas where you can get products made for insanely cheap and end up selling them on Amazon for a premium price, and you're going to make a ton of money off using that method. On the other hand, if you do want to get your product made in the United States or in whatever country you live in, I'm also going to show you some techniques for finding manufacturers in your home country. But once you get your product manufactured, whether it's overseas or in the United States or wherever you get your product manufactured, you have to get that product shipped in from China or wherever your manufacturer is into the Amazon warehouse. And there's two different ways to do this. There's air shipping and sea shipping. And I'm going to talk about the pros and the cons of both of these, as well as how you can actually get someone to ship your product from overseas to the United States, including all the different things that you may not have thought about. For instance, how do you pay the duty and the taxes? And spoiler alert, all this stuff is relatively easy to do, and I'm going to walk you through it step by step. Another thing related to that a lot of people get nervous about is all the legal things associated with starting a business. For instance, should you do a DBA, an LLC, an S Corp? How should you structure your business from a legal perspective? And if that is something that you're nervous about, I'm going to go in depth about that. As well as if you don't live in the United States and you're looking to sell in the United States on Amazon, I'll share with you the details on how you can sell on Amazon no matter where you live in the world. The next step once you have your product is to actually create a listing on Amazon so that you can start selling your product on Amazon. I'm going to go into depth about how to do that, including how to make a main image, a title, bullet points, everything that's going to make it so that Amazon's going to know what your product's about. So it'll show your product in search results, as well as how to convince people using your title, your main image, all the other images and bullet points, how to convince people to actually click on your product and purchase your product, which is a key part of selling products on Amazon, is you need to be able to convince people to buy your product with only seeing some images and a little bit of text. Remember, when people are buying things on Amazon, they're not able to pick it up, hold it in their hand. So you need to do a good job of explaining all the benefits of your product and convincing people to buy your product instead of the competition. I'm going to share with you my secrets on exactly how to do that. I'll also give you an in-depth overview of the entire Amazon Seller Central backend. And by knowing how to properly use this will allow you to start selling on Amazon like a pro. I'll also explain to you how to trademark your product, which is going to allow you to apply for brand registry. And brand registry unlocks a ton of things on your Amazon account. Brand registry basically lets Amazon know that you are the owner of the brand that you're selling on Amazon. And if you follow this tutorial, you will be the owner of the brand. And by being the owner of the brand, it unlocks enhanced brand content. This allows you to add images to the description of your product, as well as to add videos to your product listing page in Amazon. This is going to make it even more likely that people are going to buy your product. On top of that, if you have brand registry, it protects you because it makes it so that people cannot come in to your listing and change your listing. A lot of people in the past have complained that they don't like selling on Amazon because people come into their listing and they hijack their listing. This will protect you 100% if you get brand registry. After that, I'll talk even in more depth about how to get your product from your manufacturer into the actual Amazon warehouse. The next thing I'm going to share with you is how to launch your product. And this is a key step that a lot of people skip. They don't properly launch their product on Amazon. And at this point in the journey, we have a product, we've branded it, we've manufactured it, we've sent it into the Amazon warehouse, we added a product listing to Amazon so that we can actually sell our product. But the last step before you can start selling is to do a proper launch. And most people, what they do is they just start selling their product one day randomly. We're not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to share with you my proven method to get as many sales as possible from day one of selling your product on Amazon. This is going to tell Amazon that you're selling a really cool product. And what Amazon is going to do is it's going to put your product higher up in the search results, which is going to lead to even more sales, which is going to put your product even higher up in the search results, which is going to make it so you get more sales, as well as using this proven launch method, you're going to get a ton of 5-star reviews almost right away. Again, this is going to let Amazon know that you're selling a really cool product, which is going to make it so Amazon shows your product on a lot of different searches and shows your product to a lot of different people, which means more people are going to be buying your product. And ultimately, that means more money for you. And this is a launch method I haven't heard anybody else talk about, and it's extremely powerful. So make sure you keep watching to see that launch method. After you launch your Amazon business, you can use what's called Amazon PPC. And PPC stands for pay per click. It's a way for you to advertise your product on Amazon so that it goes automatically to the top of the search results. And it's called pay per click because you pay Amazon a little bit of money every time someone clicks on your ad. But in exchange for that money, you're getting people that are going to see your Amazon listing and hopefully ultimately buy your product. And I'm going to show you step by step later in this video how to set up your Amazon PPC so that it's actually profitable. As a side note, as you get more sales from Amazon PPC, it's also going to make it so that Amazon puts your product higher up in the search results for just just organic searches, which again means even more money for you. So this is a very powerful tool for increasing the amount of money you're making online from Amazon. After that, I'm going to answer some of the most common questions that I get from my Amazon FBA students. And these are things like, how much will it cost to start my Amazon business? And the answer is, it depends, but I'll go into more detail later in this video. Another thing I want to make clear about this question is, even if you have $0, you can still launch a product on Amazon using the methods I'm talking about in this video. And I'm going to explain how you can do that later in this video. Another question that people often ask me is, what about all the different Amazon FBA fees? Doesn't Amazon charge you money to sell on their platform? The answer again is yes. I'm going to go into depth about all the different Amazon FBA fees and what you can expect. And the truth is, most of the fees really aren't that bad, but I'll talk about that in depth later in this video. The next question after that is how to start your Amazon business with $0. And I did an in-depth section on, even if you have $0, how you can still start selling on Amazon. And the truth is, the more money that you have to spend on your business, the easier it's going to be to start your business. But even if you have $0, if you put in a little bit of hard work, you can make a ton of money with Amazon. But the next thing I talk about after that is the biggest mistakes that I see new Amazon sellers making. And you're going to want to pay attention to that section, because I've been doing this for almost 10 years. I've taught over 1,000 people how to sell on Amazon, and I see some common mistakes happen again and again and again. And I talk about what those common mistakes are and how to avoid them. After I talk about the common mistakes, the next thing I do in this free Amazon FBA course is I'm going to share with you some student success stories. And I'm going to talk about in depth what the product they sold was, how much money they actually made, how much it cost them to start their Amazon business, and everything they did to start their Amazon business. So make sure you stick around till the end of the video for that. And the last thing that I'm going to talk about in this free Amazon FBA course video is how can you guarantee success when starting your Amazon business. And this is the most important part of this entire video. That's why I saved it all the way till the end of the video. But I'm going to talk in depth everything you need to know so that you can actually guarantee success. And this is the patterns that I've seen and the things that I've seen that successful entrepreneurs do. I've spent over 10 years studying successful entrepreneurs, trying to figure out what makes someone successful. And in this last part of the video, I'll talk in depth about how you can guarantee success, not only with your Amazon business, but with whatever type of business you end up doing. So make sure you stay all the way till the end of the video to watch that. And throughout this video, I'm going to have a ton of freebies, including things like free checklists and free access to a private Facebook group. And if you want to get all of that, all you have to do is click on the link down below in the description and put in your email, and I'll send you an email with all those checklists, as well as a chance for you to get access to that free Facebook group, plus a bunch of other goodies. All you have to do is click the link down below and put in your email so that I can send you that email. And before we get started with the first step of setting up your Amazon FBA business, which is going to be to set up your Amazon seller account, I do want to make it clear that this video that you're watching here right now is my free Amazon FBA course. That being said, let's get started with the free Amazon FBA course. And I made this video right here for anyone that can't afford to join my Amazon FBA program, the Passion Products Formula. But what I've found is that people that pay money pay attention. And I've tried to help a lot of people for free. And usually the people that don't pay for things don't value things. So make sure that you value this video as if you've just paid $1,000 for it. And let's get started with the first step of starting your Amazon FBA business. And hopefully this is the first step that changes your life. My life has completely changed from starting my Amazon business. I've been able to travel all over the world, work wherever I want, whenever I want, wake up when I want to wake up. Basically, because of Amazon, I've been able to get my freedom back, and I want to help you to do the same thing. So let's get started with the first step of starting your Amazon business and changing your life right now. The first step to starting your Amazon FBA seller account is go to sellercentral.amazon.com, and then you're going to go down and click the sign up button. Now, warning, be careful, because there's actually two different ways that you can sell on Amazon. You can sell with a professional account, which is going to cost you $39.99 a month, which is this account right here. Or you can go with the individual account. And the individual account is actually free, but you do have to pay 99 cents for every item that you sell. So generally speaking, if you plan on selling 40 or more items, I would go with the professional account. The professional account also comes with a bunch of other features that we'll talk about later in this video. I'm also going to be talking about 5 of the most common reasons why people get denied from selling on Amazon. They get banned from having a seller account, and you want to pay attention and you want to make sure you avoid these common mistakes that people make when applying for their Seller Central account. And if you want to go with the professional plan, go ahead and click sign up. If, however, you do want to go with the individual account, which I'll talk about more later in this video, you'll want to click on learn more and then scroll down to the bottom of this page and click sign up to become an individual seller. They kind of hide this feature, and that's a good hack to save a lot of money, especially if you're just starting your Amazon account. And the truth is, you can always upgrade your account to a professional selling plan later. On the other hand, you can just sign up now for the professional selling plan if you want. And if, for instance, let's say you don't sell any products for a few months, you can actually message seller support and tell them, hey, I haven't sold any products for the last 3 months. Can you please refund me for the last 3 months worth of selling fees? And one very important thing is you do want to make sure you sign up for your Amazon seller account a few months before you actually plan on starting to sell on Amazon, because sometimes there's delays, it takes time for you to get approved and different things like that. So once you're ready, you're going to click sign up. And that leads me to one of the most important steps of this entire tutorial. Make sure you hit the like button, because I'm going to share with you right now one of the reasons why people get banned from selling on Amazon. And one of the most common reasons why people get banned from selling on Amazon is they started an Amazon selling account maybe a few years ago, or they already have an Amazon account that they kind of forgot about. And then they go to start a new one, and Amazon says, hey, wait a minute, are you trying to create a second account? That's not always allowed. There are certain situations where it is allowed. For instance, if you do have a legitimate new business or a business need to start a new account, then you can do it. And Amazon used to be a little bit more strict with this. They've kind of loosened up some of their rules, especially if you have a new business, then it is oftentimes worth starting a new Amazon account. Though if you do already have an account that you've sold previously on, I would contact Amazon and ask them how you can get that account fixed. Though if you do have an old account that you use to sell on Amazon, or if you already have an Amazon seller account, I recommend at this point just logging in. But if you are creating a new account for your new business, click create your Amazon account. You're then going to put in your name, an email, and a password. Another important tip when signing up for your Amazon seller account is you don't want to use a Gmail or a Yahoo email ideally. Though you can use those, and oftentimes that can be fine, it's more professional and it looks better to Amazon if you actually use your business email. This lets Amazon know that you're a serious business owner and that you're going to be a great seller. This is another reason why a lot of times Amazon will deny people from being able to sell on their platform, is they don't think that they're actually a legitimate seller that's going to be adding value to the Amazon platform. And after you type in your password, you're going to hit next. They'll then ask you for a phone number, which should be easy. You should already have one. But if for any reason you don't have one, or you've already used your phone number with a different account, you can always get a Google Voice number and use that instead. They'll then send you a one-time password to your mobile phone. You'll enter that and click create your Amazon account. And I do have a complete checklist that includes everything that you need to have ready before you start your Amazon account. I'll link that up here and down below. And there's some things you may not have thought about. Obviously, as we already mentioned, you need to have an email address. You should have a phone number in your phone handy. But at this page, they'll start asking for more serious things. For instance, they're going to ask about your business information as well as what your best contact address is. So you're going to want to make sure you have all your paperwork ready for that, as well as a mobile or telephone number, a chargeable credit card. Now, a very important part about this step is do not sign up for an Amazon seller account with a debit card. If you sign up with a debit card for an Amazon seller account, they will suspend your account, they will ban you, and they're not gonna tell you why. When signing up for an Amazon seller account, you need to use a legitimate credit card. And at the end of this process, they're gonna ask for some different identity details, some information, such as either a picture of the front and back of your driver's license or a picture of your passport. Now, I'm gonna walk step by step through this with you and explain a lot of different things that people mess up on that end up getting them in a lot of trouble or making it so they can't even sell on Amazon. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go here and we're going to select the business location. And for me, that is the United States. But even if you're not located in the United States, you can still sign up to sell on Amazon from pretty much anywhere in the world. And I'll go into more details about that throughout this video. But if you want me to do a dedicated video just talking about how to start an Amazon seller account from outside the United States, hit the like button. If this video gets 1,000 likes, I'll do a video specifically on that topic. And at this point, you're going to select what is the entity type of your business. Now, if you don't know the answer to this, you're probably going to put none. I'm just an individual seller. And you can sell on Amazon even if you don't have a legitimate business structure. You're just gonna have to use your social security number if you're located in the United States. If you're not located in the United States, I do recommend setting up an LLC. You can use sites like wyregisteredagent.net to set up a LLC based in Wyoming. And Wyoming is a great place to set up an LLC, especially if you're from outside the United States. Another option is to set up an LLC in Delaware, and LegalZoom can help you to do that. There's also a lot of other websites out there. I'll put links to both of those down below in the description, but if you have a different service that you recommend, leave it in the comments down below. And I've personally used LegalZoom to set up both a DBA and an LLC. Now, a DBA stands for doing business as, and it's a lot cheaper way to actually start a business, but it doesn't offer you any legal protection. An LLC stands for limited liability company. It's gonna be a little bit more expensive, but it's gonna make it so that your business is a separate entity from yourself, and if anyone ever tried to sue your business, they can't come after your personal assets. And for most people watching this tutorial, you're probably gonna pick privately owned business. However, if you're a charity, obviously click that option. There's also a spot for state-owned businesses and publicly listed business. And a publicly listed business means a giant company. So for most people watching this video, you're probably gonna select privately owned business. You'll then wanna enter your business name and confirm that your business location, type, and everything are correct. You'll then scroll down and click agree and continue. They'll then ask for your company registration number, which for most people watching this video, that's just your EIN or employer identification number. And to get an EIN for free and really fast, you can go to this website right here that I'll include in the link down below in the description. And you basically just fill out some information, tell the IRS, tell the government about your company, and they will give you an EIN number within just a few minutes. So once you have that, you're gonna go here and you're gonna paste that number in. And obviously I'm gonna blur out a lot of this information because it is private information. They'll then ask for your registered business address. And so you're gonna wanna put whatever the address of your business is. And it's okay if it's your home address as long as your business is registered to your home. Again, if you're not located in the United States, you can hire a company to be your registered agent. It's relatively inexpensive, and they will provide you with an address that you can use. They'll then ask for your business phone number. And this can be the same phone number that you gave to them earlier. It can be your personal cell phone number. It doesn't have to be anything complicated, and you'll click send an SMS and then put in the PIN that they sent you and click verify. They'll then ask for your name. Go ahead and put in your name or the name of your registered agent if you prefer. They'll then ask you some personal information like the country of your citizenship and country of birth. Again, if you're from outside the United States, don't worry. About half the people that join my Amazon FBA program are from outside the United States, and they're able to sell on Amazon without any problems. You'll then be asked to either put in your passport number and date of expiration or your driver's license number and date of expiration. So part of the reason Amazon is so strict about who they let be Amazon sellers is because there's a lot of people out there that are trying to scam them and trying to scam Amazon customers. As long as you're a legitimate person or business trying to sell on Amazon, you should be fine. But I will say again, at the end of this video, I'm gonna talk about two of the biggest reasons why people get denied from being able to sell on Amazon and oftentimes get banned for life. And after you're done with that, you're gonna scroll down here and click if you're the owner of the business, or click on this box if you're actually using a registered agent and you're just putting information about the legal representative of your business. In this case, I am the owner of the business, so I'm gonna click right here. And if you're the only owner of the business, you're gonna click yes. If you're not the only owner of the business, you'll click no right here, and it'll ask for some more information about the other owners of the business. Now, before we go to the next step, Amazon is gonna warn us that we do need a few really important things. For instance, we do need a valid bank account number. And this needs to be a bank account that Amazon can easily send money to, deposit money into, and that you can easily withdraw money from. If you don't have a business bank account, you can easily get one. All you need to do is take your business paperwork, whether it's your DBA paperwork or your LLC paperwork. And again, sites like LegalZoom or any site that you register your business with will provide you with this paperwork. You then go to your local bank and give them the paperwork, and they will set you up with a business bank account. I personally recommend, if you're in the United States, to go with US Bank because you can get a free business bank account. However, if you're outside the United States, you can go with a bank like Payoneer or World First Bank. And the name on the bank account should match your name or the business name that you're using to register with Amazon. And it goes on to say, to verify your bank account, you're going to need to provide some documentation. For instance, you're going to need to provide at least a bank statement. They also tell you that you're going to need to have a valid credit card number for the next step, and this is going to be used to pay your monthly fee. Though obviously if you're signing up for an individual seller plan, you won't have that monthly fee, but they still need a credit card on file to charge you as you sell an item, because there is a 99-cent charge for every time you sell a product on their website. So once you have all this different documentation ready, you're going to click I understand. And the first thing that they're going to ask is, what is the name of your financial institution? And they have a list of banks here, But if for any reason you do not see your bank, you can go click on Others and then specify the name of your bank. They then ask for your 9-digit routing number as well as your bank account number. And you can find out what your routing number is or your bank account number is by looking at the bottom of the check, and you can see the routing number as well as the bank account number. And again, I'll blur these out for obvious reasons. And since my bank is not eligible for instant verification, they're going to require me to upload a bank statement later in the process. We'll go ahead and click continue. You'll then be asked to provide your credit card information. And again, make sure you do not use a debit card, a prepaid Visa card. Don't use anything like that. You want to have a legitimate credit card at this stage. If for any reason you don't have a credit card and you can't get a credit card, make sure to subscribe because I'm going to be doing a video in the future going in depth about how to start an Amazon selling account even if you're outside the United States. In fact, every Tuesday and Thursday, I'm releasing new videos on tips and tricks on how to sell on Amazon, so make sure you hit that subscribe button. And after you enter your credit card information, hit next. Now at this point, they're going to ask you what you want your store name to be. Now, a lot of people get tripped up on this part, and the key thing is here, you can put pretty much whatever you want and realize that you can always change it later. And I recommend for most people to pick a store name that's relatively broad so that if down the line you want to sell other products and you want to have different businesses under the umbrella of this one Amazon account, that you can. However, if you're first starting out and you're just selling one single product and you want your store name to be the name of that one single product, that's okay because you can always change the store name later. And this name doesn't need to match the name of your LLC. It can be different. I do recommend to make it the same name that you have on your LLC, but for the purposes of this video, I'll put Passion Products Unlimited, and it tells me that that store name is available. Then it's going to ask you a few questions here. The first thing it asks is, do you have universal product codes for all of your products? Now, UPC codes are those little barcodes you see on products. Now, if you're going to be selling a product on Amazon, it needs to have a UPC code. You can get a UPC code for just $30 by going to gs1.org. I'll put a link to that down below for your products. And so for this first question, I'm going to go ahead and put yes. And I do recommend getting a UPC code for your products before you start your Amazon seller account. Then it's going to ask, do you have any diversity certifications that you would like to add to your business account? I do not have any of these certifications, so I'm going to go ahead and put no. I'm sure that if you do, you can always add them at a later date, but this is a new question. I've never seen this question before, but if you do apply for one of these certifications, I'd recommend going and getting that certification before you start your Amazon seller account. And the last question it's going to ask you is, are you the manufacturer or brand owner or agent or representative of the brand for any of the products you want to sell on Amazon? Now, this question also trips up a lot of people. And basically, if you're selling your own product on Amazon, no one else is selling that product on Amazon. That means maybe you're starting your own passion product or you're selling a private label product, you're gonna hit yes. Now, if you're doing wholesale or retail arbitrage on Amazon, you're gonna hit no. For those that don't know, private label is where you take a product that some manufacturer is making and you put your own sticker on it, you put your own brand on it, and you sell it on Amazon. And you can find these manufacturers on places like Alibaba.com, or you can even find manufacturers right here in the United States. I've done videos on how to find manufacturers on Alibaba or how to find them in the United States. On the other hand, what I recommend doing is selling a passion product on Amazon, which is what I usually talk about on this channel. So again, if you haven't yet, hit the subscribe button. On the other hand, if you're doing wholesale or retail arbitrage, you're gonna click no. And wholesale is where you buy products in bulk at a discount and then you flip them on Amazon for a little bit of a higher price, where retail arbitrage, on the other hand, is where you go out to stores, you find products that are on a deep discount, and you just sell them on Amazon. Now, for the purposes of this video, I'm gonna go ahead and put yes. And if you do put yes, it's gonna ask you, do you own a registered trademark for the branded products that you're going to sell on Amazon? And I do recommend, if you're doing private label or selling your own passion product, to go ahead and get your logos trademarked. But at this point, since this is just a dummy account that I'm creating, I don't have any trademarks. And it's okay to say no and always get your trademark later. But by having a trademark, this gives you access to brand registry, which makes it so people can't mess with your Amazon listing. If you add a product onto Amazon and you don't have brand registry, anyone can come in and change your Amazon listing, which could cause a lot of issues for you. On top of that, by having brand registry, it gives you access to a bunch of other features, including enhanced brand content, which allows you to add images, videos, and more information to your product listing page, which means that people are more likely to buy your product. Again, this is not required, but I highly recommend getting a trademark for any products you're going to be selling on Amazon. And keep in mind, it often takes about 6 months to get your trademark, so I'd recommend getting started on your trademark process as soon as possible. If you want me to do a video about that, hit the like button and comment down below. But once you're done filling this out, let's go ahead and click next. Now, before we complete our application, I do want to let you know, if you're new to selling on Amazon, I have a complete free Amazon FBA course. I'll link it up here and down below. It's an entire playlist of a bunch of videos that are going to show you step by step how to sell on Amazon. And at this point, they're going to ask you a couple more questions before you submit and finalize your application to sell on Amazon. And one of the first things they're going to ask you to do is upload your identifying documents. Now, I chose a passport, and I do recommend picking a passport. It's a little bit more professional, but don't worry, if you don't have a passport, you can upload the back and front photo of your driver's license. They're also asking me for a bank account statement. Now, I don't recommend taking a picture of your bank account statement. I recommend going to your bank's website, downloading the PDF, and uploading it right here. And once you're done with all of that, you can go ahead and click submit. But a huge warning, a lot of times after you submit your application for your Amazon seller account, they email you and they ask for additional information, additional documents. Sometimes it's things like a utility bill, and you're going to have to submit to them a real utility bill showing that the address that you claim to be your business address actually is your address. Now, again, for any reason, if you don't have access to a utility bill, maybe you're a digital nomad, you're traveling the world, or maybe you live in a country where you're not able to get that utility bill, or you're living with your parents or anything like that, there are ways around that, and I'll talk about that in a future video. But there's two more reasons why a lot of people end up getting denied for their Amazon seller account, and you want to be careful. One thing is, if you do get approved for your Amazon seller account and you go into the back end within a month or two and you start switching the details, you switch your bank account information, you start switching what your address is, this is a huge red flag to Amazon, and a lot of times this will lead them to suspending accounts or banning accounts. So make sure if you do get approved for your Amazon account that you don't do anything like that. Basically, again, keep in mind that Amazon is trying to avoid having any kind of fraud on their platform. So anytime there's something suspicious happening, they're going to ban you first and ask questions later. And trying to recover your account can be a huge pain in the butt. The other reason, and probably one of the most common reasons why I see people struggling starting their Amazon seller account, is you need to make sure you're being patient and professional. Anytime you're interacting with Amazon, if they ask for more information, make sure that it's clean, it's professional. When you're writing them any messages, make sure there's no typos, no grammar mistakes. Talk to them the way you'd talk to someone where you're trying to actually get a job with their business. On top of that, keep in mind that Amazon is a giant company. When you apply for an Amazon seller account, they're going to take some time vetting you and making sure that you're a legitimate business. And a lot of times I see people making the mistake of harassing Amazon, constantly messaging them, calling them and saying, what's the deal with my account? How long is this going to take? Don't do that. Be patient. And pretty much everyone that I've ever worked with was able in the end to start their Amazon seller account. Though some people, it did take a little bit of time. And keep in mind, starting your Amazon account is just the first step in the process to making money online using Amazon. If you're from outside the United States and you're looking to sell on Amazon inside the United States, you're still going to follow the same process that I just had you follow in the last part of the video. But there's going to be a few things that change depending on which country you live in. And there's 4 different groups of countries, and each of the different groups have different rules. And for group 1, you're going to follow exactly the process that I just showed you. And if you're on any of these countries that I have on the screen, you're part of group 1, and you can use your local bank details and you can receive money to your bank account very easily. However, if you're in group 2, you're going to sign up using your local bank details. But in order to receive money, you're going to need to sign up for a third-party service like Payoneer or TransferWise. I have links to those down below in the description. If you're part of any of these countries that are currently on the screen, you're in group 3. And if you're in group 3, you can't use your local bank details. You're going to have to use the bank details provided to you by Payoneer or TransferWise. So you're going to need to sign up for one of these accounts and then use those bank details when you sign up for your account. And lastly, if you're in any of these countries, you're in group 4. And if you're in group 4, you're going to need someone else to open up a bank account for you in another country. Or no matter what group you're in, you can always open up a US-based LLC. And then once you do that, you can use that LLC to open up a US-based bank account. If you're from Europe and you're looking to sell on Amazon in the US, you should open up a sole trader account. And once you make your first $1,000 or so, you can go and you can open up an LLC. In a lot of countries, especially European countries, there's a minimum amount of money to start an LLC or to start a business bank account, but you always have the option, as I mentioned, to open up a US-based LLC, and this is probably the easiest way to get started if you're an international seller. And I'll put links down below to some websites that you can use to open up your LLC in the United States so that you can start your Amazon account. Now that you have your Amazon seller account set up, it's time to find a product to sell on Amazon. And I'm going to go over the different criteria that I use when I'm looking for a product to sell on Amazon. The first thing is you want to find a product that has the potential to make you a lot of money, so a lot of sales potential. The second most important thing is you want to find a product that has a low amount of competition, because you might find a product that has the potential to make you a lot of money, but there's already so much competition, it would be hard for you to sell that exact product. And here's the secret. You can actually find out how much any product on Amazon is making per month. And the way to do this is to go to the product that you want to know how much money this product's making. Scroll down to the best-selling rank number, copy that and paste it in the free Jungle Scout Sales Estimator. You'll then choose what marketplace you're looking at and what category the product you're looking at is in, and then you'll hit enter. And this will tell you how many units per month that product is making. If you then multiply it by the cost of the product, you'll know exactly how much in revenue that product is making every single month. Another way to find out how much a product is selling per month is to go to the product, add 999 of them to your shopping cart. Amazon will then tell you how many units of that product are actually in stock. Come back the next day at the same time and do the same thing, and then look at the difference between the two values. If you do this for a couple days in a row, you'll see the difference, and that is about how many units per day that product is selling. Again, multiply that by the cost of the product, and you'll know in revenue how much that product is making every single day. The problem with both of these methods is it takes time, it takes energy, and you have to find products that are already being sold on Amazon so you can figure out what the sales numbers are. Which brings me to the second point, which is you want to sell a product that has a low amount of competition. And if you find a product that's doing a lot of sales, but it has a low number of reviews, that might be a great opportunity. So when you're looking at the competition, you can ask yourself, how many reviews do these competing products have? You want to make sure your competition has less than 500 reviews at a minimum. Ideally, you want to find a product that you can sell on Amazon that has no competition, but there's still a lot of demand and a lot of sales potential. And I'm going to share my exact product research methods for finding products in just a minute, including the method that I use to find my product that's done over $1 million in Amazon sales. But this leads to the next question people ask me about product research. Do you need to pay for a tool like Jungle Scout, Helium 10, or one of the many other tools that are out there to do product research? And the short answer is no. You do not need to pay for one of these tools. In fact, Helium 10 actually has a free trial. I'll put a link down below where you can go to get your free trial. And in that, I'll show you how you can use that tool to do product research even if you don't pay for it. That being said, tools like Helium 10 and Jungle Scout will make the process of finding a product to sell on Amazon faster. And by paying for these tools, it unlocks a lot of features that'll make it even easier to do so. And I actually have a 50% off discount code for Helium 10. I'll put that in the link down below. I also have a discount code for Jungle Scout. I'll put that in the link down below. But people always ask me, if I am going to be paying for a product research tool, which one should I use, Helium 10 or Jungle Scout? And the short answer is, for me personally, I prefer Helium 10 because I find their data to be more accurate, they give a lot more detailed information, and they have a 30-day money-back guarantee. Plus, they have a lot more in-depth tools that Jungle Scout just doesn't offer. That being said, Jungle Scout is a great tool, but for the purpose of this video, if you are going to get a product research tool, I would recommend Helium 10, and I'll show how to use that tool later in this video. Again, you don't need to pay for a product research tool. I'm going to be sharing some free ways to find an amazing product to sell on Amazon in just a minute here. But before we get into that, I do want to share with you some more criteria that I look for in products that I'm going to sell on Amazon. And the third thing I look for is a product that is easy to ship. Ideally, you want to find a product that's under 1 pound that you can sell on Amazon. Because if your product's under 1 pound, you're going to spend less money on the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. You're going to spend less money on shipping in general. The fourth thing I look at is how easy is it to source or to manufacture. The harder it is to manufacture or source your product, the more likely that you're gonna have issues down the line. And I'll talk about later in this video how to find manufacturers or suppliers for your product, and I'll give you some insights in finding out how easy it is for you to source your product. I also try to find products to sell that are over at least $15, that'll sell for more than $15, and generally I try to find products that are under the $80 price point. The reason for this is if your product is less than $15, your profit margins are gonna be very thin, and when you add in the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee and the Amazon selling fee, it's not always very easy to make a profit. On the other hand, if your product is priced over $80, it's a big purchase and people are gonna have to think about it. They're gonna be a little bit more hesitant. It's not gonna be as much of an impulse buy, which means that you're gonna have to do a lot more education and a lot more marketing. Now, you can have success by selling a product that's under $15 or over $80, but generally speaking, between that $15 to $80 price point is the sweet spot for me. There's a lot more criteria that I'll talk about throughout this video. I also have a complete checklist in what you should look for in a product while you're doing product research. I'll put a link to that down below. And when you click on that link, it gives you access to my free Amazon FBA course, which you're watching right now, but it includes a bunch of handouts, including a checklist for product research and a checklist for finding a manufacturer and a few other checklists and goodies that I'll talk about throughout this video. Again, there's a link down below if you want to get access to that checklist and all the other freebies that I'm offering. Before I show you the 7 best product research techniques, I do want to explain to you that there are multiple different ways to sell on the Amazon platform. In fact, there's 4 main ways to do that, and that's retail arbitrage, wholesale, private label, and creating your own product. And in this video, we're gonna cover all 4 of these, but I'm mostly gonna be focused on what I think is the biggest opportunity right now on Amazon. And before I get into that, let me explain these different ways of selling on Amazon and the pros and cons for each one. The first way to sell on Amazon is called retail arbitrage. And this is where you go to a retail store or an online store and you buy something that's on a deep discounted price, and then you take that and you flip it on Amazon for the regular retail price. For instance, maybe you find an item like printers that are deeply discounted, maybe 80% off. They're normally $200, but they're being sold right now for only $40 at your local Walmart or on some kind of an online store that you find. You then would go and you'd buy as many of these as you can and you'd flip it on Amazon for the full retail price of $200. And then after you subtract the cost of you purchasing the product, all the different Amazon selling fees and Amazon FBA pick and pack fees, you would have your profit. And this is a great way to start selling on Amazon and to start making money. The problem with this method is it's not a really reliable or scalable business. You have to constantly go out, hunt for deals, and then buy a limited amount of items and flip it on the Amazon platform. So even though this is a good way to make a little bit of side cash, it's not a reliable passive income business that you can really scale. The next way to sell on Amazon that is kind of dying is wholesale. This is where you go and you buy a product at a wholesale price and then you flip it on Amazon. For instance, maybe you find Nike shoes that are normally $100. You're able to buy them at 50% off at the wholesale rate of $50. You then sell them on Amazon for the $100 retail price, and after you pay your product costs, the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee and the Amazon selling fee, you're left over with some profit. And this used to be a great way to make money on Amazon. The problem with this is if it's easy for you to go and find a person to wholesale you products, a lot of other people are also gonna wholesale that same product and you're gonna have a lot of competition. And what ends up happening is you have to discount your price a little bit to be able to compete and get the sales. And then your competitors will also do the same thing and lower their price a little bit below yours. And then you have to lower your price and it ends up being a race to the bottom and nobody ends up making money. So this isn't really a long-term sustainable way, in my opinion, to start an Amazon business, because in addition to competition, there's always a chance that the person that you're buying your products from cut you off or start selling on Amazon directly. I've had a lot of friends that this has happened to, so I do not recommend the wholesale model. The next model that used to be popular and you can still use to make money on Amazon is private label. And this is where you take a generic product, you slap your brand on it, your private label on it, and then you sell it on Amazon. For instance, let's say you wanted to create your own line of shampoo and you found a manufacturer that already was making shampoo similar to what you wanted. You then would just take their generic product, slap your brand on it, and start selling it on Amazon. And this can work, but the problem with this method is there's nothing really that special or unique about your product. And the key to success on Amazon is the better your product is, than the competition, the more special or unique your product is, the more likely you are to actually have success. Because again, if it's easy for you to go to a manufacturer and just private label a product, it's going to be easy for a lot of other people to do exactly the same thing. Now, with private label, if you create a really strong brand and a strong social media presence, you can have a lot of success. But the best way to sell on Amazon, in my opinion, is to create your own unique product, to create something that is better than the competition. So instead of just going and private labeling a product, trying to figure out a way to improve that product and contacting the manufacturer and telling them, hey, I'd like to make this little modification to make the product that much better. Now, both private labeling and creating your own product can work and can be a very lucrative way to make money on Amazon. But the most important thing, in my opinion, is to create a product that you're actually passionate about, something that you would actually buy yourself. Because when you do that, you're able to understand your customer. You're able to understand what kind of branding they would want, what your logo should look like, where you should be marketing your product, and it will make creating and selling your product a lot easier. And that's why I always recommend creating a passion product. Create a product that you wish existed that doesn't exist in the world. And that's what I've done and my students have done. For instance, AJ's product, Cocktail Cards, is just cocktail recipe flashcards. It's nothing crazy or revolutionary, but when he first created this product, there was nothing like it on Amazon. There was a lot of cocktail recipe books, but there was no actual cocktail recipe flashcards. Same thing with my product, Performance Nut Butter. It's a macadamia coconut cashew blended nut butter, perfect for people that are on the ketogenic, paleo, or vegan diet and really focus on performing at that next level. At the time, there was almond butter and peanut butter that came in little squeeze packs, but nothing like my product. So all I had to do was make a little tweak, make it a better product, and change the branding and the marketing, and I was able to have crazy amounts of success. And in this video, we're going to be talking about all the different ways to sell on Amazon, but we're really going to be focusing on the private labeling and the creating your own product. And I'm going to show you the product research method that I use to find cocktail cards and my product that's done over $1 million in sales. In this next segment, I actually filmed in a house that I bought on the beach down in Mexico with the money that I've been able to make off of Amazon. And I'm telling you that not to brag, but because I'm really excited about how much Amazon and selling on Amazon has changed my life. And these product research techniques, I believe, can also change your life. Now let's go into the 7 Amazon FBA product research techniques. And the first one is called the keyword method. And this is, in my opinion, the most powerful product research method out there. And that's because most people don't realize that Amazon.com is just a search engine. People go to Amazon to search for products that they want to buy. And what they type in the search bar is called keywords, or you could also call it search phrases. And when someone types in a phrase that they're searching in Amazon, Amazon shows that person a bunch of different products. And chances are they're going to buy the first product at the top of the search results. And they're slightly less likely to buy the second product, the third product, the fourth product. And the lower a product is on the search results, the less likely that a customer is to purchase that product. So our goal with selling on Amazon is to find things that people are searching for in Amazon that we think we could rank at the top of the search results for. And the more often people are searching those keywords, the more sales we're going to make. For instance, if 5,000 people a month are searching for this keyword phrase and you're able to rank at the top of the search results for this, that means that a lot of those people that are searching that keyword phrase are going to end up buying your product, which ultimately means a lot of money for you. And using this method, which I'm going to show you in detail later in this video, I was able to find a product, and then I found a student that was in my program to partner with on this product. And in his first 3 months ever selling on Amazon, he was able to do almost $150,000 in sales on Amazon with this idea. And I'm going to show you in depth how we found this idea, as well as how you can use this product research method to find your own $100,000 product. The second technique is another tool that you can use that will help you to find a product to sell on Amazon. And this tool is called Black Box. And you can input how much money you want this product to make, how much competition you want your product to have, and a bunch of other factors. And this Black Box tool will give you a list of a ton of different ideas of products that you can sell on Amazon. The third tool I'm going to share with you is called Cerebro. And this is a tool where you can take any product on Amazon, put it into this tool, and it's going to give you a list of ideas of products that you could potentially sell on Amazon. And I'm going to show you how to use this tool in just a couple minutes. Now, the first 3 techniques that I'm going to show you do use paid tools. There is a hack I'll show you on how to get these paid tools for free, but the next 4 techniques I'm going to show you are completely free. And the 4th technique is to use the Amazon bestseller list. Amazon actually tells you what are the products that are selling the most on the Amazon platform. And what you're going to do is you're going to go to the Amazon best-selling list and you can go to a certain category. For instance, the category of grocery and gourmet. And then you can click into subcategories and Amazon will tell you what is the best-selling product in that subcategory. And I'll show you how to take this information and find an amazing Amazon product idea that will make you a lot of money. The 5th technique is to use the Amazon search bar. When you type something into Amazon, Amazon will try to autocomplete what you're typing into the search bar. And the way that it does this is it looks at what people have previously searched for on Amazon, and it tells you what the most popular things people are searching for in Amazon. And if you know what the most popular things people are searching for on Amazon are, then you can take those ideas, make products out of them, and since people are searching for those products, you're gonna get a lot of sales, which again means a lot of money for you. The 6th technique is to use free tools like Google Trends and the Google Keyword Tool, and both these tools are provided 100% for free by Google. And I'll show you later in this video how to use those tools. And the 7th technique is how I was able to find a product that's done over $1 million in sales on Amazon. And this is called the passion product method. And I'll share that with you at the end of this video. The first thing you're gonna do is click on the link in the description down below for Helium 10, and it's gonna bring you to this page. Now, I recommend if you wanna sign up, you can sign up and use the discount code to save 50% off, or you can click Get Started Today, and they do have an option to sign up for the free plan. But as I said, you can get 50% off by putting the coupon code here. And since there is a 30-day money-back guarantee, if you end up not finding a product within 30 days, just get your money back. But once you've signed up, it's gonna take you to this page here. And you're gonna go over and you're gonna go down into the keyword research section. Now, most people make the mistake, since they're doing product research, of thinking they should go straight to product research. But if everybody is zigging, you wanna zag. So we're gonna start with keyword research and we're gonna go to the Magnet 2 tool. Again, the way to think about making the most money from Amazon is to realize that people are searching for keyword phrases, and you wanna find what people are searching the most often, and you wanna make products for those keywords. And I'm gonna show you exactly how I found that product where my student was able to do almost $150,000 in just their first 3 months. And they have a crazy story. I'll tell you their story in just a second here. But I typed in here, bartender book. And anytime you're on Amazon and you search for something, what I recommend doing is take whatever you search for on Amazon and put it into this tool. So I'm gonna click Get Keywords. And this tool will tell me exactly how many times per month this phrase is searched on Amazon. And 3,400 times per month, people are searching bartender book. Now, I don't wanna sell a bartender book. I don't wanna create a bartender book. That sounds like way too much work, and it's way too competitive. There's so many books on bartending already out there that it doesn't make sense to create another product like this. But what this tool does do, if you scroll down, is it shows you all the other related keywords related to bartender book. And I like to go in here and I just like to have some fun and look around. Now, what I recommend doing is clicking on the Magnet IQ score. This is a score of how good of a product Helium 10 thinks that this is. And the higher the Magnet IQ score, the better Helium 10 thinks the product actually is. So we're gonna scroll down here, and what I like to do is start looking through all the different ideas they have. So right here is a good example, cocktail shaker. And by clicking on this little box right here, it'll take us to Amazon and it will search for that product. And we can see there are a lot of cocktail shakers being sold on Amazon, a ridiculous amount. In fact, there's also a lot of competition. I mean, we see that this product here has 3,000 reviews. This product has 1,000. This product has 4,000 reviews. I don't want to try to create a cocktail shaker because there's way too much competition, though we can look at these and we can see how much in sales this product's doing. If I pull up the Helium 10 extension, just so we can have an idea, let's see. Let's click on X-ray and we can see here that this product is doing $36,000 per month in sales. So even though that this is a competitive market, that product's still making a lot of money. But part of my checklist when deciding on which product I want to sell on Amazon is I want to sell a product with low to no competition. And since this product here has a lot of competition, I'm not going to sell this product. Now, I will say, if you look at this and you find a way to make a better cocktail shaker, and maybe you think, oh, if I made a cocktail shaker that was pink, people would be more likely to buy it. I don't think that's the case in this scenario, but if you were able to think of something that was missing from the different cocktail shakers, in fact, look at, someone is selling a pink cocktail shaker, then that could be a sign of an opportunity. In this case, I'm not going to sell any of these products. Let's go back, and what I recommend doing is going to each keyword and doing that same thing. Click on this little box and look at it. Look at the competition. See, is there already products being sold? See if you could somehow come up with a better product. Again, with this bartender kit, there is a lot of bartender kits and there's a lot of competition. I don't want to try to compete with this product. So what I ended up doing is I went through this entire list, clicked on all these different ones until I eventually found a search phrase that when I searched for it on Amazon, there was no products. And let me show you what that search phrase was. So I gotta scroll all the way to the bottom here. I believe it was on page 3. And on page 3, as I was scrolling through this list, I saw something that really stood out to me. And that was these cocktail recipe cards. When I searched for it on Amazon at the time, there was no results. There was no cards that had cocktail recipes. There were a lot of books that had cocktail recipes, but no flashcards, nothing that represented cocktail recipe cards. This is my student's product right here that did almost $150,000 in its first 3 months. And since we launched this product, there has been some competition that's come up. But when we first searched for cocktail recipe cards on Amazon, there was no results. Now, another thing you can do with the Helium 10 tool is you can come up here and you can click on this word frequency area, and it will show you all the different search phrases that include the word cards. And if I scroll down, we can see bartender flashcards, which has a search volume of 437, meaning 437 people per month are searching for bartender flashcards. Bartending flashcards, 155. Cocktail recipe cards, 1,000. Cocktail flashcards, 500. Cocktail cards, 928. Drink recipe cards, 137. So you can see a lot of people are searching for this product, and before we created this product did not yet exist. And I'll show you again how to do this method using another example in just a minute. And when I found this product idea, I saw that this was a really huge opportunity. And I had a student, AJ, who was in the Passion Product Formula, which is my Amazon FBA program. AJ was hardworking, but he couldn't come up with an idea for his product. And AJ's story is crazy. He had been a bartender for 10 years. He lost his job during the pandemic. He ended up joining my program, and he was having a hard time coming up with an idea for a product. I saw that he was hardworking, that he was smart, and so I partnered with him on this product and I gave him this idea. He then started working on this business. He created a mock-up of what the product should look like. He found a manufacturer. He got a prototype made of his product and he started marketing this product using TikTok. He was then able to raise over $100,000 on Indiegogo in pre-sales. That's people buying his product before he ever did a production run, which means he was able to start his business even though he didn't have a lot of money. He raised all the money he needed to start his business using Indiegogo. So even if you don't have a lot of money, you can always raise money using Indiegogo, Kickstarter, or any other crowdfunding platform. He then took that money, did a production run, launched his product on Amazon, and as I've mentioned, in his first 3 months alone, he did almost $150,000 in profit. And I'm saying this to show you that this product research method and all the methods I'm going to be sharing in this video really do work. I even shared finding this product over a year ago before we knew how much success AJ was going to have. And even though cocktail cards is not consumable, it is something that people would probably buy more than once because they buy it once for themselves and then they might buy it again as a gift. Another check on the checklist is this product does have viral potential. If you go to someone's house and they have this product, you're going to see it and you might go home and you might buy your own product, or someone might give it to you as a gift and you'll buy your own set of cocktail cards and give it to somebody else as a gift. It's also a premium product, a brandable product, it's a unique product, and it's better than the competition. So let me show you another example of how to use this method before we move on and go into the second product research method, which is going to be using Black Box. And the other day I was searching for Peruvian food, just spices and other things like that on Amazon. So I took that search and I put it into Helium 10. And you can see that 451 people per month are searching Peruvian food on Amazon. But what I did is I scrolled down here and I went to the Magnet IQ score and I put that in order from highest to lowest. And the first thing that came up was this Pinole Blue. When I search that on Amazon, I get a bunch of this bulk product, but actually here, this product right here and this product is another one of my students' products. And this product checks the box of consumable. But since there's already an existing product here, I'm not going to try to create a competing product. So let's go back to the tool and let's look at some other things that come up. And this product that has a search volume of almost 4,000 catches my eye. Ají Amarillo paste. And when I search for this on Amazon, I do see that there is some competition here. There's lots of different people selling this product, but I actually don't think that the branding is on point. I think that if we created a product, we could create a better brand around Peruvian food. This seems very outdated. This seems very old school. This seems like something that my grandma would buy, which is cool on one hand, but if I were to create this product, I would try to create something for millennials, something that's a little bit more premium and cutting edge. And we can actually click on this product and we can see how much in sales per month this product is doing. Again, we're going to click on the Helium-10 extension here and click on X-ray. And we can see that this product's doing $32,000 in sales per month. And if I were to try to create a competitor to this product, I would create a more premium product with better branding, and I would create social media around this. Ideally, create a YouTube channel or a TikTok all about Peruvian food and how to cook authentic Peruvian dishes. The next technique is using a tool called Black Box. And with Black Box, you can search either through products or for keywords. And what most people do is they search for products, and you can set in here what the monthly revenue of existing products on Amazon that you want to show in the search results, what the price range is, what the review count range is, what the review rating range is. And one hack that a lot of people do is they'll go in here and they'll try to find a product that has a good monthly revenue range. Let's say somewhere between $50,000 to $80,000. And I always recommend selling products that are priced between $15 and $85. You don't want to sell a product that is priced below $15 because it's very hard to make a profit on Amazon if your product is priced below $15. And that's because all the different Amazon FBA fees, the cost of your product, the cost of shipping, it's just, you want to try to sell a product that's above $15, which is another category on the product checklist. You always want to make sure whatever product you're selling on Amazon, that it's going to be profitable, which sounds obvious, but I've worked with a lot of students that didn't realize that. They start selling their product and they realize that they're just breaking even. But the hack I wanted to show you is after you put the range for your monthly revenue and the range for the price, maybe you try to find something that has a low number of reviews, somewhere between 1 and let's call it 1,000, and products that have a low review rating, meaning somewhere between 1 and let's call it 3.5. Now, the reason we would do this is if there's a product that is making between $5,000 to $80,000 per month and it has a review rating of 3.5, we're going to try to see if we can take that product and make a better version of it, because then we would be getting a lot of sales. Now, before you hit search, I recommend selecting a category or a couple different categories that you want to search in. And so I'll go arts, crafts, and sewing. I will go baby, beauty and personal care, as well as grocery and gourmet foods. And let's see what comes up. And then we'll get this list of all these different products that Amazon says is making a good amount of monthly revenue, but has a low rating. And as I'm going through here, one of the things I see here is a type of henna powder for hair conditioning. It's got a review rating of 3.5 and it's making $5,000 a month. Now, what you can do is you can click on this product and you can go down to the ratings and try to see why is it getting so many 1-star ratings. And you can go through the 1-star ratings, see what people are complaining about, and try to make a better product. Now, if you create a better product that has a higher star rating, you're going to do even more money per month in sales. But the real secret to using this black box tool is not to search for existing products, because if you're searching through existing products, you're not going to find the really big opportunities, because again, we want to try to find things that people are searching for in Amazon where no products really exist. What I recommend doing instead is to click on the keywords tab. And now you can go through and you can fill out all this information. So this will show you different keywords that people are searching for in Amazon that Helium-10 thinks is a good opportunity. So we're going to want to set the search volume. So I like to set the search volume somewhere between 100 and 5,000. Same thing, monthly revenue, let's say anywhere between $1 all the way up to, let's call it 80,000. And the reason I put $1 is because if people are searching for these keywords a lot and there's no product that exists, it makes sense that the revenue is only $1. Price, again, between 15 and 85. Now, I didn't mention this before, but the reason I like to sell products that are below $85 is because once you start selling products that are above $85, a lot of times people are hesitant to buy the products. It's hard to convince people to buy a product that's over $85. It's definitely not an impulse buy. And if they have issues, they're more likely to return it. And just generally speaking, $15 to $85, I find to be that sweet spot. Same thing for the review count. Let's go between 1 and 1,000. Review rating 1 and I'll put 4 here. And word count 1 to 3. Now, I didn't mention this before, but there is a bunch of advanced filters. That's something I'm not going to talk about in this video. I do talk a little bit more in depth about this in my Amazon FBA coaching program, but let's go ahead and click search and let's see what we can find. And then this tool is going to give you all kinds of different things people are searching for on Amazon that could potentially make you a lot of money. So muscle hip trainer, violin toy, firefighter mat, and you're going to do the same thing here. You're going to take these keywords, go over into Amazon, and you're going to search them and see what comes up. And for this product, it seems like there is a good amount of products already that exist, but we have pages and pages of different ideas. And that's part of the work of doing product research. You have to go through all these results and you really want to take the time to find the best product you can possibly find. Third product research technique we're going to use is another tool from Helium 10. And this is the last tool from Helium 10. After this, all the methods I'm going to be sharing are going to be completely free product research methods. But this tool that I'm about to show you is extremely powerful. Again, you're going to go to keyword research and you're going to go to Cerebro. Now, a lot of people think that this is just a keyword research tool. But as you know, if you can find keywords, search phrases that people are searching a lot and there's no product that exists, well, that's a sign of a really amazing product that you could make. But for this tool, what you need to do is you need to put an ASIN number in here. So to find an ASIN number, you're going to find whatever your favorite products are. Look at your Amazon search and order history. Find the products that you've purchased or find the products that you want to purchase. Go to those products. So this is my product right here. And this is the product that's done over $1 million in sales for me. And we're going to take this product and we're going to take the ASIN number. Now the ASIN is a unique identification number, and every product on Amazon has a different number. So this number represents this product and it represents this specific listing. So we're going to go over here and we're going to paste that number in here and we're going to click Get Keywords. And one of the things that makes this tool so powerful is if you scroll down here, it'll give you a list of all the different keywords, all the different search phrases it thinks my product, Performance Nut Butter, or whatever product you put in this tool is going to show up in the search results for. It's going to show you the keywords that it thinks that this product is ranking for. And you're going to use this information to find an amazing product idea of your own. And I'm going to show you how to go through this and show you how to do that in a second. But one of the reasons why this tool is so powerful is this ability to filter the search results. You can filter the search results based on how many words are in the keyword phrase. For instance, this would be 2 words, this would be 3 words, this would be 4 words. You can say, I only want to show word counts of 2 to 4. That way you're getting longer tail search terms, which I'll explain later in this video. You can filter it by the search volume. You can say, you know what? I only want to see keywords that are being searched at least 100 times, all the way up to 10,000 times. You can filter it by organic rank, match type, what's being contained in the phrase, and I'll show you why this is so important in just a minute here. And there's also a lot of other different things that you can filter. And so this is an extremely powerful tool, but let me show you how easy it is to use. So I searched my product, and you're going to put the ASIN of whatever products that you're interested in, whatever products you've purchased or are thinking about purchasing instead. But when I scroll down here, I see healthy fats. Okay, Fat Fudge, that's actually a competitor company. I see my brand name, Performance Nut Butter, which obviously has some search results. But right here, low carb energy gel. That's interesting. People are searching low carb energy gel and they're buying my product. So let's go into Amazon and let's take a look. What comes up when you type in low carb energy gel? And you see my product, you see this Carb Boom, which is not a low carb gel. It's actually a high carb gel. You see a competitor product, you see another high carb gel, you see all these different high carb gels, but I don't see any low carb gels. And low carb gels are very different than high carb gels. So to me, that means that maybe there's a golden opportunity here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into Cerebro here, and I'm going to scroll up to this phrase containing. And I'm going to put the word gel. And I want Cerebro only to show me keywords that include the word gel. So we're going to click Apply Filters. Let's see what comes up. So low carb energy gel, it only has a search volume of 31 per month. That's not that high. It's probably not high enough to make a product. But that's not the only thing people are searching in Amazon. They're also searching keto gel. They're searching PNB gel. They're searching goo gel chocolate peanut butter, which, you know, that might not be that relevant, but keto running gel. So low carb gel, keto gel, PNB gel, keto running gel. Maple gel is actually a high carb gel, so that would be a different type of a product. Balm gel, butter gel, let's see what else we have here. Energy gel vegan, so I can make a vegan, sugar-free, keto, performance gel, and all of a sudden right there, I bet you this would be a $100,000 product very easily. This is another product idea that you can have. If you want to partner on this, definitely I'll put a link down below to a form. If you want to partner on any kind of a business with me, check out the link below for that form. But that's how easy it is to use a tool like this. Find whatever products that you want to purchase on Amazon. And with this tool, I mean, we have tons of keywords here that we could go through. Over 5,000 keywords we could go through to come up with product ideas. And that's the key. You want to find things people are searching for on Amazon where no product yet exists. Product research technique number 4 is a free product research technique. You don't need to sign up for any kind of a software. All you need to do is go to Amazon.com and click on the bestseller little tab right here. And this is an amazing hack. Amazon will literally tell you what are the best-selling products on its platform. Now, right here, it's going to show you the best sellers in baby, bestseller in clothing. But over here, you can go to any different category and start narrowing it down. Let me show you an example of this. We're going to go into the grocery and gourmet food category. And one of the important things about using this technique is I want you to start paying attention to what are people buying so you can start noticing trends. So in the entire category of Amazon's grocery and gourmet, the 3 top products right here, we have a Celsius and energy drink, Starbucks coffee pods, we have some more coffee, another energy drink. So 4 out of 5 of the top products in grocery and gourmet food are all high energy, high caffeine products. And already a couple months ago, I noticed this trend that people were buying a lot of high caffeine products, and I ended up coming up with an idea to make a high caffeine tea. And I've already partnered with a student on this product. He's going to be launching his Kickstarter soon. I'll put a link down below to a waitlist for his product that he's going to be launching. And I highly recommend signing up for the waitlist so you can see how I do the email sequence leading up to the Kickstarter, the kind of emails we send out during the Kickstarter, basically so you can see the entire process. And part of the passion product formula, which is my way of selling on Amazon, is I recommend doing a Kickstarter or an Indiegogo to crowdfund your product. This basically allows you to pre-sell your entire product so you can raise all the money you need to do a production run. So even if you don't have any money, you can use this method and still start selling on Amazon. And if you want to see all the emails and the exact process we use to launch his product, sign up for the waitlist down below. But let's see if we can find some more products that you can use and you can start selling. So let's go into beverages here, and then we'll go into the coffee and tea and cocoa category. And then from there, we'll go into the tea category. And as I'm looking at all these best sellers right here, the question I always ask myself is, what's missing? Or how could I take an existing product and change the niche and market that same product towards a different group that's not being represented? Or how could I take a current product and upgrade it and make it better? Now, as I'm going through this, something that I've noticed before in previous product research videos I've done is most of these products aren't really targeted towards men. For the most part, they're targeted towards women. So if I were to launch a tea company, I could even have very similar types of tea, but I would change the branding, I would change the messaging to be targeted towards men and try to make a better product for men. And that's the key thing about creating a brand. You want to niche down your product so it's the perfect product for a small number of people. One of the biggest reasons why people fail on Amazon is they think that everybody should buy their product and they think that everyone's going to buy their product. That's not how it works. Even giant companies like Nike originally were only meant for a small number of people. Originally, Nike was only for track and field athletes. They only made a very specific type of shoe. Then they started making football and soccer and basketball shoes. Then they started making clothing. And even still, Nike isn't a brand for everybody. Yes, everybody can buy Nike, but when Nike's making an ad, they're making an ad for a very specific type of person. They're making an ad for somebody that enjoys working out, or at least wants to start working out. They're not making an ad for someone that wants to lay around on the couch and play video games. So let me show you another example of how you can use the Amazon bestseller list to really find some amazing products. We're gonna go down into pantry staples, and from there we're gonna go into nuts and seed butters. What I want you to do is look at all the different products here. And not surprising, the most popular best-selling product here is peanut butter. Almost all these products are peanut butter. And so what I wanna ask you is, how can we make a better peanut butter? Now, your first instinct might be to make a better tasting peanut butter or a more premium or organic peanut butter. And yes, you could do that, but I think there's already people that have done that. And also one thing to keep in mind is people don't usually search for better peanut butter in Amazon. What they do instead is they do something like searching for keto peanut butter. And for those that don't know, the keto diet is a very popular diet where you need to eat a high amount of fat. And peanut butter is technically not ketogenic. It's not a high enough level of fat to be ketogenic. So what you could do is create a product that has more healthy fat in it. Maybe you add some kind of an avocado oil, an MCT oil, macadamia nut oil, something to the product that makes it keto friendly, but still makes it peanut butter. Because I'm willing to bet you a lot of people are searching for keto peanut butter in Amazon. But just to make sure, let's type that into Helium 10 and see how many people per month are searching for keto peanut butter. And you can see that over 4,000 people per month are searching for keto peanut butter. So if you made this product, that's 4,000 people per month that would want to buy your product. So the Amazon bestseller list is a great place to start. And there's so many different departments here. I recommend going through almost every single one of these and just going down the rabbit hole of all the different categories, just so you get familiar with what people actually want to buy and constantly ask yourself, how could I make a better version of this product? Product research method number 5 is to use the Amazon search bar. And a lot of people don't know this, but Amazon will actually tell you what people are searching most commonly in Amazon. And all you have to do is start typing in the search bar, and Amazon will say, hey, people that start typing the letter A are most likely searching for one of these things. We have AirPods, Amazon gift card, air fryer. If we type the letter B, baby register search, blackout curtains, bathroom decor. The letter C, customer service phone number, customer service, Crocs, car accessories. And the more that you start typing, the narrower the search results are going to be. So if I start typing CAN, we have can opener, candles, candy. And the thing to keep in mind is the higher up something appears on the suggested search results, the more commonly it's searched. So what I recommend, just to get familiar with what people are purchasing, is go through the entire alphabet and see if anything comes to mind. See if there's anything interesting there. Now, something that I see is a growing trend is vegan. People are going to be eating more and more plant-based, I believe, in the future. And so it's probably a good idea to see what comes up here. And the more you type, the more narrow it's going to be. And a product idea that I found a little while ago was this idea of vegan candy. Now, when I search vegan candy in Amazon, none of these products are obviously vegan to me. I mean, this one's organic, but none of them have big bold letters that say vegan candy. And Amazon is telling us that a decent amount of people are searching this per month. And for me personally, at this point, I would at least sign up for the free version of Helium 10 just to check how many times per month people are searching for vegan candy. And we can see that over 13,000 people per month are searching for vegan candy. So if you wanted to create a vegan candy company, you could probably have a lot of success. But keep in mind, people aren't only searching vegan candy, they're searching things like vegan candy bar, which also has 500 searches per month. And there's lots of different variations on vegan candy that people are searching for. For instance, as I'm looking at this, vegan candy chocolate, vegan candy assortment, vegan candy box, vegan candy gummies, you can make an entire vegan candy company. And this product right here is not only consumable, but one key thing that this product has that I haven't talked about yet is that influencers would be likely to promote it. One great way to spread the message about your amazing product is to use social media and to hire social media influencers. And since there's so many vegan social media influencers out there, and a lot of them like candy, you probably could get a lot of people that would promote your product and share it on their social media. And because of that, it has the potential to go viral. So this is an amazing product idea that could make at least $100,000 per year, if not more. This is the kind of company that, if done correctly, could be sold for multiple 7, 8 figures, multiple millions of dollars. The next free tool to help you find an amazing product to sell on Amazon is the Google Keyword Planner. And to get the Google Keyword Planner, you're just going to go to ads.google.com. You're going to need to create a Google Ads account, which is completely free to do. They may ask you to create an ad and to give them a credit card, but what I recommend doing is right after you create the ad, just go in and pause the ad. That way it doesn't cost any money. And once you've signed up for a Google Ads account, you have access up here to the Keyword Planner. So we're going to go here and we're going to click Discover New Keywords. We're going to paste in here the one that we had from before, vegan candy. And this will tell you how many times per month that is being searched for in Google. Now, Helium 10 tells you how many times per month those search phrases, those keywords are being searched for in Amazon. This tells you how many times per month they're being searched for in Google. So in my opinion, this isn't quite as good as using Helium 10, but it's still very helpful. And to be honest, when I first started my e-commerce business, this is what I would use for keyword research. And you can see here, it's already giving us a bunch more ideas. Vegan gummies, Skittles that are vegan, vegan candy, vegan Halloween candy, vegan M&Ms. There's so many ideas for that vegan candy company that we were talking about, so many new product ideas, and we can see exactly how many times per month people are searching these. So I recommend if you don't want to sign up for Helium 10, this is a good, completely free alternative, though Helium 10 does have that free trial, so it's really up to you which one you would prefer. In my opinion, you should actually check in both because sometimes you'll get a really good idea from the Google Keyword Ads tool that you don't get from Helium 10. And since coming up with a good idea is such an important part of the process, it's literally the foundation that the entire Amazon business is built on, I recommend checking both in Helium 10 and in the Google Keyword Planner tool. And one thing I want to point out is up here, it actually shows us how many times per month it's being searched over the last couple months. And we can see in October, it peaked. People really search for vegan candy, probably because of Halloween in that season. But what I recommend doing is using also the Google Trends tool. And this is another one of those extremely powerful tools. We can actually type in anything in here. Let's type in the keyword vegan and see, are people searching it more often over time or less often over time? And since 2004, people have been increasingly searching for vegan in Google, which to me means that this is a growing trend. Let's compare that against another diet like the keto diet. And you can see that the keto diet, no one was searching about it a couple years ago. It really popped off. It really got popular, but it seems like it's kind of dying off. It seems like it's not quite as popular as it used to be. And I highly recommend before you try to sell any kind of a product on Amazon, see, is this something that's gaining traction over time or is it something that's dying off? Now, when I launched my product PNB, which is a keto nut butter product, I launched it on Amazon right around here. I could tell that keto was going to be this trend that was going to become very popular. So I launched it around here and I was right. And it ended up blowing up, which ended up leading to more and more sales for my product. That's part of the reason why I was able to have such a successful product is I saw that this trend was coming, that people were eating more and more healthy fats. Now, in addition to Google Trends, Helium 10 does also have a tool that will show you the history over time of how often people are searching. And this goes back to 2019. So it doesn't go back quite as far, but we can see people have been searching vegan a little bit more often. It looks like it's not quite as popular right now as it was back in 2021, which is something that's interesting. I'd be curious to know why that is. But still, overall, we can see that the vegan trend is growing over time. It's not decreasing over time. And before we get into the 7th product research technique, I do want to remind you, I have a coupon code for Helium 10 to get 50% off your first month in the link down below. And they have a lot of different tools that I didn't get into in this video right here. I'll do another video in depth about Helium 10 in the future, so make sure to subscribe. But product research technique number 7 is my favorite. This is the most powerful technique out of everything that I've shared, and that is to create a passion product. Try to create a product that does not exist. Create a product that if it did exist, that you would actually spend your money on. And if you can do this, you're gonna have a winning product. But the question is, how do you find your own passion product? Which I'll talk about in just a second. But this is another reason why so many people fail with Amazon. They have all the numbers. They know mathematically that their product's gonna work. They're very left side of the brain orientated, but a lot of people aren't creating a product that they actually like, that they actually enjoy working on, that they would actually buy themselves. And that's where the other part of the equation comes in. Not only do the numbers need to make sense, but it needs to be something that you're going to want to work on and that you understand. And the first company I ever started was a dance clothing company, something I knew nothing about. And that business struggled. It was hard to make money for that business. It was hard for me to do marketing for that business because I didn't understand the customer. But when I launched this business, I understood who the customer was because I was the customer. I was able to make a great brand. I was able to do great marketing because I understood who the customer was. Plus, it was fun for me to work on this business because it was the kind of product that I would purchase myself. And so I want to show you how to find a product that you're actually going to be passionate about, that you're actually going to enjoy working on. But once you find that product, it's going to be easy to do marketing. It's going to be easy to grow an email list, to launch the product, to get a lot of sales because you're excited about the product. You're gonna have more energy to work on it, and it's gonna be way more fun. So how do you find this type of product? Well, first off, I already shared with you 6 different techniques, and all the techniques I've already shared with you in this video, it's gonna help you to be able to find a product. Now, one of the things that I would add to your product research checklist is to make sure that you actually are passionate about the product, or at least that it's something that you would buy yourself. But still, how do you even know what you're passionate about? How do you even find something like this? Well, here's what I recommend doing. I recommend going through your credit card history and look at what are the things that you spend a disproportionate amount of your income on. For instance, for me, I spend a lot of money on healthy food, so it naturally made sense for me to make a healthy food product. Another way to figure out what you're interested in is look at your Amazon search history. Look at your Amazon orders and see if there's a pattern. Specifically, look at your Amazon search history and look if you've ever searched for something on Amazon where there was no product that really existed, or if maybe you searched for something on Amazon and you just didn't want to buy any of the products that were on there. That is a light bulb moment. When you search for something on Amazon, but yet you can't find anything that you would buy, that's a sign from the universe that you should create that product. And I recommend to start asking yourself, every time you search on Amazon, with all the search results, how could I make a better product than all these products? Every time you're in your day-to-day life and you're interacting with different objects, ask yourself, what would make this product 10 times better than it currently is? What would make this product a 5 out of 5 star? And that'll start getting the gears turning, and it will help you to come up with an amazing idea that you're actually passionate about. I have the entire checklist you can get for free. Just click the link down below, join the free Amazon FBA course. It's a completely free course that comes with checklists, a bunch of free videos, everything you need to know to start Amazon. Also want to let you know, I do have a coaching/mentoring program that goes into way more depth about how to start an Amazon business. It comes with a lot of bonuses, including weekly calls with me and a lot more details on how to find an amazing product. I even have the product idea generator worksheet in the course. And this is a tool that will help you to come up with an idea. Even if all the other methods I talked about in this video don't work, this method and some of the other methods that I saved for my Amazon FBA coaching program, which I'll include a link to that down below for the waitlist. It's not open right now, but I'll probably be reopening it soon. So you can click on the link down below to join the waitlist. A lot of people ask me, how can you protect your idea and make sure that no one will copy it? And there's 2 different options. There's a trademark and there's a patent, and these work very different. A trademark is usually for a logo or maybe the word that you use for your brand, and I'll do another section talking about trademarks, but a patent actually gives you a lot more protection. And a patent is legal protection on your product that gives you a license. It gives you protection to sell this product. And there are 2 different types of patents. There is a design patent and there's a utility patent. And most people that get patents, they get a design patent, which is not as strong. A design patent protects the way that a product looks. On the other hand, a utility patent actually is if you have a special product that works in a special way, it protects the mechanism, it protects how the product actually works. Now, before you go and try to sell a product or try to create your own product, you're going to want to go out there and make sure that you're not infringing on any patents. The first thing you can do to make sure that you can sell your product is you can use Google Patents and you can search existing patents and make sure that your product isn't infringing on any existing product patents out there. You can go through and you can look at the products on Google Patents that have images and see if your product corresponds to any of the products that are on there. And if you find a product that is on Google Patents that looks exactly like the product that you're selling, that's probably a red flag. You want to be very careful and you don't want to sell a product that has already been patented. You always want to make sure that you check these patents because sometimes you'll see people that are selling products on Amazon and those products infringe on existing patents, but a lot of times those sellers are sellers that are based in China, and so those patents don't apply to them and they don't care. So you want to make sure that you're not infringing on any patents, because even though someone else might be doing it doesn't mean that it's okay for you to do. The easiest way for you to actually make sure that your product that you're about to sell isn't infringing on any patents is to use websites like Fiverr or Upwork, and you can hire a patent professional, someone that actually really understands the patent world, to go and search and make sure that your product's not infringing on any patents. And this will usually cost you around $50 to $60. However, if you really want to be careful, you can hire a professional, hire a lawyer that has experience in this. And one example of a website you can go to hire a professional lawyer is ecomtrademarks.com. As I mentioned, it's going to be more expensive, but if you really want to be careful, this is the best way to go. And once you're sure that the product that you're selling doesn't infringe on any patents, if you want to get a patent on your product and protect your product, there's a few different routes that you could go. The best and the easiest way when you're first starting is to do what's called a provisional patent. This allows you for around $75 to file with the USPTO and tell them, I've got this amazing idea, and it protects you for a full 12 months. This way you can start working on your product and maybe even making a little bit of money off your product before you go to file for a real patent. And a real utility patent could cost somewhere between $10,000 to $20,000. So a lot of products out there, you're not gonna want to file a patent. In fact, I've never personally filed a patent for one of my products. I have had a lot of students who have filed patents, and one of them even did all the work completely himself, but he does say that he wished he would have just hired a lawyer to do it in the first place. As I mentioned, it can be relatively expensive to file a patent at around $10,000 to $20,000, and that's why I recommend starting with the provisional patent that's only $75, and it protects you for a full year. And if you want to file a provisional patent, you can go to uspto.gov, search for a provisional patent. You're then going to fill out the application and submit it. If you want to hire a lawyer to make this process even easier, they do have a list of lawyers and other resources that you can use to file your provisional patent. I go into even more detail about different product research methods, different ways to find Amazon FBA products, and ways to validate that you actually have a good idea for a product in my Amazon FBA course, the Passion Product Formula. Again, there's a link to that down below if you want to get on the wait list. But once you have a product idea, something that you want to sell on Amazon, it's time to start creating a brand around this product. And this is an extremely important step that a lot of people skip over. And the reason you want to create a brand is it means you're going to make more money. For example, look at these two products. This product right here can sell for double the price of this product because it has a strong brand and it seems like a premium product, even though both these products cost the same to manufacture, which means every time this product gets a sale, it's actually getting triple the profit of this product, even though it's only double the price. On top of that, you want to have a strong brand for your company because you're going to have a higher lifetime value for your customer. Your customer is going to come back again and again and buy your product. They're also much more likely to recommend it to their friends, and ultimately having a brand is the thing that's going to differentiate you from the competition. And to create a brand, the two things that you're going to need to do is to create a logo and to create cool package design. And out of these two, in my opinion, the logo is the most important one because it sets the tone for all the rest of your branding, your package design, social media, everything else that you're going to do. And this is one of the most common questions my students have is, how do I get a really good logo for my product? Should I go to Fiverr, 99 Designs? Should I hire a friend? Or is there some other option? So I'm going to show you how to create a logo for your brand. And I hired 5 different designers at 5 different price points, starting at $10, going all the way up to $900. And I used different platforms: Fiverr, Upwork, onlinejobs.ph. I also hired a friend referral, and I used 99 Designs, all at these different price points. So you can see examples of what you'll get if you use these different platforms at these different price points approximately. So I gave all the designers the exact same instructions, and I got very different results, and I'll share what the instructions were in just a minute. Let's get started with the first logo that I paid $10 for from the website Fiverr. And this logo is terrible. With logo design, it's true that you get what you pay for. And Fiverr.com is a cheap place that you can go to get logos made. And there are some designers on this platform that are absolutely amazing. But for the purposes of this video, I went with the cheapest designer I could find on Fiverr.com. And throughout this video, as we move up our price point for logo design, we're also going to try out different platforms to help you decide which platform you should use to find a designer, including Fiverr, Upwork, onlinejobs.ph, friend referral, and 99 Designs. But before we get into that, here's the description of the logo I wanted. I told the designer I want to get a logo for my Amazon FBA course, the Passion Product Formula. This is a program where I teach people how to create a product that they're passionate about. I then teach them how they can manufacture this product and sell it on Amazon to make over $100,000 per year passive income. And if you're new to this channel, this is what I talk about and teach on this channel, so make sure to subscribe. I also tell the designers that they can learn more about my program by going to my website, passionproductformula.com, and that I'd like the logo to be inspiring and ideally include the idea of formula or passion if possible. I also told the designers that I'd like orange, blue, or red to be incorporated in the logo. I posted this description on Fiverr, and I had around 50 different designers submit their bid for my project. And if you are going to go with a website like Fiverr, I highly recommend looking at every single designer and looking at their portfolio of work. I did not do that for this video. I picked the person whose title said, I will make all kind of logo. So that definitely should have been a red flag, but I wanted to see what kind of a logo you can get for cheap, and it turns out it's not very good. There are a lot of great designers on Fiverr, and if you look through all the portfolios, sometimes you can find a great designer at a reduced price with this website. And if you want me to do a complete video just comparing different price points on Fiverr designers, hit the like button. If this video gets 1,000 likes, I'll make that video. And if you do want to try out Fiverr, there's a link down below that'll give you $5 in free Fiverr credit. Next up, for $50, I got this logo made from Upwork.com. And already you can see that this logo is a lot better than the $10 logo. And yes, it's 5 times the price, but the $10 logo isn't really something that I could use, especially for a premium Amazon FBA course that I'm trying to show that this is a high quality program. So at $50, this isn't bad, but it's still not quite what I want. The same thing I mentioned about Fiverr applies to Upwork. You can find a really amazing designer at a discount, but you're gonna have to put in the work to sort through all the different portfolios and really search for that perfect designer for you. But next up, for $100, I had all these logos done. And this next website is my favorite website for finding a virtual assistant. You can find someone that will work full-time just for you for around $3 to $5 per hour. And it's called onlinejobs.ph. And hiring my first virtual assistant using this website completely changed my life. Think about all the extra work that you're doing that you don't really need to do, that someone else could do for you. Well, if you could hire someone for $3 to $5 an hour to do all that work, I bet you probably would. And I did an hour-long tutorial video showing you how you could hire your first virtual assistant. I'll link that video up here. And you can hire workers in the Philippines to do just about anything for you. For instance, all my video editing is done by a team of video editors that I hired from this website. I've also hired people to run my social media, respond to frequently asked questions or frequently asked emails, handle all my customer service, and basically do everything for me that I don't want to do myself. So I can focus on doing what I love, like making these YouTube videos. So I ended up hiring a full-time graphic designer to help with my thumbnails and help edit videos. So I told him I need a logo for the Passion Product formula, and here are all the logos that he came up with. And these logos are a lot better than what I've been getting so far. You can see that he used the orange in a really cool way. He also included the PPF logo into a cube, which you could think about almost as like a little Amazon box. And he created a hexagon ring to make it look like a formula. So this is really the Passion Product formula. But when I showed these logos to the people that are in my Amazon course, they didn't love these. They didn't think this really represented the product perfectly. So I continued my hunt for a logo, and I asked a friend, do you know a designer that might be able to help me design a logo for this program? And at $200, these are the logos that I had designed. And you can see that these logos are professional, but again, when I showed them to my community, they didn't love them. So I gave the designer some feedback, and these are the new logos that he came up with. He turned the 2 P's that stand for Passion Product into a circle logo and put the words Passion Product Formula underneath. And although both these logos look professional, they still don't really capture what I'm trying to convey with this logo. So finally, a little bit defeated, I decided to go to 99 Designs, and I spent $900 on this logo. Now, before I share with you this final logo from 99 Designs, there's 2 things that are really important to know. First thing is that a passion product is this idea that I came up with. And it's a product that you sell online, or a product that you create that you're actually passionate about, something that you love, something that you wish existed in the world. And what I found in my life is if you're selling something that you actually believe in, that you're actually excited about, you're gonna make more money than if you're just selling some kind of junk. And I learned this the hard way because I quit my job. I struggled for years trying to sell things online that I wasn't passionate about. And then finally, I launched a product that I actually was passionate about. And within 2 months of launching this product that I was passionate about on Amazon, I was making $10,000 profit every single month. That's $100,000 profit per year. So I want to make sure this logo conveys that idea of passion. The second thing you should know is that the way that 99 Designs works is they crowdsource your logo for you. And they tell all the designers on their platform, if that designer comes up with a logo that I like, that I'm willing to give them this $900 chunk of change. They do have different tiers starting at $300 going all the way up to $1,300. The more money that you pay, the more designs that you're going to get. And I actually used 99 Designs to design the logo of Performance Nut Butter, which was my first original passion product that was able to make me over 6 figures passive income. So I went through and I submitted my contest. They show me other types of logos to try to get a sense of which logos I like so that they can see what kind of design elements that I want in my logo. They also ask what kind of a color scheme do I want, as well as a description of what I want in my logo. I also shared some images of other logos that I like. And 99 Designs is the perfect platform to use if you want to get some graphic design done or a logo done, but you have no idea what you actually want. Because all these different designers are gonna use their own ideas, their own creativity to come up with a logo design. And with the 99 Designs contest, there's actually 2 rounds. For the first round, everyone just submits all their different ideas, and then you select 6 finalists, and you tell those 6 finalists, hey, here are the concepts and the ideas that I like. And in the first round of my 99 Designs campaign, this was the logo that I liked the most. So I told all the finalists that this was the logo to beat, and that they should try to put their own spin on this logo. I then received a bunch of other logo designs, ideas, and concepts, and now it's time for me to pick a winner for the new logo for the Passion Product Formula, my Amazon FBA course. And I wanna ask you, which logo of these different finalist logos do you like the most? And 99 Designs did not sponsor this video, but there is a link down below in the description. If you are gonna use 99 Designs to design a logo or to get graphic design done, use that link. It'll give you a cool little bonus. And I do get a small kickback from 99 Designs if you use my link down below. And one of the key secrets to using a 99 Designs campaign is you wanna get your tribe, you wanna get your community to vote on what logo they think is the best. And I had my students in my community, YouTube viewers, vote. And this is the logo for my Amazon FBA course that ended up winning. And this is another major secret. You wanna get your community involved in helping you decide on what your logo should be, your package design. Every aspect of the product that you're creating, you wanna make sure that your community, your tribe are helping you to do this. Now, the question you might be asking is, how do I get a tribe? How do I get a community? And this is probably the most important thing that so many people skip when trying to start selling on Amazon. You want to create an email list of people that are interested in buying your product before you ever sell it on Amazon. Now, the way to do that is you're going to start some kind of social media or some kind of way to start building up hype around your product. And I'll be talking about that in just a few minutes. But before I get into that, I know a lot of people are still confused. Now that you have a logo, how do you actually design the packaging of your product? And the answer is you can hire the same designer oftentimes that you use for your logo to make the package design. However, if you don't want to hire the designer that did your logo for your package design, you can hire another designer to do your package design. Sometimes someone that's really good at making logos is not very good at package design. And I know oftentimes when I talk about logos, people start to have questions about trademarks as well. It's very easy to get a trademark, and I'll share step by step later in this video how you can get your trademark for your logo. And before I share with you step by step how you can find a manufacturer and get your product manufactured, I do want to share with you the most important thing that no one else seems to be talking about when it comes to Amazon. And this is the one thing that I see, if you do, you'll have crazy success with Amazon FBA. And that is, as I mentioned earlier, you want to grow an audience. You want to grow a tribe for your product. You want to create a brand around your product and then get followers, people that want to buy your product before you even sell on Amazon. This is what I did and AJ did and a lot of the people I work with do, and they have incredible success. Because the important thing to remember with Amazon is you want to get to the top of the search results. You want your product to go to the top of the search results. And the best way to do that is to get as many sales and 5-star reviews as possible. Now, the best way you can do that from day one is to have an email list, to have social media, to have people that want to buy your product before you even launch it. Then when you go to launch your product on Amazon, you're going to email out everybody that, hey, the product is now live. You're going to share about your launch on social media, and you're going to get a ton of sales of your product from day one. Amazon's going to freak out and be like, wow, this product's getting a ton of sales. Let's move it up in the search results. That's going to lead to more sales, more reviews, which is going to lead to you going higher up on the search results, and it's going to snowball into more and more success. This is the method I use, where within 2 months of launching this product on Amazon, I was making $30,000 every single month. I then taught this method to AJ, and he blew me out of the water. As I've already mentioned, he did over $140,000 in sales in his first 3 months. But his secret, my secret, and a lot of people's secret that they don't share is using social media. So AJ used TikTok, I used Instagram, and you can use either of these platforms or YouTube or Facebook or whatever platform you want to use. But the key here is to try to get as many eyeballs on your product as possible. Then in your profile, you can put a link where people can click for a chance to win a free product. They'll put their email in there, and you're going to start building a potential customer database. This is gold. And again, I talk about this in much more detail in my Amazon FBA program. But if you want me to do a video about social media on this channel, just leave a comment down below and let me know. And obviously you'll have to be subscribed to see that. But now that we have the product idea, we have a brand, and we've started to build a tribe, a community around this product, it's time to go find a manufacturer, someone that can actually make this product. And how you'll do this will depend on where you want to get your product manufactured, whether it's the United States or China. And there's pros and cons to manufacturing in both these places. For instance, in the United States, a big pro is that there's going to be shorter lead times usually. And for anyone that doesn't know, the lead time is how long it takes from the time that you place the order till you actually receive your order. And since you're working with people in the United States, chances are they're going to be able to get you the product a lot sooner. Because if you order a product from China, oftentimes if you choose to do sea shipping, it'll take a long time, not surprisingly. However, a big con with ordering products in the United States is it's going to be more expensive. Almost always, pretty much every single product that's made in the United States is way more expensive. Sometimes 3, 4, 5 times as much money as China. And it used to be that China had low quality goods. That's not the case anymore. In fact, a lot of people that I've worked with find that the products made in China are just as good of quality, if not sometimes better. The cons with China is, as I mentioned, it's going to take a little bit longer. Sometimes there's a bit of a language barrier, though I've never had a problem. Every Chinese manufacturer I ever interacted with spoke really good English and was extremely easy to work with. And if you're unsure which one to go with, I recommend contacting manufacturers in the United States and in China. Start getting quotes. Start figuring out what the pricing difference is going to be, what the lead time difference is going to be. But be careful, because a lot of United States manufacturing companies actually just order the things from China. They're basically just a middleman, and they hike up the price because they know people want to buy made in the USA, but their products oftentimes aren't actually even made in the USA. For most beginners, I'd recommend ordering products made in China or other countries from overseas, because the price is just going to be so much more affordable, and it's going to make it a lot more likely that you're going to be profitable with your Amazon business. And finding manufacturers in China is extremely easy using Alibaba.com. And you'll go to this website, you'll go to the search bar, and instead of products, you're going to click on suppliers. Then you're going to search for whatever type of a product you're looking to make. And I'll do a full step-by-step tutorial showing you how to use Alibaba in just a minute. And the example I'll use is, for instance, with cocktail cards, it's basically flashcards. So we're going to try to find suppliers that can make flashcards. On the other hand, if you want to find a manufacturer in the United States, you're not going to use Alibaba.com. You're going to use some different methods that I'll show you later in this video. Now I'm going to show you how to use Alibaba.com to find a manufacturer. And I filmed this next segment while traveling around Mexico. I rented a beautiful Airbnb with an amazing ocean view. And again, I want to stress that this is one of the big benefits of starting an Amazon FBA business. You can travel around the world, you can live wherever you want to live, and you can keep running your Amazon FBA business. So sit back, relax, and watch this video. There's a ton of information in this next segment, but just watch it all the way through the first time. You don't need to take notes. And then if you want to come back the second time you watch it and actually sit down and take notes, I would recommend only taking notes on the second time. So watch it all the way through the first time, and then you can always come back. There's 7 steps to finding a manufacturer and getting your product manufactured using Alibaba.com. The first step is to search for suppliers, and I'm going to show you the secrets on how to find the best manufacturers on Alibaba.com. The second step is to identify the best suppliers, the best manufacturers, and there's some really key things that you should be looking for when trying to decide which manufacturer you're going to go with, and I'm going to share that later in this video. The third step is to get samples of your product, because once you've narrowed it down to the top 3 to 5 manufacturers that you want to work with, you want to get a sample to make sure that they have high quality products. Step 4 is to negotiate. I'm going to show you how you can cut your cost of your products in half. There's some amazing negotiating techniques that I've learned that I'm going to share with you later in this video. Step 5 is to place the order, and a lot of people are afraid about sending money to overseas manufacturing companies, but you don't have to worry. I'm going to show you how you can send money to these companies without having anything to worry about. Step 6 is to get your products inspected. I'm going to share with you how you can get your products inspected for extremely inexpensive, and this is going to guarantee that you don't get scammed, that nothing bad happens. A lot of people are worried about that, but I'm going to show you how to avoid any kind of problems when ordering from Alibaba.com. Step 7 is to get your product shipped from the manufacturer overseas into the Amazon warehouse, and there's a few different ways to do this. I'm going to share with you a complete guide on how to get your product shipped over from your manufacturer to the Amazon warehouse. The first step, which is to find a supplier, and throughout this video I'm going to use the term supplier and manufacturer interchangeably. Now, I recommend finding someone that's going to create a unique product for you. Do not just find a manufacturer or a supplier off Alibaba.com and private label their product. In the past, that used to work. In the past, people would go to Alibaba.com, find a bunch of junk products, slap their brand on it, and try to sell that on Amazon. Now what I recommend doing instead is to contact the different manufacturers, suppliers on Alibaba's website, and to actually ask them, hey, can you customize this product? Can you improve this product? I'm going to show you an example of that right here. But a mistake a lot of people make is they think of Alibaba.com as just being people that can supply already existing products. That's not the case. A lot of these people have the ability to manufacture something completely unique for you. Now, what you want to do is you want to find people that are already making products similar to the product you're making and ask them if they can change it up. For instance, for this video, I'm going to use an example of a product that I co-created with a student in my course. We partnered up on this product called Cocktail Cards, and it's basically a set of 100 flashcards showing people how to create unique cocktails. So what we did is we went to Alibaba.com and we typed in here flashcards. Obviously, we're not going to type in cocktail cards because no product like that already exists, but there are already people that are selling flashcards, and we're going to click search. And you can see there's all these different products here that you can buy. And you can buy these products in bulk. You can buy 1,000 of this exact product. But what you can do instead, and what I recommend doing, is instead of doing products, click on suppliers. And what this is going to do is instead of showing you all the different products available on Alibaba.com, it's going to show you all the different suppliers. Because right now, let's see, this product right here, it's made by this supplier. And you can see that there's probably going to be some repeat. Like this supplier was listed twice because they have this product and they also have this product. By instead changing it to suppliers of flashcards, we get a list of all the different suppliers, and it focuses on their ability to manufacture products, to supply products, as opposed to the individual products. So it'll give you right here the 3 different products that they're offering. And we can see here's the company that we saw in the previous search results. Now, a lot of people are scared that they're going to get scammed, that they're going to overpay, or they're going to get bad quality products. But I'm going to show you what to look for in a manufacturer to make sure that nothing bad is going to happen, or at least lower your chances of something negative happening drastically. To start with, one of the first things I like to do is I like to click up here, trade assurance. I like to make sure that the suppliers that are being shown have trade assurance. And the way trade assurance works is basically Alibaba is guaranteeing that nothing bad is going to happen with your manufacturing process, that you're not going to get scammed. And the way it works, I believe, is that Alibaba.com actually holds some of the money to make sure that if anything goes wrong, you can get the money back. So I like to click that because that really drastically lowers the chance of something going wrong. I also like to click this verified little button right here because what this does is it only shows manufacturer suppliers that have been verified. And the way that a manufacturer gets verified is someone from Alibaba.com or a third-party inspection company actually goes over into their warehouse, into their manufacturing facility, and verifies that they're a real company, a legitimate company. And let me put it this way, any manufacturing company that's willing to sign up for trade assurance, that's willing to get verified, they're probably a legit company. They're probably not trying to do anything shady. But we want to make sure when we're working with someone that everything is going to go as smoothly as possible. So here's some other things to look for. Another thing I like to look for is how many years have they been in business? This company's been in business for 8 years. This one's been in business for 13 years, 7 years. And if they've been on there for that long, the chances are that they are a legitimate company, a reputable company. They're not going to try to make some quick cash by scamming somebody. Another thing I like to look at is how many transactions have they had in the last 6 months. This one's had 166 transactions, which is pretty good. 90 transactions, 47 transactions. You can even see their total revenue. Their total revenue is $2.5 million to $5 million. So if you're placing an order for a few $1,000s, they have their reputation on the line, as well as years worth of good standing with this website. They're probably going to work with you and they're going to probably try to make sure that you are happy. Another thing you can do here is look at their top 3 markets. What markets are they selling their products to? And 50% of all the business that this company does is in North America, which means that they're probably used to working with Americans or Canadians most likely, which means they're probably used to working with people that are English speakers. They also work with 15% of Western Europe, which means that they're used to producing high quality products. Because what I find is in North America and Western Europe, we want high quality products. And if it's not high quality, we're going to send it back. And this company's done a lot of business with North America, with Western Europe. So they probably make high quality products. They also probably have pretty good English. They're probably used to working with people that speak English. You can also look at their country/region that their manufacturer is located in. This one is in China. A lot of these ones are in China because that's a good place to get products produced for relatively inexpensive. But on Alibaba.com, they also have all kinds of different countries. They have India, they have Vietnam, they have manufacturing companies from all over the place. Now, if you are looking to get a product produced in the United States, I did this video, I'll link up here, which I recommend checking out because Alibaba.com is more for purchasing products that are made internationally, which, let's be honest, it's a lot cheaper to produce a product overseas than it is right now in the United States. When searching for a manufacturer, you really want to make sure you get the best one possible. And so what I recommend doing as well is looking at the main products that each manufacturer creates. and you want to make sure that they specialize in whatever product you're trying to create. So we're creating a set of flashcards, and this company does book printing, box printing, notebook printing, paper bag printing, card printing. Okay, so they do specialize in card printing. Let's look at some other ones here. We have gift box, suitcase box, stationary item, jigsaw puzzle. That's not really exactly what we're looking for. They don't even have any kind of card printing on here. This one, packing box, ring binder, game box. It's loosely related, maybe not perfect. Playing cards. Okay, so this one has playing cards, so they could probably do something like flashcards. And what I recommend you do as you're looking through all these different manufacturers, on the ones you like, click on the favorites tab. And so far my favorite company has actually been this top one. Now, I'm just doing a quick tutorial video here. Normally what I would do is I would go through all these different manufacturers, all these different suppliers. Look, there's 34 pages worth. If you're trying to get a product manufactured, you want to make sure that you have the best possible manufacturer that you're working with. So take the time to really go through here and look at every single one. But let's dive in a little bit deeper. What you can actually do, if you click on the name of the company, you can see even more information about the manufacturer. Now, before I get into this, one thing I want to note is you can tell a lot about a company based on their name. For instance, a lot of times these companies have the name of the city where they're located. So this one is located in Shanghai, and it's Stone Doing Industry Company Limited. So what we can tell is it's located in Shanghai, which is a good thing. You want to look for companies that are located close to the ocean or close to a port, because it's going to be cheaper for you. Because if they're located in the middle of China, it's going to be really expensive for you to ship your product from the middle of China to a port so that it can go across the ocean via a ship. It's just more expensive if it's in the middle of China. So we have Dongguan, which I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong. But another thing you want to look for is, look at this company's name is Printing Products Manufacturing Co., which is a good thing because that means their entire company is around printing products and manufacturing products. So they might, even though they don't put as their main products exactly what we're talking about, we know that at least they specialize in printing, where this company right here, it's called Bonroy Cultural Creativity Co. It's very broad. We don't really know what that means. Obviously, we can dig a little bit deeper by clicking here and looking at some other things. Now, one thing I will mention is they have a 4.9 out of 5, which is a really good sign. That means that most people that work with this company are really satisfied. You can also look at video, and you can look at different pictures of their warehouse, which I would recommend doing. Make sure that they actually have the machines to produce the products. You want to make sure they're not just a middleman, because sometimes through Alibaba.com, you're going to work with people and it turns out someone else actually manufactures the product, they buy it from them and resell it. We can go down here and there's a ton of other information right here. We can look at some of their main products and see if it fits with what we're doing, and I think it pretty much does. You can also look at the production flow and see the raw materials to cutting, plate making, printing, detecting, everything. They got it all. You can look at what production equipment they have. Now this is really helpful because you can see, do they actually have the stuff to create the products that you're trying to create? And in the future, if you want to work with a different manufacturer, you can say, hey, do you have a plate making machine? Do you have a sample printing machine? Do you have all these different machines? Because this is what's needed to produce my product. Now, these machines are pretty standard, pretty easy. Most manufacturing companies would have them. And if you keep scrolling down, there's so much information right here, all the different transactions, the total amount of transactions they've done. So what we'll want to do is we're going to want to go back here and we're going to want to click on everyone that we think is a good option. We're going to want to click on them, do a deeper dive, make sure that they are a really good company. And for all the ones that we want to potentially work on, we want to hit favorites here. Now, before I move on to the next step, which is all about identifying the best suppliers, Alibaba.com is announcing an elite partner program and elite partner events. And this is perfect for people that are looking for the highest quality manufacturers possible. And this is going to be a group of vetted suppliers, manufacturers from all over the world. And this is a great way to get a competitive edge because you'll be able to see all the different elite partners in one spot. And the cool thing is Alibaba.com is going to be updating this every month with new products, new suppliers, all kinds of great information to help you get the competitive edge. And only manufacturers that meet all this criteria are going to be allowed to be part of this program. So they're highly vetted. And if you don't want to waste a lot of time going through 34 pages worth of different manufacturers, this is a good little shortcut to show you who are the best manufacturers out there that you can work with. But eventually, you want to move on to step 2, which is to find the best supplier. So how do you do that? Well, the way to find the best supplier is to, first off, narrow it down. There's probably hundreds of different companies here. Yeah, more than hundreds of different companies that you can work with. What I'd recommend doing is start a spreadsheet. go through and list out all these different companies and decide what are the top 3 to 5 companies that you want to work with, and then contact them. And you could contact more if you want. You can contact 20, 30, 40 different companies, but I like to try to narrow it down as much as possible first, and then you contact them. I'll put a link down below with a sample template that I would use to contact them. But what you can do that's going to save you a lot of time is you can, let's just say we wanted this one. We can star it. We can put it as our favorites. And what this is going to allow us to do is we can star some of our favorite ones here, and we can go through and we can actually group them, and we can contact all these people at once, because the next step would be to contact all the different companies. So we're going to go up to favorites here. We're going to click on view all items, and then we can click on suppliers here, and you can see here are the different ones that we have added together, and click on all of them, and we can click contact supplier. That way we can send one message out to all these different companies. And we're gonna, and again, I'll put a link down below with a sample template of what you should send to your manufacturer. But basically what you're gonna say is, first off, introduce yourself just like you would in any other email, and tell them exactly what the product is that you're looking for, and tell them the size, the dimensions, tell them how many units you're gonna order. Now, here is a little pro tip. If you're looking to just start with a production run of 500 units, you don't need to start with that. Tell them we're looking to do a production run of 10,000 units, 5,000 units, whatever, like a really big number. And then after some back and forth, you can say, okay, this is great, the pricing looks good, but we'd like to start with a test run of 500 units. Now, they may change the price, but they may not. They may, after the back and forth, they may just go ahead and keep that original price. So this is a really good negotiating tactic, because a lot of times they don't want to work with smaller companies, but by saying we want to do a production run of 5,000 units, they're maybe more likely to work with you. And here's the truth. In my opinion, you're not being deceitful, because you do want to do a production run of 5,000 units eventually. And your first 500 unit is a test run. You're testing out the market. And the truth is, you want your business and you want your product to be as successful as possible. And if it is, of course, you're going to eventually order 5,000 units. So don't think of this as being by any means like deceitful. So you'll paste in here whatever message you want to send to them, the exact specifications, and you will send the inquiry to those people. Now, a warning, Alibaba.com's messaging service can be really slow. And the reason for that is they might only check it once a day, but then with the time delay, it might take a few days before you get responses, and everything slows down. So what I'd recommend doing is moving people over to WhatsApp, WeChat, or Skype as soon as possible from Alibaba's.com's messaging service. And this will allow you to communicate a lot faster, because a lot of times you can say, hey, let's meet at this time, and let's just have the full-on conversation, ask a bunch of questions back and forth, maybe even do a Zoom call or a Skype call, or a call on WhatsApp or WeChat, or whatever different service you want. Again, think about this as a funnel. You're gonna start with a really big list, hundreds of different manufacturers that you find on the website, narrow it down to the top 20, 30, 40 that you actually wanna contact. Of those people, narrow it down to the top 2 to 3 that you want to purchase a sample from. And this brings us to point number 3 in the next step, and that is to purchase a sample from the manufacturers that you actually think you want to work with. Now, the way this is going to work is usually they will give you the sample for free. You'll have to pay for the shipping, but it really depends. If your sample is something really customized, they may charge you for it. For instance, with Vino cards and cocktail cards, our manufacturer wanted $200 to $300 for a full printed sample. And the reason for that is they don't want to do all this work and basically us just to take this product and be like, hey, cool, thanks. It's really expensive for them to manufacture that type of a custom product, so they charge a decent amount of money. Now, if it's an off-the-shelf product, something that they have tons of samples of, they'll send it to you for free. You just got to pay shipping. Now, the trick with that is shipping from anywhere international, China, India, Vietnam, to the US can be really expensive. It's going to be $25, $35 or so, depending on the size of the product. I recommend going usually with DHL. You can also look at FedEx, and there's some other services as well. Sometimes they can even get everything ready for you and send it over, but expect to be paying around $25 to $45 or so just for shipping the product. So even though the sample is free, you're going to have to spend some money, but it's worth it. Get as many samples from as many different manufacturers as you can early on, because this is one of those things, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. You don't want to skimp on the samples and then end up getting the final product and find out it's of poor quality. You want something that's of really high quality, and you're going to see different manufacturers have different levels of quality, and a lot of times that's why there's different prices. Now, another thing you can do is, let's say you find one manufacturer, they have the best quality, but they also have the highest price. You can say, hey, look, I really like your product, but it's just cheaper with this other guy. Can you negotiate? So when negotiating, and that's going to be step number 4, make sure that you actually do this. Make sure that you actually negotiate with the people. You can leverage the other quotes that you're getting from the other different suppliers and say, hey, you know, Bob over here is willing to do it for $5 a unit. You want $6. We like you better. Can you meet the same price that Bob is doing? And if they can't, then, you know, you have to decide, is it worth the extra money for the higher quality? And the answer is usually yes, but it really depends. Remember, you don't want products that are going to have high defect rates. You want to make your customer happy. You want on Amazon to have the best product possible. Also remember that you're building a relationship with this person. It has to be a win-win. If you're trying to take advantage of them and just get the lowest price, they're going to feel that, and it's not going to lead to a long-term successful relationship. One of the keys to having success in business is you're developing these relationships, and you want to make this person happy. You want to get to know them. Ask them about their family. Ask them about their life in whatever country that they're in. Try to actually build a connection and build a deep relationship. And what's going to happen is they might be able to pull strings for you that they wouldn't for other people. And once you've negotiated with your manufacturer, then the next step is to actually pay them for the production run. Now, different companies will accept different forms of payments. One way you can see what forms of payment that they accept is by looking at the products that they sell, and it'll show the different forms that they accept. Now, every company is going to accept wire transfer, but a wire transfer is very scary because when you send a wire transfer, you can't get the money back. You can't call your credit card company. You can't call the bank and say, hey, I want that money back. It's gone. It's gone forever. Now, one way to avoid this issue is, first off, again, if they're on Alibaba.com, they probably are fairly trustworthy. What you're going to want to do is send 30% of the wire up front and then hold off on sending the other 70% until you've gotten the product inspected. But another thing you can do is PayPal. You can use PayPal, you can use Alipay, you can use all kinds of different, sometimes you can even use credit cards. So let's click on one of these products here and see what forms of payment that they accept. Now, a lot of times if you're going to be using PayPal or credit card or some other form of payment that's a little bit more secure, you're going to have to pay higher fees, because if they accept PayPal, there's transaction fees and you're going to have to pay for those. So this company accepts Visa, MasterCard, they accept online transfer, Apple Pay, Western Union. They accept a lot of different things. They even use Alibaba.com freight, which is another thing we can talk about in a future video. So that makes me feel a little bit more secure. Sending, I could pay with Visa, and then if there's an issue, I can call up my credit card company and get my money back. Now, again, they're probably going to do an upcharge for that. It's probably going to be a 3% upcharge. So eventually, once you work with them a few times, you can start doing a wire transfer, which will probably save you some money. But as I mentioned, you only want to give 30% upfront and save the other 70% until later, until after you get the product inspected, which is step number 6, is to get your product inspected. And there's a lot of different inspection companies out there that you can hire. But basically, it's going to cost you around $100 or so to have someone go to the manufacturer and inspect the product. I'll put a link down below. I believe the name is globalinspect.com. That's the company that I've been told many times is an amazing company. I actually personally have not used them yet, but I have a lot of friends that have, and they've all had great things to say about them. Alibaba.com even offers its own inspection services, and you can go under services into production monitoring and inspection services to find out more information. And that's a really easy option if you don't want to hire a separate company to do inspections for you. And it's around $118 for a full day's worth of inspection. And what happens is they end up sending you a report of your product. They check a bunch of the different random products to see, is the quality up to standards? You want to make sure that the barcode scans, because if it's a poor quality printing job, maybe the Amazon FN SKU won't scan, and that could cause problems down the road. But really what you're doing here is making sure that they actually produce the products that you said, and it's up to the quality standards that you need for your product. And once you get the go ahead, and you can start to arrange to ship your products from your manufacturer over to your Amazon warehouse, whether that's in the US or whatever country that you're in. And there's 2 main ways to ship your product from your manufacturer over to the Amazon warehouse. And that is either by air or by sea. And I recommend, if it's your first time, oftentimes you're just going to want to do it by air. It's so much faster, it's so much easier, but it is more expensive. Sea shipping is going to take so much longer. Usually air shipping is going to take 5 to 10 days. Sea shipping is going to take 4 to 6 weeks, maybe even longer. There's a much higher likelihood that you're going to have issues with sea shipping, because what happens is the ship goes from your manufacturer over to the US or whatever country you're in, and it might get stuck in the port, and there might be customs issues. Sometimes that happens too. Also keep in mind when you're thinking about shipping your product that you're going to have to pay a customs or a duty fee. Now, I have heard about people saying to their manufacturer, you know what, I know I paid you $6 a unit, but can we just say that I paid you $1 a unit? Now, I'm not advising to do this, but I've heard stories of people doing this to lower their customs and their duties fees. This won't work if you're doing large volumes, but if you're only doing a 500 unit or 1,000 unit run, it could be a tactic to save you some money. Maybe not the most ethical thing out there, but I'm just saying it. Again, I do not advise this, but it's something I've heard about people doing. Now, if you're gonna ship by sea, you're gonna wanna hire a freight forwarder 100%. It's gonna make it so much easier. And a freight forwarder is a company that arranges everything from you. They'll arrange a truck to go to the warehouse in whatever country that you're manufacturing the product in, pick it up, send it over to the docks where a ship, and load it onto a ship, get it from the ship to cross over into your port, get it through customs, all those different things. And it's relatively inexpensive to do this. And then they'll get from the port, wherever your home country is, your home port, they'll organize a truck to come pick it up and get it to the Amazon warehouse. So you want to probably hire a freight forwarder to do that. I'll put a link down below with some different recommendations I have on freight forwarders. On the other hand, if you're going to be doing air shipping, you can go with DHL. Usually they're the cheapest option. I've also at times used FedEx, I believe, and there's some other options as well, but DHL is usually the one that I go with. Now, something really important I want to remind you about is I do have a template for you to contact the different manufacturers on Alibaba. I do also have an Excel spreadsheet template for you to input all the different manufacturers, so it will help you decide basically what manufacturer to go with. And I also have contacts of freight forwarders and inspection companies that I didn't mention in this video, and you can get all those templates by clicking the link down below. Once you put your email in down there, I'll send you all those templates for free. And that was how to find a manufacturer using Alibaba.com. But if you want to find a manufacturer here in the US, there's different ways that you're going to use to find that manufacturer. I'll be talking about that in just a minute. And I know a lot of times people come to me, since I do sell food products, and they ask me, how do I find a food manufacturer? Should I make my food overseas in China? And I would generally say, if you're looking to make a product that people are going to be eating, do not make that product in China. Same thing with supplements. You probably want to get that made in the United States or Canada. And if you're looking to find a manufacturer here in the United States, there's 3 main ways that I'd recommend doing that. The first is a Google search. All you have to do is go to Google and search for whatever kind of a product that you're looking to find a manufacturer for. For instance, with my product, I would type in nut butter manufacturer, nut butter private labeler, and I'd look at all the search results and you'll get a ton of things. Then I would pick up the phone and start calling every single one. And this is the key. A lot of people just want to send emails. But when you pick up the phone and you call the manufacturers, they're more likely to work with you, they're more likely to cut you deals, and if they can't help you out, they might know someone else that can. And this is actually how I found my manufacturer. I called up one person, they said, you know what, sorry, we can't help you, but I think Bob over at Bob's Nut Butter Manufacturing can help you. The second thing you can do is go to the websites of different expos or conventions in your niche. Again, using my example, since it's a food product, I would go to expowest.com and I'd look at all the people that are exhibiting at the show. And I would start contacting every single nut butter brand that's at the show and ask them if they do any kind of private labeling, or even ask them who they use as a co-packer. And if that doesn't work, the other thing that you can do is you can actually look at all the people that are exhibiting at the show that do exactly this. They private label nut butter. And usually at these kind of big conventions, there's a lot of companies that will be making exactly what you want. Same thing if you're doing supplements, you can do Expo West, and there's a bunch of other conventions as well that you can look at the exhibitor list for. And the third thing you can do is use thomasnet.com. And this is basically like the Alibaba of the United States, except for it's not quite as good as Alibaba, but there is on their website over 500,000 industrial suppliers. So if you do a little bit of digging, you might be able to find an amazing manufacturer that you can work with. But warning, there's some huge mistakes that new Amazon sellers make when trying to start working with a manufacturing company. And I made an entire checklist that you can use for free. I'll link that down below as well, when trying to find a manufacturer. This is a list of everything that you're gonna wanna think about when trying to hire your manufacturer. And this is overkill. Like, I really went into detail and thought about every possible thing that I could find. And there's some things like you wanna figure out who has the best price, obviously. But another thing that oftentimes people don't think about is ask the manufacturer, do you have any current clients that you're working with? Can I call them? Can I talk to them and see if you're a good company? You also want to watch out for what their response time is. When you contact the manufacturer, how long does it take them to respond to you? You'll also want to look at things like how long they've been in business. Are they willing to sign an NDA? Or here's another secret. If you're working with Chinese manufacturers, NDAs don't really work. What you're going to want to do instead is have them sign an NNN, which is basically like an NDA that actually holds some weight in China. You're then going to want to go through the rest of this list and just think about all these things when you're finding a manufacturer to work with. Again, this list is in the link down below in the free Amazon FBA course. And obviously I go into even more detail about all this stuff in the Passion Product Formula. Now, we already talked about how you're going to ship your product if you're ordering from Alibaba, if you're ordering from a Chinese manufacturer. But another question people have is, what if I'm ordering products made in the United States? How am I going to ship that to myself or to Amazon? And you can talk to your manufacturer about this. Oftentimes they're going to have cheaper rates, or you can go to websites like freightquote.com and you literally just put in the destination of where you want the product sent to. You put in where the origin of the product is, and that's really all there is to it. Now, if you are sending products from your manufacturer into the Amazon warehouse, the process is a little bit different, and I'll talk about that in detail later in this video. The next big question that students ask me is, how do I legally set up my business? What permits do I need? Do I need to start an LLC or a DBA? And the short answer is, you technically don't really need anything if you're a US citizen. As long as you have a social security number, you can actually sell on the Amazon platform. But I highly recommend creating some kind of a business structure. And you could do a DBA, an S Corp, or an LLC. This is going to allow you to open up a business bank account and keep your business funds separate from your personal funds. And which one of these three is right for you really depends on your situation, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. So in addition to a business entity structure, you're also going to want to get an EIN and a reseller permit. Both of these are free to get, and for the first one, if you go to irs.gov/ a bunch of different things, you can get your EIN number. I'll put a link to that down below. And an EIN is basically like a social security number for your business. You'll also want to get a seller's permit, and this allows you to be able to buy things tax-free as long as you're going to be reselling those items. This is also free to get, and it depends on what state you live in. For every state, you're going to have to go to your state and get a reseller permit. For instance, I live in California, so I'd have to go to the California IRS government website and apply to get my free state reseller permit. When setting up your business structure, you have three different options, as I mentioned. You can use a DBA, an LLC, or an S Corp. Now, in addition to these, you can just use your social security number if you're a United States citizen, but generally I recommend setting up some kind of a legal business entity. Now, a DBA stands for doing business as. It's gonna cost you around $99. You can go to websites like LegalZoom.com, and there's a bunch of other ones as well, and you can apply for a DBA. This will allow you to go to a bank and open up a business bank account. I'll talk about how to do that in just a minute. So this is going to be your cheapest option, and it doesn't give you any kind of legal protection. If someone sues you and you're a DBA, they can come after all your personal assets. So in response to this, another option is called an LLC, which stands for Limited Liability Company. You can also go to LegalZoom and a bunch of other websites to get an LLC. This is going to give you legal protection. If someone sues your business, they can only take assets from your business. They can't actually take any of your personal assets. Now, an LLC is generally speaking a lot more expensive than a DBA. With LegalZoom, I think it costs around $200 to $250 to apply for your LLC. In addition to that, a lot of states have franchise tax fees. In California, it's an extra $800 every single year if you have an LLC. Plus, as you make more money, they charge you even more to maintain that LLC. A third option is an S Corp, and an S Corp stands for a small corporation, I believe. We can fact check that. But with this, it gives you some tax benefits. Basically, you pay a little bit less tax. It's a little bit complicated. The way it works is you're able to take a salary. So let's say your business made $1 million. You can pay yourself a salary of $100,000, and the rest of the money you can pay yourself out as kind of like a dividend, and that dividend gets taxed at a lower rate. So there are some tax advantages with an S Corp. Now the secret here is you can actually create an LLC, which is a little bit easier to maintain than an S Corp, And then you can elect for the S Corp taxation as far as the IRS is concerned, which means that you get all the benefits of the LLC. Plus on top of that, you're gonna pay a little bit lower taxes. So generally, this is what I recommend, but here's the truth. If you're running a business that's not likely for someone to come and sue you, a DBA is fine. You still have all the benefits of having the business bank account. And in Amazon's eyes, it's very similar to having an LLC. So there's no problem. If you want to just do a DBA, if you're not worried about getting sued, a DBA oftentimes is a great option. Now, if you don't live in the United States, but you want to sell in Amazon USA, oftentimes it's not 100% necessary, but I do recommend getting an LLC, and you can pick whichever state you want to get your LLC in. I recommend Wyoming oftentimes, and I'll put a link down below to some of the best places I know to get an LLC certificate. And also, if you want me to do a complete video for people that live in Canada or other countries that are trying to start an Amazon business in the United States, leave a comment down below. Let me know that you want me to do that video, and I'll do that as a future video. But once you submit for your DBA, your LLC, or your S Corp, whichever business structure you want, the next step is to take that paperwork and go to a bank and open up a business bank account. There's a lot of different reasons you want to do this, but you want to try to keep your personal and your business finances separate. Now, if you have an LLC, you need to do this legally. If you intermix your business and personal finances and someone goes to sue you, they can actually go after your personal assets. But it's just standard practice. It's very smart to keep those two things very separate. And one of the reasons you want to keep your personal and your business separate is you want to know if your business is actually making money or losing money. And if you start mixing personal with business finances, then sometimes it might look like your business is losing money, but it's actually making money, or it might look like your business is making money and is actually losing money. So keeping those separate is very important. Another way to keep those two things separate is opening up a business credit card. This is one of the best things. This is one of those hidden secrets that no one tells you about. When you open up a business credit card, not only is it gonna help you to keep your business and personal finances separate, but on top of that, there's so many perks, so many benefits with business credit cards. For instance, I rarely pay for flights. I rarely pay for hotels. I make so much money off the points from the credit cards that I am able to pay for my flights and all my hotels. And this is a great hack. And a lot of credit cards give you 50, 60,000 points or 60,000 miles just for signing up. I'll put a link down below to my favorite business credit cards. And literally you sign up, maybe you spend $1,000 or $2,000, which is very easy to do when you have a business, and you get 60,000 miles. And 60,000 miles is enough miles for a round trip ticket most places in the world. You can get a round trip ticket to Europe for 40,000 miles if you book it properly. So signing up for a business credit card is one of those secret perks that a lot of people don't tell you about that you should absolutely do. Again, I'll put a link to my favorite business credit cards down below. I would list them out right here, but they change so often. I will say the Amex Gold is a classic one. American Express Gold, you get, I think it's like 5x points when you spend money on advertising. So if you spend, let's say, $1,000 on advertising, you get 5,000 points, which is worth like around $50 in flight credits. Now it's time for the next tip, which is adding your product to Amazon and setting up your Amazon listing. And I'm gonna show you how to set up the perfect Amazon listing that's gonna make people wanna click on your product in the search results and ultimately buy your product. And it's important to set up your product listing before you actually order your products in manufacturing, because what you're gonna wanna do is you're gonna wanna get your FNSKU, your barcode, and you're gonna wanna get it printed on the product packaging. That way, you don't have to put stickers on all your products. I'll explain in more depth why we're doing this later, but trust me for now, you're gonna wanna set up your Amazon listing before you actually order the products from your manufacturer. The first step to creating the perfect Amazon product listing is to add your product. And in this video, I'm gonna go step by step, a full tutorial on how to not only add your product to Amazon, but how to make a product listing that's gonna help you sell your product. And once you add your product to Amazon, you're gonna have to add the main image. And the main image is what shows up in the search results when people are actually searching for whatever your product is. It's gonna show up here in the search results. And I'm gonna show you how to make a main image that's gonna make people want to click on your listing. Then I'll talk about some of the side images here, and these help you to sell your product. When people are looking at your Amazon product page, the main thing they're looking at is the main image, the side images, the reviews, and the title. So the next thing I'm going to talk about is how to create a title. Again, when people are searching for your product on Amazon, this is the next thing they see. And we're going to talk about how to include search terms, keyword search terms in your title in a way that's going to make not only the algorithm put you to the top of the search results, but also make a title that's going to make people want to click on your listing. After that, we're going to talk about all the bullet points here because this is another way for you to sell your product. When people are looking at your product listing, they're going to look at the bullet points and you're going to want to convey the benefits of your product. And I'll show you some ninja hacks on how to do that. But also, you're going to want to make sure you add in the different keywords to your bullet points. We'll talk about all this in depth later. So if this is really fast, don't worry about it. We're going to go into more detail later. And then we're also going to talk about the description for your product listing. I'm also going to throw in some bonus things here that I don't see a lot of people talking about. Things like enhanced brand content, this A+ content, and some other tricks, including like some tricks on the Q&As on how to get more traffic, how to get more sales to your product listing. So let's get started. The first step is to go here and click Add a Product. Now, when you're adding your product, if you're selling a product that already exists, you're going to search for the product that already exists on the Amazon platform. But that's not what I recommend. I personally don't recommend selling products that already exist on the Amazon platform. That's wholesale, that's retail arbitrage. Those aren't the models that I like to do. I'm all about creating what I call a passion product. And a passion product and private labeling, either one of those, you're gonna have to click, I'm adding a product not sold on Amazon. And for anyone that doesn't know, a passion product to me is a unique product, something different, something that's better than the competition, ideally a product that you're passionate about. And my product right here, this is a product I've been selling for a while now. It's a product that I'm passionate about. So this is the product that we're going to be adding to Amazon. And some notes, we don't have a lot of other images here, but that's okay. Don't worry about that. The first thing Amazon's going to ask you is to pick what your product category is going to be. And this doesn't have to be perfect. You can always change it later. But what I recommend doing is just searching for your product in the search, like something that you think is similar to your product, and picking that as your category. If you're still unsure of what category your product should be, you can look at similar products to yours and see what category they make their product. So for me, my product's not a cashew butter. It's actually a macadamia coconut cashew butter with cacao added to it, but this is the closest category. So I'm just gonna go ahead and click that and say that that's the category. The next thing we're gonna do is just fill out all this information. I'm gonna explain what all this is. We'll put a temporary product name and we'll just call it Performance Nut Butter Cacao. And we'll change that later. Obviously, in just a minute, I'm gonna show you a more in-depth way on how to come up with the title. And your product name is gonna be the title for your product here. The next thing we're gonna look at is the brand name. And I have another video where I've talked in depth about this, but if you are brand registered, you're going to be able to use whatever your brand registered name is. If you're not brand registered, go ahead and put in whatever your brand name is there. For the manufacturer, I'm gonna put Better Nut Butter, which is my LLC company. And then the unit count. So my product comes in little pouches and there's 10 pouches in a box and each pouch is 1 ounce. Now, one thing I didn't mention is this product ID. And the product ID, there's a few different ways you can do this, but most people are going to use UPC codes. And you can buy UPC codes from this GS1US.org, or I don't recommend doing this, but you can go to eBay and get them for a lot cheaper. I've had some friends that have had success doing this, but technically it's against the rules for Amazon. Amazon wants you to buy the legit GS1 barcodes, but those can be expensive. These are around $250 for I think 10 of them or so, where the barcodes from eBay are a lot cheaper. But it's up to you if you want to do it the legitimate way or the kind of shady way. But you'll select UPC code. If you're not using UPC code, there is ISBN if you're doing books and a few other values that you can use. After that, you're going to go over to the offer thing and you're going to have to select what you want your seller SKU to be. And you can put whatever you want. This is an internal thing. It's just for you. So I could just put PNB cacao box. Condition is probably going to be new if you're selling a new product. And the price, I'm going to put $27.99. And for the quantity, so quantity, if you're doing fulfilled by merchant or saying that you're willing to ship it yourself, put in the quantity that you have in your house. Now, I don't recommend doing this. I highly recommend doing Fulfilled by Amazon. And Fulfilled by Amazon is where you send your product into Amazon's warehouse, and then when you get an order, they ship it out for you. And this is going to increase your sales. This is how you get on Amazon Prime. By far, this is the way to do it. So the next thing we're going to want to look at here is an image. And you're going to want to add a main image for your product. And for me, I like using computer rendered images. And what I mean by that is some people prefer to use photographs. They prefer to take an actual photograph with an old school camera, but I don't think that's the best way to do it. I think this computer rendered image is actually, it looks more professional. It looks a little bit more polished. You can get angles and you can get things that you can't get with a typical camera. Let me give you an example of this. I actually helped my girlfriend create this product that's called Vino Cards, and this whole setup right here, you see how we have all the cards fanned out? We could do that potentially with a camera, but it'd be a lot more complicated. I think we got this image for maybe $50, $100, a computer rendered image, and it looks, from this point of view, it looks like a real image of the product, but it looks a lot more professional. So I recommend getting computer rendered images, at least for the main photo. And another point that I want to add is you want as little white space on the edge of your photo as possible. As you can see here, I cropped it so that right at the edge of the product, it's cropped. And the reason for this is if there's a lot of white space, your image is going to be really small. It's going to be in the middle. If there's less white space, it's going to make your product image bigger. And this is a big mistake I see a lot of people making. Another thing you want to do is you want to show not just your box, not just the outside of the box, but like what's on the inside. You can see that we did that here, where this package here, they didn't really show it. I mean, their box is okay, so they can get away with that because these cards will get you drunk. That's pretty funny, and that's not bad. But a lot of times I see people showing just the outside of the box when people are actually buying the thing that's inside the box. Another thing you're going to want to do is add all these side images, all these other images. And the way to do that is just go here and click upload and add more images. So you can add quite a lot of images here. It looks like you can add the main image in about eight side images. And they've changed this every once in a while. So you can have about 9 photos total. Now, I haven't done this yet for Performance Nut Butter Cacao, and I'll tell you, there's a few different things that I'm looking to add. I'm looking to add things like action shots, showing people using it in action, showing how the product can be used. So my product it's a nut butter product, and you can eat it straight out of the pouch. You can put it on toast. You can blend it up with coffee, or you can add it on top of your favorite dessert. I'll also show it like, okay, this is how you rip it. The whole point of adding all these side photos is to make people understand what it's going to be like to own your product. That's the problem with buying things online is they can't hold it in their hand. They can't decide like, oh, how much does this weigh? What does this feel like? So you need to replicate that experience with all these other images. And you can see one thing I did here with this image is adding the nutrition facts. What are the questions that people are going to have about your product? And to be honest with you, with my product right here, I didn't do a great job, but I do have a friend that he is a friend and mentor that actually, he does a really good job. So his extra images, he has things like this where it's like, oh, it was successfully funded on Kickstarter. I really love this image. It shows you how to use it. Step 1, 2, 3. He also talks about what's in the box. So he shows the box and he shows what's inside of it. Okay, 1 apparel unit, 2 N2O chargers, all this different stuff. So what I'd recommend doing is going and looking on Amazon for similar products to yours and see who does a really good job and replicate that and do it better as much as possible. The next key to a perfect Amazon product listing that's actually going to help you sell your product is the title. And it's important to remember that at the end of the day, Amazon is a search engine. So for instance, if someone searches for wine flashcards, that's exactly what my girlfriend's product is. We want that product to show up to the top of the search results. So how do you do this? Well, first off, something that I want to note is this right here, these search terms that people are searching for, these are called keywords. So you need to figure out what are the keywords people are searching for that when they find your product, they're going to be like, wow, that's the perfect product. That's exactly what I want. The way to do this is to use software, and one software that I recommend is Helium 10. And I'm going to do a video in a few weeks where I talk about how to actually do keyword research for your Amazon product listing. So make sure to hit that subscribe button to get that. But what I already did is I came up with a list of keywords that I thought people, when they search, they're going to want to find my product. They're going to find my product and they're going to be happy about it. Keto nut butter, that describes my product. Vegan-friendly snack, ketogenic snack, cacao, 100% cacao. When people type in 100% cacao into the Amazon search engine, I want my product to come up first. So basically I looked up all these different keywords that describe my product, and at the same time, keywords that in Amazon, I want to rank at the top of the search results for, and I crafted a title. And the title that I came up with, I'll show you right here, is Performance Nut Butter Cacao, Macadamia, Coconut, Cashew, 100% Cacao, Chocolate, Keto, Nut Butter, Fat Bomb, Paleo and Vegan Friendly, Plant-Based, and Whole30 Approved Ketogenic Snack. Now, that's all right. I did this right before the video. It's not the best title. As you could hear, as I was reading it, it's not very friendly. It's not very human friendly. But on the plus side, it's stuffed full with a lot of keywords. And Amazon determines how high up in the search results they're going to put your product based partially on your title. And so if Amazon, for instance, sees, oh, wine tasting game, they're more likely to put Vino cards at the top of the search results when someone types in wine tasting game. Now, another key is the closer to the front of your title your keywords are, the more likely that Amazon's going to rank it higher up in the search results. Normally speaking, I would not recommend using the brand name as the start of your title. Now, my title's not the best right now. This is just a rough draft, and that's a key part of this whole thing I want to let you know. You can always go back and change it. So I'm going to start with this as my title because I'm already selling a product on Amazon called Performance Nut Butter, and I want to make sure I rank for my own keyword, Performance Nut Butter. And a lot of people I know are going to be searching Performance Nut Butter Cacao because I'm doing an entire marketing campaign, an entire launch strategy campaign around Performance Nut Butter Cacao. And I have another video I'll link where I talk about my launch strategy. But what you're going to do is once you've crafted your title, go ahead and copy it, go here, and let's go back to the vital info and paste it in there. Now, after this, the next thing we need to talk about is the bullet points. And this is something that a lot of people overlook. And one thing I like to do with the bullet points is for the first line, I like to put it in all caps, which makes it really attention grabbing. And a big mistake I see a lot of people making with their bullet points is they talk about technical facts of their product. They say, oh, 10 1-ounce pouches. Nobody cares about that. Talk about the benefits. Why do people want your product? So one thing I did is delicious and satisfying. Fuels your power, not your cravings. The reason for this is a lot of people are buying this product because they want something that's going to make them feel good, make them feel stronger. So I made it very clear, it fuels your power, not your cravings. Another reason why, another benefit of my product is it's 100% real, 100% natural. And I do want to mention that I like, whenever possible, adding numbers, because if you look at a big block of text, the thing that really stands out is the numbers, 100% real, 100% natural. So go through and try to think of why are people buying your product and try to elicit emotions in them. People don't buy, and despite what we think, they don't buy for logical reasons. People ultimately buy with a thing that's going to make them feel good, or at least they think is going to make them feel good. So really hit hard the emotions that they want to feel. Now, one ninja hack is at the end, your last bullet point, make sure that you say 100% satisfaction guaranteed or have some kind of money back guarantee. Now, here's the trick. On Amazon, everything has a 30-day money-back guarantee. If someone buys your product and they don't like it, they're going to be able to get their money back within 30 days anyways. So why not hit them over the head and make it very obvious that if they buy your product, it's not going to be a risky thing, that they can buy your product and not have any fear. And there's a lot of psychology behind this. People are scared to buy things because you're spending your hard-earned money. This is one of the reasons why with my Amazon course, I have a 30-day trial. I let people try it out for 30 days, and if it's not right for them, hey, I'll give you all your money back. But it's called a risk reversal. Because normally when people buy something, all the risk is on them. It's I'm spending my money, I'm taking this risky opportunity. But what you're gonna do in your bullet points is what's called a risk reversal and say, no, I'm the seller of this product, I'm the owner of this company, I'm taking all the risk. I believe in this product so much that if you try it and for any reason you want your money back, I'll give you your money back in a second. So once you've written out all your bullet points, which I've done here, you're going to copy them and you're going to paste them into, well, actually, here's a thing. you're going to need to click the Advanced View tab. This is going to show you some more things here. And you're going to need to go into the description, and then under Key Product Features, this is the bullet points, you're going to paste, click Add More, and then go through and paste the rest of your bullet points. Once you've done that, it's time to start working on your description. And the description, there's two different types of descriptions that you can have. You can have the enhanced brand content, and you need to be brand registered to do that. Again, I did a video about that. I'll link up here. And it's to get brand registered is pretty easy. You need to have a trademark though. So if you don't have a trademark, you're not going to be able to get brand registered. But brand registry lets you have this A+ enhanced brand content, which looks really cool. It allows you to add images. It allows you to do a lot of great stuff. Another thing by being brand registered, it allows you to do is actually have a video on your page. So I've got this video right here on my page. So you want to try to get brand registered if you can. In fact, in my opinion, the only reason to get a trademark is to get brand registry. But if you're not able to do that, you're going to be able to do a description like this. And I recommend, if you're going to do your description, again, talk about the benefits of your product. The whole point of the description, the whole point of your Amazon product listing is to convince people to buy your product. So focus on the benefits. And there's a lot of different strategies to do this. I like this strategy of kind of a main title and then little sub bullet points. And what you can do is you can type out in a Word document what your description, what you want it to look like. Now, you do need to add some HTML, but Amazon doesn't accept bolding HTML. They don't accept a lot of different things. So what you're going to do is copy whatever you type out as your description, go over to this site, wordhtml.com, go ahead and paste it in, and you can paste as plain text, click on HTML, and boom, it'll format it for you properly. So let's go back over here, and we'll paste that in here. Now, before I talk about some of the more advanced like ninja hacks, one thing I do want to mention is variations. And the way that variations work is if, for instance, you want to sell a lot of different colors, then you're going to want to set up variations because you have the main product page, but within that you have what's called child variations and all these different colors. And I'll show you quickly how to set that up, but most people aren't going to have to worry about this. So let's say you wanted to have blue, and then you wanted to have black, red, and so on. You just click Add Variations. And that way, if you want to do different prices for each one, you could do different prices. But one thing to note is each one of these variations is going to need a different UPC code. But this allows you to add variations if you feel like that's something you need to do for your product. Again, most people aren't going to have to deal with this. For instance, my product, it's just one product. It's just, there's no variations. It's just a single product. So it's not a big deal. And in fact, generally speaking, if you only have a few variations, I'd recommend doing it as different complete product listing pages. Now that's up for debate, and there's different things to consider for that. Another thing we didn't touch on in depth in this video that I do want to mention is the keywords. And you can go into this, you want to find what you want to rank for in Amazon and paste it into this search terms, because this allows Amazon to know what keywords you think you should be ranking for. And I'm not saying it's going to rank you, but it's going to take that into consideration. And again, I'll do a video in a few weeks talking in depth about how to find search terms for your product. But now I want to talk about some of the ninja hack features that not a lot of people are talking about. And obviously I've already talked a little bit about enhanced brand content. Let's talk about how to get that set up. And you'll go back to your Amazon Seller Central page, and then you'll go up to advertising and A+ content. And I'll do a much more in-depth video about that if that's something you guys are interested in. But you'll start creating A+ content, and it'll allow you to add this kind of amazing content. Another ninja hack when setting up your product listing is think about the questions and answers. Now, I will be honest, this is probably somewhat against terms of service, so do it at your own risk. But I know a lot of people that they'll have their friends ask questions like, are these Whole30 compliant? Now, I don't do this because I'm very public, so I make sure not to do anything that would be a little bit shady. But you can have your friends ask questions and then answer them. And that way, anybody that looks on your product listing, and if they have a question about your product, they'll go down here, because you got to keep in mind, most people on the internet love reading reviews. They love reading the questions and answer sections, but they're not going to ask the questions themselves. So if from day one you have a bunch of questions answered already, it'll help alleviate people's concern. Another little ninja hack is you can actually offer your product if they buy in bulk for a discount. I'll do a video about this in the future if you're interested in that, but basically you go into advertising, and then I believe you go into promotions, and there's a few other steps to set that up. But one other thing I want to mention, because I think it's so important, is reviews. Really, your goal, when people are looking for your product, when they're searching for your product, your goal is to get them to click on your product. And what do they look at? Let's look at this. They look at the main image, they look at your title, and they look at the reviews. And I would say the main image and the reviews are probably the two most important things. So I'll do a separate video if you guys are interested as well in that, talking in depth about how to get reviews. But I actually already did a video talking about my product launch strategy. And the key is try to build up your product and build up the audience for your product before you ever launch it, so that when you go to launch it from day one, you'll get a spike in sales, you'll get a spike in reviews, and Amazon will put your product to the top of the search results. And the biggest lesson I have for you is get started right now, because you can always change your title, you can always change your bullet points, you can always change your main image and all these kind of things like that. And even though it can be scary, trust me, this product right here, it's taken me a year and a half in production, in R&D to get ready. And I actually did a video, I'll link down below, talking about how I lost $15,000 in the manufacturing, the R&D for this product. And that's not even including my first round of production. So now that you have your listing set up, let me give you a quick overview of Amazon's Seller Central and show you some things that you might find really useful. To start out, when you log in, you're going to see a few different things here at the top. You're going to have how many marketplaces are currently being sold in. And in this case, we're selling in the United States, Canada, and Mexico, but we're not actually actively selling in Canada or Mexico. There's also the total number of open orders, which is 78 in this case, today's sales, any messages, any buyer messages, and these are messages that your customers might be sending to you. We have the number of buy box wins, which should be close to 100% if you're selling your own unique product. Sometimes this number dips down a little bit, but that's a more advanced topic. You're also going to see this, which is really important, which is restock inventory. And it'll tell you how many days of supplies are left. And in this case, it's only 8, which means that inventory is selling out really quickly and we probably need to restock as soon as possible. And it has the recommended number of quantity to send in, and it says a little over 1,000. So that is the basics of the home screen. But then if you come over here to the 3 lines, you're going to see all the different things that we are going to dive in deep to. Also over here, there is the gear icon, which has your account info, login settings, shipping settings, user permissions and histories, and a bunch of other things. And we'll go into that in more detail later. There's also here, if you do get messages from your customers or from technical support, it'll show up here. And you can click on that and you'll see any messages. There's no messages that require a response. Now, it's very important, if you do get messages from your customers, you're going to want to try to respond to those as soon as possible. Otherwise, sometimes Amazon will dock you some points. So let's go over here to the 3 lines. And one of the first things I like to look at is the inventory. So under inventory, you can go to manage FBA inventory, and this will show you the number of inventory that you currently have available. And right now we have no inventory left. I think we just recently had a bunch of sales, which led to inventory going out of stock, which is not good. You want to try to avoid that. You're also going to see the number of inbound inventory, which is 96, and the number of unfulfillable, which is 6, which is damaged inventory, and the number of reserved, which reserved could be a few different reasons. Usually reserved is because people purchased it, but it's not fully left the Amazon building yet. So they're going to be sending this out. Sometimes it's under reserved as well when they're transferring inventory from one Amazon warehouse to another. And I'll talk about later how to send in inventory to the Amazon warehouse. The next thing I'll actually want to show you, one of the most common things I do in Seller Central is I go and I look at the business reports. We can come in here and we can see what the sales have looked like so far. So let's look at the month to date sales. We're going to click apply and we can see so far this month, there's been over $17,000 worth of products sold and over 489 units of cocktail cards in this case that have been sold. And you can see that there was a huge spike, and that's probably part of the reason why we are about out of inventory. And so this also, these lines down here, you can see the red line is last month and the yellow line is the same month last year. So you can see last month is around 13,000. This month is around 17,000. So this month has been doing better than last month. And you can scroll up here. There's a lot more detailed reports that you can look through. You can look at the sales in traffic, for instance, and this will show you the total number of sales. I always like to view by week or by month. So let's look by week. So it'll show you the total number of sales, but it'll also show you things like total page views. So we can see that last week, or actually the first week of June Page views was at around 2,000. And then last week, it was around 4,000. So there's a lot more page views last week. You can also see things like the unit session percentage, which is basically your conversion rate, which means what percentage of people that came to your listing on Amazon actually made a purchase. And even though there was more traffic, the conversion rate was a little bit lower, but that's okay. It still ended up leading to more sales for that week. In the seller menu, there's also pricing. And this is really helpful if you're selling a wholesale product or if you're selling a retail arbitrage product. If you're selling products that you're competing with other people, the pricing and this whole thing is very helpful. But if you're selling your own unique product, you don't really need that. Orders is something that I find very interesting, especially if you're doing fulfilled by merchant, it's going to be helpful for you. But if you're doing fulfilled by Amazon, you don't really need to look at this. You can see that there's been 0 orders. And the reason there's been 0 orders is because this is 0 fulfilled by merchant orders. We don't need to do anything. If we scroll over and we look at view FBA orders, we will see all the different FBA orders. And you can go up here, and if you have the order ID for a certain order that you're looking for, you can paste it in. Sometimes customers will message you and they'll want some kind of a help. They'll want a refund or something like that. You can paste it in there. The next menu item is advertising. And I'm going to go into depth about this later in this video. But if you want to do Amazon PPC, you're going to go into Campaign Manager and you're going to go through, and I'll share all the details with you about that later in this video on how to set up PPC. The next item on the menu is stores and manage stores. And right now for cocktail cards, we don't have a store set up. We're eventually going to go in here and click create store. There's a lot of benefits to starting a store. But I mean, in my opinion, the most important thing to do is just get your product on Amazon and get sales on Amazon. But there is some benefits to actually starting a store. Under growth, it'll show growth opportunities and it'll show some advice on some potential sales lift. For instance, one of the things that's saying right here is that we have the potential to lift sales by over $5,000. And the way that we would do this is by creating better A+ content. Again, I'll be talking about what A+ content is later in the video, but it's basically a way for you to add images, videos, and other more rich content to your product page, which is going to make people more likely to buy your product. Another piece of advice it has for us is to set business to business discounts, and it says it can lift sales by around $200. We already talked about reports, but there's some other reports in here that are very helpful as well, like advertising reports, fulfillment reports, other more advanced topics. I will say though, the advertising report is necessary if you're doing Amazon PPC. Once a month or so, you're going to want to run some advertising reports. Here under performance, we can look at the account health. So let's take a look at that. And this will tell you the order defect rate. And so far it's been 0%. So of the last 743 orders, there's been 0 defects, which is good. No negative feedback, no A to Z guarantee claims, no chargeback claims. Overall, 0 major issues. So this will show you if there is ever problems. It'll show you what the problems are and how to solve them. You can also come in here and look at your feedback. And so far for this product, it's been, mostly 5-star reviews, all positive, except for this one person right here that did have a negative review. So we might want to try to find out who that person was, reach out to them and try to get them to fix their negative review. Under the menu, there's also the partner network and B2B. And I don't really use these two, but if you are looking to set business to business discounts, you can go in here and mess around with it. I honestly don't think it's really, depending on what your product you're selling is, I don't think it's worth your time to really go into depth about that. But I'm sure that there's people out there that have had a lot of success with this. Another thing I'll point out is this brands tab. You can go under brands analytics, and there's a bunch of different things in here that you can do. Manage experiments. You can do A/B test experiments, which is something we haven't really been doing that I want to start doing more of. You can also look at the brand dashboard here. And one thing that I absolutely think everyone should be doing that has a brand on Amazon is the brand referral bonus. This is a way that when you send traffic to your Amazon listing page, they actually give you back around 10%. Right here, that's the average bonus is 10%. So let's say you had a $50 item and you drove someone to your Amazon listing page to buy that item. Amazon's gonna give you a bonus of an extra $5, which helps to offset some of the Amazon FBA fees. The last thing on the menu is resources, and they have Seller University, forums, and news. I don't really go into these that often, but if you ever have questions, you can always go into the forums and ask them. Or you can go to the Facebook group. I'll put a link down below. I have a Facebook group for everyone that's part of my free Amazon FBA course, and you can join that by clicking the link down below. That is the basics of Amazon Seller Central. If you want me to do a dedicated video going over Amazon Seller Central, leave a comment down below. But one thing I highly recommend you do before you launch your product on Amazon is to get a trademark for your logo and apply for brand registry. To get a trademark for your brand, you're going to go to uspto.gov go under trademarks and click apply online. Now, before you apply for your trademark, you're going to want to go through and search the trademarks. You can search using this database and make sure that there's no one out there that has a competing trademark with you. And when you're ready to apply for your trademark, you're going to follow these steps down here. Now, one important tip is when you're applying for your trademark, I highly recommend doing an image mark and not a word mark, because an image mark is a lot easier to get trademarked than a word mark. A word mark is basically just you want to trademark the exact words. An image mark is you trademarking a certain image. And it's a lot harder to trademark certain words oftentimes than it is an image. And once you have your trademark, you'll go to brandservices.amazon.com and sign in and then click Get Started. And you're going to have to review some different eligibility requirements. And the requirements depend on where you live. You can click right here to see what the requirements are. In the United States, you need to have at least started a trademark application, and you can either have a text-based or an image-based mark. The next step is to click down here, Enroll Now, and pick the country that you'd like to enroll in. Then you'll go over and click Enroll a New Brand. To enroll your brand into Brand Registry, you'll need the trademark number, any images clearly showing the branding of your product, so like actually the physical product that you're trying to brand register. And if you have a vendor relationship with Amazon, you'll need to provide a vendor code, a sample list of ASINs that show your brand's product on ASIN. And since we already added our product into the Amazon Seller Central, and an ASIN is just Amazon's standard identification number, every product on Amazon has an ASIN. And so if you have more than one product you're selling on Amazon under this brand, then you're going to want to collect all the ASINs for that and have that ready. The last thing you'll need is information on the countries where you distribute your product. So if you're just selling in the United States, that'll just be in the United States. Then you'll click Enroll Your Brand and you'll fill out all this information. Now that you're ready to start selling on Amazon, you need to ship your inventory into Amazon's warehouse. And I did an in-depth video showing you step-by-step how to actually send your inventory into Amazon's warehouse. The first step to send inventory into the Amazon FBA warehouse is to sign up for a seller account. You can go to sell.amazon.com to sign up for your seller account. Once you have a seller account, you're going to go ahead and log in. The second step is to make sure that the item that you want to send into the Amazon warehouse is listed under your Manage FBA inventory. If it's not, you're going to go to Inventory and click Add a Product. If you need help with these first two steps, I created this video that goes in depth about how to create your Amazon FBA account. And I also created this video about how to add your first product onto Amazon. But once you've added your product into Amazon, you're going to go to Inventory and click on Manage Inventory. You're then going to scroll down and find the product that you want to send into the Amazon warehouse and click on this little drop down next to the edit button. You'll then select Send/Replenish Inventory. Now, if you don't see this option, it may be because you are currently fulfilled by merchant and you'll need to switch that. And the way to change that is to click a button that says Change to Fulfilled by Amazon. And for this video, I'm going to be using Vino cards as an example. And this is actually my girlfriend Ariana's product. I taught her how to create a product that she's passionate about and sell it on Amazon. So we're going to click here and we're going to click Send and Replenish Inventory. And make sure to like this video because throughout this video, I'm going to be talking about the top 5 mistakes that beginner Amazon sellers make when sending their products into the Amazon warehouse. And these mistakes can cost you thousands of dollars, but by watching this video till the end, you'll learn how to avoid all the most common mistakes that a lot of new sellers make. And the first mistake is selecting the wrong ship from address. Now I'm going to blur out what our ship from address is, but you always want to check this and make sure it's correct. I've made mistakes of using old addresses, and the way to change this is to click here, Ship from Another Address. You can then click Add Contact and put a new address here. Now this is really important because if you're shipping from your manufacturer's address, you'll want to put their address instead of your own personal address. Now here's a hack that could save you a lot of money. If you're shipping products from China directly into the Amazon warehouse, you might want to find an address that you can use that's located in California as your ship from address. This way, when you're sending products from a Chinese manufacturer into an Amazon warehouse, Amazon's going to pick a warehouse that is in California, which will save you money because if, for instance, they told you to ship your products into a warehouse that was in the middle of the United States, you'd have to pay more for shipping fees because you'd have to pay for the trucking fees from a California port all the way over into the middle of the country. Now, technically, this is against Amazon's rules, so do it at your own risk, but I know a lot of people that have done this and have had a lot of success and saved a lot of money doing it. The next thing you'll look at is the marketplace destination. For most people watching this video, it's probably going to be in the United States. If you're shipping into a marketplace that's not the United States, select the correct marketplace. After that, we can look at the fulfillment capability. If you're planning on just selling your products on Amazon, then you're going to want to select standard fulfillment by Amazon. However, if you're looking to sell products on your own website and you want Amazon to be able to ship out the products for you, you're going to want to select a blank box. Now, if you're selling both on Amazon and on your own website and you're going to have Amazon ship out the products for both, you can do a mixture of both. Again, for most people, if you're just selling on Amazon, click standard fulfillment by Amazon. Now we're going to scroll down here, and since Ariana has already shipped products before, she already has a template here. If this is your first time shipping a product on Amazon, you're not going to already have a template. You're going to need to create a new case pack template. And before I get into that, it's important to explain that a case in this scenario is a box that holds multiple units of the product that you're sending into Amazon. And for Vino cards, we use the same boxes that the manufacturer shipped the Vino cards product to us in. But if you don't have boxes, you can go into your local Walmart or order them from Amazon, or one of my favorite places to order boxes at a discount is uline.com. When picking a box that you will use as a case to ship your units into the Amazon warehouse, there are some requirements. You need to make sure that no side is longer than 25 inches. And once you put all your units into the box, you need to make sure that it's not going to weigh over 50 pounds. You also want to make sure that all the units that you're going to put into the box will fit as snugly as possible so they don't wiggle or get damaged during shipping. There are some other recommendations on Amazon's website, and I'll put a link to all the recommendations down below. And we're going to give this template a name. So I'm going to call this Vino Cards Test. And then we're going to have to select the number of units per box. And this is the number of her actual units that she sells in every box that she sends into Amazon. And we put 16 into every case that we send into Amazon. You're then going to take out a ruler and measure all three sides of the box. And for her product, it's 14.4 by 11.6 by 11.8 inches. Then you're going to take the case with all the units in it and all the tape on it and weigh it and see how much it weighs. I do have a link to a scale that you can buy to weigh all the products that you're going to be selling on Amazon. I'll put the link to that down below in the description. You also need to fill out what your prep category is. And this product has no extra prep needed, but you're going to click on here and you're going to see if any of these categories apply to you. If your product is adult, if it's apparel or hanger, apparel, fabric, plush, baby products, fragile/glass, liquids, perforated packaging, powder, sharp, or small, there's extra prep that needs to be added to your package. Now, this product that we're selling, none of these things apply, so we're going to click no prep needed. And then we're going to click save. The last thing we need to fill out for this template is to answer who's going to label the units. And if you plan on doing it, or if you plan on having your manufacturer label the units, you're going to select by seller. On the other hand, if you want Amazon to label the units, you're going to select Amazon, but there is a 55-cent per unit fee, and it's very easy to label your products. What this is referencing is there's a little sticker that you're going to need to put on every single product that you sell on Amazon. This is usually the FN SKU. And I'll talk about that more later in this video, but I highly recommend just selecting by seller and either having your manufacturer do this for you or for you to do it yourself. Once we're done with the template, we're going to click save and we're going to come to this screen. And we're going to say, how many boxes are we sending into Amazon? And this is the cases is what they mean here. So we're sending in 5 cases. Each has 16 units in there. And so it's a total of 80 units. And then we're going to click ready to send. The next step is to click confirm and continue. But before I do that, I want to tell you about the second mistake that I see a lot of Amazon sellers making, and that's not properly prepping the products that they're going to send into Amazon. Now, the prep is different for different categories. So if your product falls under one of the categories we talked about where prep is needed, I recommend you do the research and find out what you need to do to prep your specific item. And different types of prep are needed depending on the category, but I'll put a link down below to an article that goes over how you need to prep your product depending on which of the prep needed categories it falls into. Another mistake I see beginning Amazon sellers make is they don't properly label the products they're going to be sending into Amazon. So what you want to do is you'll click on this print all SKU labels, and it'll give you different options on how to print the labels. Now, the most common one in the United States is this 30-up labels. You can actually buy sticker paper on Amazon to be able to print out the FN SKU labels. I'll put a link to the labels that I recommend down below. But you'll click on this and you'll click print all. You'll then download the labels, and when you open it up, this is what it shows here. And this number is your FN SKU. This is how Amazon tracks the products that you're sending into Amazon and identifies that product as your specific product that you're selling on Amazon. Down here is the name of the product that you're selling, and the condition, which in this case is new. A lot of my Amazon FBA students get confused on what's the difference between the FN SKU and the UPC code. A UPC code is a barcode that all products have. It's the universal product code. And you do need a UPC code to be able to sell a product on Amazon. And this is because Amazon wants to know that the product you're selling on their website is a real product, a legitimate product, and it's just one extra hoop that you need to go through if you're going to sell a product on Amazon. So you do need to get a UPC code. But oftentimes, the barcode that is on the actual product that you're sending into the Amazon FBA warehouse needs to be this FN SKU. So you just need to have a UPC code so Amazon knows that your product's legitimate, but on the actual product itself, this is the barcode you want. Now, if your product is brand registered, you can sometimes send your product in just with the UPC barcode printed on the product. You don't actually need the FN SKU. Another thing to note is that if you ask, a lot of times your manufacturer will add stickers of the FN SKU onto your product. Another idea that I've actually done with a lot of my products is print the FN SKU directly on the product. That'll save you money on having to do stickers every single time. So if you don't already have your FN SKU printed on the product, you'll want to print out these stickers and attach it to the products that you're sending into the Amazon warehouse. You're then going to go into confirm shipping. We're going to view this down here and we're going to select a ship date. And I'm going to select Wednesday as the ship date. Now there's two different options that Amazon gives you here. They give you the small parcel delivery, which is what we're selecting, but they also give you the option of less than truckload. And you'll select this option if you're planning on dropping the boxes off at UPS, or basically if you're just sending small amounts of your item. On the other hand, if you're sending a whole pallet of your product into the Amazon warehouse, you're going to select the less than truckload. And this is another mistake I see people making. If you are sending a lot of your product into the Amazon warehouse, don't keep doing small parcel delivery. Start doing an entire pallet. And this is how I used to send my product, Performance Nut Butter, into the Amazon warehouse. We'd send in 1,000 units at a time. And if you're sending in that many units, you can actually schedule a truck to come to your house with a lift gate and pick up the entire pallet from your house or from your warehouse. And if you're sending in a lot of inventory, this will cut your shipping costs in half. But I do want to note that generally speaking, it's relatively inexpensive to send your products into the Amazon warehouse. And that's because you're using Amazon's discounted UPS shipping rates. So we're sending in 5 boxes and it's only costing us about $40. And the total weight of that is $140. If you were to try to do that yourself, it's going to be a lot more expensive. And if you want to use a shipping service other than UPS, you can, but remember it's going to be a lot more expensive. If you want to do that, you would click on this option here. You'd click on which service you're going to use, DHL, FedEx, USPS, or another one. But generally speaking, if you can, I recommend using UPS. I do also want to note that if you select less than truckload as your shipping option, you're not going to be using UPS. Amazon's going to connect you with a local trucking company, and that process is a little bit different. That's something I talk about in much more depth in my Amazon FBA program, the Passion Product Formula. I'll put a link to that down below. But for most people watching this video, you're just going to be doing small parcel delivery, and you're going to select UPS as your carrier. And once you've done that, you're going to click Accept Charges and Confirm Shipping. You're then going to need to print out the box labels. And these are the labels that you're going to put on the outside of the cases that you're sending into Amazon. And you're going to get 2 labels. The first one is the UPS label here. And this is the label for UPS to scan in your package and to be able to track your package. And there's a few things that you're going to want to look at here to make sure everything's okay. The first is that the weight's correct, because if you accidentally put your weight to be lower than your actual weight of the box that you're shipping, sometimes UPS will ding you. This can cause a lot of issues. This is another mistake that a lot of Amazon sellers make. Same thing when you're looking at the dimensions of the box that you're shipping in. You're going to want to look at this and make sure that this is correct. Now they rounded up the numbers here to 14 by 12 by 12. You're also going to attach to the same box that you put the first label on, this second label over here. And this is the Amazon FBA Box ID label. The purpose of this label is when you ship it into the Amazon Fulfillment Center, Amazon will scan this label and know exactly where your package is in the warehouse. And every time your package moves around the warehouse, they're going to scan this label. So this is a very important label. Please leave this label uncovered. Basically, don't put any tape over the parts that need to be scanned, because sometimes that can cause some issues. On this label, you're going to want to make sure that your ship from and your ship to address are correct, and that your ship to address over here matches the ship to address over here. And you see that I have 5 pages here, and these 5 pages correspond to the 5 boxes. Another interesting thing to note is the ship to address on these 2 labels is actually different than the ship to address on these two labels. And that's because Amazon's sending your packages into different Amazon FBA warehouses. You can then print out these labels using sticker paper, or if you prefer instead, you can use regular paper and then just cut out the labels and use tape to attach it to the big boxes that you have that will carry your individual units. In this scenario, we have the big master case that holds 16 units of Ariana's product, Vino cards. We'll put all 16 units in that box, and then we will attach both these labels to a box. We will have 5 boxes in total, all with 2 labels on them. You can then take your boxes to your local UPS store and drop them off. Or if you prefer, you can actually schedule UPS to come pick up the boxes from your house, which can be really beneficial, especially if you don't live close by to a UPS store. Once you've sent your products into the Amazon warehouse, you can track them and see the status of them by going to Inventory, Manage FBA Shipments. In here, you'll see the shipment name, when it was created, and when it was last updated. You'll also see where it was shipped to. In this case, it's multiple destinations, but sometimes it's just one destination. You'll also see the number of SKUs, and SKUs stands for stock keeping units. It's how many different types of products you're sending in. In this case, it's just one type of product. The units expected and the units received. And there's a discrepancy here, and we're gonna do a little bit of digging and figure out why that is. It said that they expected 80 units, but so far they've only received 48. That's not necessarily bad. And we can see by the status that it's still in receiving. So receiving means that it's already been sent to the warehouse. They already started receiving it, but they're still kind of unpacking everything. Now we can click over here on the shipment name to get a little bit more details and to see the entire status. So we see when the shipment was created, and it wasn't shipped out until June 16th, which is accurate. And we can see here it was delivered a few days ago, and then it was checked in. And as of right now, it's still in receiving. And it goes on to say that Amazon will confirm the receipt of all units in your shipment on or before August 14th. So there's still some time before then. And sometimes it does take Amazon some time to check in all the inventory. That's why I always recommend, if you're about to run out of inventory, to send in your inventory as soon as possible, because sometimes it does take Amazon a little while to check in all that inventory. Same thing if you're planning on launching a product on a certain day, make sure that you send your products into the Amazon warehouse way ahead of time. There's also in the past been a lot of issues during the holiday season. Sometimes it's taken Amazon up to 6 weeks to check in all my inventory. So make sure and be careful about that. And under the status tab, there's a few different things that you might commonly see. And Amazon has a list of them that I'll put in a link down below, along with the definition of what the different statuses mean. Some common ones that you might see are in transit, which means that it's going to the Amazon warehouse. Delivered, which means it was delivered to the Amazon warehouse, but no one from Amazon has actually checked it in. Checked in, meaning that they've acknowledged that they do have your products checked in, but they haven't really opened them up yet and they haven't started receiving the actual items. Receiving, which means that they're in the process of cutting open the boxes and actually checking in the individual units into the Amazon warehouse. And closed. Once all your units have been checked in and accounted for, the shipping plan will be closed. And in the shipment summary, if you go to shipment events, you'll actually see the entire timeline of everything that is happening. And something to look out for is sometimes there will be discrepancies. For instance, you'll send in a certain number of units and they'll say that, hey, we didn't receive all those units. In this case, we said we sent in 582 units. They said that they only located 573, saying that 9 are missing. You can actually upload documents and follow up and show Amazon that you actually did send in all the units that you said you did. And if you submit sufficient amount of proof, they will actually credit you for the difference between the amount of units that you said you sent in and the amount of units that they received, if they really do believe that you sent in the real amount. Because sometimes in the Amazon warehouse, units get lost or damaged. Another thing I want to mention is if you're sending in an entire pallet full of your product, you're going to have to go into the individual shipment summary and print out a BOL. BOL stands for Bill of Lading. It's a piece of paper that you're gonna have to give to the truck driver when he comes to your house to pick up the pallet. This just verifies that he's picking up the correct pallet. Now, there has been times for me where I had not printed out this paper and they don't really care. They still pick up the pallet, but sometimes this can cause issues and sometimes you'll be charged a little bit extra of a fee. And when the truck driver picks up the pallet, he will also give you a receipt. Make sure you put that receipt in a safe place, because if your units get lost, this is proof that you actually did send in that that entire pallet. And it happened to me one time that Amazon lost an entire pallet of mine and I had misplaced that receipt. And so it took a month or two. They eventually did locate the pallet, but for a month or two, I just assumed that they lost the pallet and I was going to lose that money. And it was my fault because I had lost that receipt. So be very careful about that. Another important thing to note is on the bill of lading will be the information about which trucking company is going to be coming to your house or your warehouse to pick up your pallet. I highly recommend calling that trucking company because sometimes they actually need you to schedule a time. Also, if they're picking up the pallet from your house, you need to call them and let them know that it's a residential address because they're going to send a smaller truck. Same thing, if you don't have a forklift, if you don't have any way to actually get it on the truck, you're going to need to let them know about that as well and tell them that they need to bring a truck that has a lift gate. And a lift gate is a way to get the pallet onto the truck. There is one more mistake that new Amazon sellers make when sending in inventory, and that's sending in too much or too little of their inventory. And if you send in too much inventory into the Amazon warehouse, your inventory just sits in the Amazon warehouse. And Amazon actually charges you a monthly storage fee. So you want to be very careful that you don't send in too much inventory. On top of that, they have long-term storage fees. If your inventory is sitting in there for more than 6 months, they start charging you even more money. So you want to be really careful when you're sending in inventory that you're not sending in way too much. On the flip side, if you send in too little, this can also be a problem because if you start to have a lot of sales for your product on Amazon and you run out of inventory and you're out of stock, this could cause issues. This can actually cause Amazon to blacklist you or to at least lower the rank of your product. Because if Amazon sees that you're running out of inventory, they're going to think that you're not a reliable company and they're going to put you lower in the search results, which is going to lead to less sales for you. So how do you know how much inventory to send into the Amazon warehouse? I generally recommend sending 3 to 6 months worth of inventory into the warehouse. This way you don't run into any kind of long-term storage fees, and if your products start to sell really quickly, you can send more inventory in before you run out of stock. Now that you have your product in the Amazon warehouse, it's time to launch your product on Amazon. And I'm going to share an in-depth guide on how to properly launch your product on Amazon. And this is one of the most important things that so many people forget about, so many people skip. And if you do this properly, I can pretty much guarantee that you're going to have success on Amazon. And I filmed this next video back before I painted the wall and before I adjusted my camera and my lights. So let me know in the comments down below if you prefer the new studio setup or if you like the old yellow wall. And using these Amazon FBA launch strategies, you're going to get sales for your Amazon FBA product from day one. And I've used these 10 techniques to launch a lot of products on Amazon, including one product that I launched on Amazon that got over $11,000 in sales on the first day of launching the product. And this is going to be a complete guide on how to actually launch your product with Amazon FBA. And the first technique I'm going to share with you is how to use social media to get a lot of people following you, following your product, and ultimately getting them from social media to your Amazon page so that they'll purchase your product. And your goal when you're selling a product on Amazon is to try to get your product to the top of the search results because the products that are on the top of the search results get the most sales. The second secret to launching your product on Amazon is to create an email list for people that are interested in buying your product. And I'm going to show you how to get people to join your email list and how to properly use your email list. The third launch secret is to use a Facebook group. This is something I haven't heard anybody else talk about, and it's crazy because it's so powerful. Basically, you get people that are interested in buying your product to join a Facebook group before you launch your product on Amazon. The fourth launch technique I'm going to share with you is how to use influencers to help you to drive traffic to your Amazon product. And all you have to do is send them one of your products for free and they'll post about it, share it with their audience. Their audience is then going to go and purchase your product. And later in this video, I'm going to show you how to find influencers that want to promote your product. I'm even going to show you a brand new technique, secret number 5, which is Amazon Live. So this is a new thing that just came out recently. Influencers go to the Amazon website, they create a live stream where they talk about different products that they're excited about on Amazon. And you can get influencers to talk about your product with Amazon Live. This is an extremely powerful tool because the customers are watching an influencer live and all they have to do is click a button and then they can purchase your product. And one of the best tools to find influencers to promote your product is Rebate. And they are actually the sponsor of today's video. It's a powerful tool that'll help you to find influencers that will talk about your product on Amazon Live, but you can also find influencers and they'll talk about your product on YouTube, on Instagram, and a bunch of other platforms. I'm going to do an in-depth tutorial of rebate later in this video. Technique number 7 is to do giveaways, search, find, buy, and ultimately just get as many people as possible buying your product and leaving 5-star reviews. Launch technique number 8 that I'm going to be talking about is how to use Amazon PPC. And a lot of people right now, as soon as they launch their product, they're going to use PPC to get a ton of sales to their product. And this can work. There are some downsides to this though, because if you're sending a lot of PPC traffic to a product that doesn't have any reviews, your conversion rate is not going to be as high. That being said, Amazon PPC is actually the easiest way to get to the top of the search results right away. All you have to do is give Amazon a little bit of money, because Amazon PPC stands for pay per click. And basically you pay every time someone clicks on your advertising. But the benefit of Amazon PPC is immediately you can get to the top of the search results for whatever search phrase that you want to appear at the top of the search results for. Secret number 9, I'm going to share with you some of the best internet marketing principles out there. If you watch any part of this video, this is going to be the most important part of this video. And there's 6 principles of influence on how to actually convince people to click the buy button on your product. And I'm going to talk about those in depth. And number 10, at the very end of this video, I'm going to share with you the 80-20 of launching your product. If you only could do a couple of these different techniques, what would they be and why? First off, make sure you hit the like button, because this video has taken me 10 years to create. It's all my secrets condensed down into one video. And here's the biggest thing to remember from this entire video is that you want to get as many sales on day 1 as possible. And this is the exact technique that I used to launch my first passion product, where within 2 months of launching my product on Amazon, I was doing $10,000 in profit per month, which if you do the math, that's over $100,000 in profit per year. And I teach all this information in even more depth in my Amazon FBA program that I'll put a link to down below if you want to get on the wait list. And the first technique that so many people forget about and so many people overlook is, as I mentioned, social media. And this is one of the easiest ways to build an audience for your product before you launch it on Amazon. And we have a bunch of different social media platforms. We have Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Pinterest, Snapchat, TikTok, and podcasting, and a bunch of other ones that I'm missing. But let me tell you what I think are the best social media platforms. And right now, I personally think that TikTok is the easiest thing I've ever seen to get a lot of views, a lot of marketing on your product, and that's ultimately going to lead to a lot of sales. AJ used TikTok to market his product, and that ended up leading to him doing over $140,000 in sales just in his first 3 months launching cocktail cards on Amazon. So what you can do is you can start posting videos on TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook, or you can use any platform that you prefer. Maybe you prefer to do YouTube videos, which is another very powerful tool that you can use. Or if you want, you can do things like podcasting. Now, another option, if you don't want to grow your own social media, is you can do collabs with other brands, with other businesses, or as I'll mention later in this video, with influencers as well. Once you start getting a lot of people viewing your TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, whatever it is, your goal is to get them to join an email list, which will be a wait list for your product. And the way to do this is to add a link to your Instagram bio, your TikTok bio, or if it's a YouTube, you can always put links down in the description. Podcast, same thing. Just tell them what the link is to join the email list. Now, the reason this is so important is because you're going to be hyping them up. You're going to be getting them excited. So a month, 2 months, 3 months before you launch your product, you're going to be engaging with these people, sending out emails, letting them know that your product is coming. And on the day that you actually launch your product on Amazon, you're going to send out an email letting them know the product is live with a link so that they can easily click on that link and go purchase your product. And let me show you a powerful way to build an email list if you don't want to do social media, and that's to use rebate.com. And the first thing you're going to do is click the link down below to sign up for Rebate. It's free to sign up, but there are some charges like once you start using some of the features. And what you can do is you can run a sweepstakes campaign. And this allows you to grow your email list. And you're going to click right here. And let me show you what a live example of what this looks like. So this is what your potential customers are going to see. They're going to see when, whatever your product is, and all they have to do is put in their email address. So this is an extremely powerful way for you to grow your email list. And it's very easy to set up. You just got to put the name, put the title, put an image right here of the product that you're going to be giving away and some other information. So if you're looking for an easy way to grow your email list, I highly recommend checking out Rebate by clicking on the link down below. Technique number 3 is to start a Facebook group. And this is a hack that I learned because it's hard to get people to see your posts in Facebook. But if they're part of a group and you post in that group, Facebook is much more likely to recommend those posts in the Facebook group. Another thing that's really important about this is you start to build a community. You can post questions in there. You can ask people, hey guys, this is what my product looks like. What do you guys think? And people are going to comment and give you feedback and suggestions. And ultimately, it's going to lead to you creating a better product. And I think a Facebook group is a lot more powerful than just an email list. The problem with an email list is it's not interactive. It's not really a community. A Facebook group starts to have this feeling of community. Secret technique number 4 is to use influencers. There's a lot of people online that have built up really big social media followings. There's a reason they call people with large social media accounts influencers. It's because they can influence people to do things like buy your product. So the first question is, how do you find influencers? Well, I recommend going to Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok and searching for your relevant niche, your relevant field. Then you can find a lot of people and start messaging them and ask them, hey, if I sent you a free product, would you be willing to post a photo or a video talking about my product? And a lot of people will say yes. Now, the sweet spot with influencer marketing, if you're trying to do it for free, is to find someone that has a following of around 5,000 to 10,000 people. Because at that point, they're still new to the game. They probably have a small dedicated audience, and they're small enough that they're not going to ask you to pay them. Now, sometimes it is worth it to pay people to post about your product, especially if they have really large audiences. Now, another secret to connecting with these influencers is to use what I call spotlight marketing. You can create a podcast and you can ask these people if they want to come on your podcast. Then you can develop a relationship with these influencers, and they're much more likely to promote your product for free if they actually have a relationship with you. Now I want to share with you one of the newest launch strategies out there, and that's to use Amazon Live. And so here's what Amazon Live looks like. You can see that we have a person right here talking about the dresses that she loves. Now you can have influencers talk about your product live on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, but the thing that's so powerful about using Amazon Live is that people can just in one click purchase your product. So this is an untapped marketing strategy right now. And today's sponsor, Rebate, makes it very easy to find Amazon Live influencers to promote your product. And let me show you how to do that. First thing you're going to do, if you haven't already, is click on the link down below to sign up for Rebate. Again, it's free to sign up, but once you've signed up, you're going to click right here and click on Influencer Campaign. And the first thing it's going to ask you is, what marketplace will this campaign link to? For us, obviously, it's going to be Amazon. We're going to click on Next Step. Then it's going to ask, what channel would you prefer your influencer to be on? And for this video, we're going to do Amazon Live, but you can also pick TikTok, Instagram, or YouTube. So this can help you to find influencers on pretty much any social media platform. So we're going to click on Amazon Live because that's where we want to promote our product. Then Rebate asks you which category best describes your product. For the purposes of this video, let's just say home and kitchen. We can use cocktail cards as an example. Then it's going to ask you what's the goal of your campaign. Now, since we're using this to launch a product, we're going to click Launch a Product. Though, if you have a special deal, you can use Advertise a Deal, or you could use this program to build a customer base or expand your customer base. But I think this is especially powerful if you're going to launch a product. So we're going to click Next. And now it shows you a bunch of different influencers in that category that could promote your product. And we see that this person has over 1 million followers, but it's going to cost around $2,500. This person has 600,000 followers. It's going to cost around $600 to hire them to do an Amazon Live. The only issue is we have to upgrade the account if we want to actually hire an influencer. So if we click upgrade, we can see that there's different pricing tiers here, including a custom one. So if you wanted to upgrade just to the startup plan, it's $79 a month, and it allows you to hire one influencer for a campaign. Now, Rebate has a bunch of other features as well that I haven't even talked about in this video, including it allows customers to use a rebate redemption, which will help you to get sales for your Amazon product. So if you are looking to find an influencer for Amazon Live, this tool makes it a lot easier. Again, there's a link in the description down below if you're interested in checking it out for free. Technique number 7 is just to do whatever you can to get sales to your product and ultimately to get reviews. I know one person in particular that would just go to bars and pubs and coffee shops and start talking to people and say, hey, if you buy my products, I will give it to you for free. I'll send you a PayPal or a Venmo right now, like just buy it right now and I'll send you the money and just promise me that you're actually going to leave a 5-star review. Another thing that a lot of people do, which is technically against the terms of service, is they get friends or family members to leave reviews. Now, this can get you banned if you're not careful. You need to make sure if someone's buying your product on Amazon and leaving a review that you've never shared an internet connection with them, meaning that you've never logged on with your Amazon seller account to a Wi-Fi or a network that they have also logged in with their Amazon buyer account. But I know a lot of people that will ask their friends to buy it and leave a review, and usually this is absolutely fine. The ideal way to do this is to have them actually to search whatever keyword you want to rank for, have them search that in Amazon and then buy the product. So if we were trying to do this for cocktail cards, we'd have people search cocktail flashcards, go through, buy the product, leave a review, and then ultimately Amazon's going to see that a lot of people, when they search for cocktail flashcards, go and they buy the cocktail cards product, and Amazon's going to say, hey, so many people are buying this and leaving a 5-star review. We should put this product at the top of the search results for that search phrase. So get creative. I've heard of a ton of different ways of people going out and getting people to buy the product and leave a review. Again, this is a little bit gray hat and Amazon kind of frowns upon it, but please be aware if you're going to use this strategy that technically it is against the terms and service. So Amazon could technically shut down your account, but it almost never happens for this kind of a thing. Technique number 8 is using Amazon PPC. And I have a full Amazon PPC tutorial I'll link up here and down below. But at a minimum, when you're launching your product, you can set up the Amazon automatic campaign. This allows Amazon to promote your product to who it thinks is likely to buy your product. Again, PPC stands for pay per click. You only pay when someone clicks on your ad. So just because someone's seeing your ad doesn't mean anything. Unless they click on it, you're not going to pay. And if they click on it, the chances are that they're going to buy your product. So that's going to lead to you getting sales. And then Amazon's going to see that you're getting a bunch of sales and put your product higher up on the search results. And now let's talk about what I think is probably the most important part of this entire video, and that is the 6 principles of influence. And this comes from the book Influence by Robert Cialdini, and he has studied how people can motivate people, how people can influence people to do things for years and years, and he came up with these 6 principles. And the first one is reciprocity. As humans, if someone does something nice for us, we feel obligated, we feel compelled to do something nice for them. And you're going to want to use this principle when you're launching your product. So think about what can you do? What's something nice you could do for your customers? Something small you can give to them that's going to make them want to ultimately buy your product. Another way of looking at this is maybe you can do something nice for an influencer that's going to make them want to promote your product. Now be careful with influence. These principles can be used for good or bad. So make sure when you're using these principles that you're doing it from a healthy and a good place. Principle number 2 is scarcity. As humans, we want things that are scarce. If tomorrow there was a gold bar on every single person's front doorstep, gold wouldn't seem so valuable. The reason gold is so valuable is because it's scarce. So when you're selling your product on Amazon, one thing that you could do is make it so that only 200 are available at a discounted rate. And you can tell your email list, you can tell your social media, you can tell everybody there's only going to be 200 available at this discounted rate, and that once those sell off, the price is going to go back to normal. The third principle is authority. And as humans, when someone that's in a position of authority tells us that we should buy something, that we should do something, we're much more likely to do it. This is another reason why you should hire or use influencers to promote your product. Influence principle number 4 is consistency. As humans, we're likely to do things that we have done before again and again. And if we make a commitment saying that we're going to do something, we're much more likely to actually follow through. And so one way to use this principle to your advantage is get people to join a Facebook group, get people to interact in the Facebook group, because if they're interacting in the Facebook group, they're much more likely to actually purchase your product when it comes out, because they're going to feel like that they need to stay consistent with their behavior. Principle number 5 is liking. We're much more likely to buy something from someone we like. So one of the most powerful things you can do is introduce yourself to your audience, introduce yourself to your social media following, to your email list, maybe even make an About Us video. You can also post About Us videos on your Amazon page. Principle number 6 is consensus, also known as social proof. When a lot of other people like something, as humans, we automatically think that we should also like it. And one of the ways that you can use this is to get influencers talking about your product. You can also get other people in your Facebook group or on your email list talking about how cool your product is. You can share real stories of people that have tried your product. And ultimately, if you utilize all 6 of these principles, you're much more likely to have success with launching a product on Amazon. But the question is, what is the 80-20? If you could only do a few of these things, what are the most powerful things? Well, I think no matter what, you want to get some kind of social media. You can use influencers or you can do it yourself. Then you want to get people on an email list and try to establish some kind of a connection. And lastly, when launching your product, you want to make sure that there's some kind of scarcity. Let people know that there's only 200 products available at the discounted rate, or say that the discount's only going to last 1 week. If you are interested in using rebate, there's a link down below to sign up, and this tool can help you to launch your product on Amazon. I'll put that link down below. Once you've launched your product, one of the best things that you can do to continue to increase your sales is to use Amazon PPC. And I recorded this complete Amazon PPC tutorial to show you how to increase your sales on Amazon. There's 5 steps to setting up advertising with Amazon. And I've used Amazon PPC to start and grow a $1 million Amazon business. And Amazon advertising works. Last year, businesses spent over $10 billion on ads with Amazon advertising. And the thing is, in the US, 66% of all people that are searching for a product online start their search on Amazon. So if you're trying to sell a product, you should advertise on Amazon. And on average, for every $1 that a business spends with Amazon advertising, they get $4 back in revenue. This is a 4x ROI. This is a great opportunity. And this is going to be the most in-depth Amazon advertising tutorial out there. On top of showing you all the different steps for setting up your ads, I'm also going to give you a free Amazon PPC checklist. I'm also going to show you my secret Amazon PPC campaign that if you run can make you an 8x ROI, meaning for every $1 you spend, you'll get $8 in sales. After that, I'm going to show you my secret tool for finding profitable keywords to target on Amazon, as well as how to optimize your Amazon listing so that you'll get more sales, which allows you to spend more money on advertising and ultimately to make more money. But if that's not enough, I'm going to share with you how to get a free coupon to give you free money to spend with Amazon ads. And if you're going to be spending money with Amazon PPC, use this method and you'll be able to get free flights around the world. It's a cool hack that I'll talk about later in this video. Now I'm going to be talking about how much Amazon advertising costs throughout this video. But at the end of this video, I'm also going to be doing a complete FAQ, answering all the most common questions people have when it comes to advertising on Amazon. But if you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the comments down below, and I'm going to try my best to answer every single one. Now I'm going to share with you how you can set up your first ad with Amazon ads in just 5 minutes. It's so quick and easy to do, as well as all the different steps to setting up Amazon advertising. So now let's put 5 minutes on the clock, and I'm going to show you how to set up your first ad with Amazon Ads Campaign Manager in under 5 minutes. So let's get started. The first step here is to go to Advertising Campaign Manager. You'll click on that. So for this, we're gonna go click on Create Campaign. And then we're gonna click on Sponsored Products. Now this video is gonna be mostly talking about sponsored products. There's also sponsored brands and sponsored display, which I'll explain what those are later in this video. But for right now, just click on Continue with Sponsored Products. And this is the most popular form of advertising on Amazon. And we'll call this campaign Automatic. As far as the daily budget, we're just gonna say $5. And I recommend spending at least $5. And honestly, the more money you spend, the faster you're gonna get data and the faster you can optimize your ad. And ultimately, the sooner you're gonna start making money with Amazon ads. But this is completely up to you. If you wanna start out with $5 a day, that's totally okay. Now, as far as targeting, we're gonna do automatic targeting. Later in this video, I'm gonna show you how to do manual targeting, which could be more profitable in the long run. In fact, it probably is more profitable in the long run. But to start, automatic targeting is usually the best because this is gonna let Amazon advertise your product in the best way it thinks is possible. And so if you don't know what keywords to target, this is a good way to start. And even if you do, this is a good way to get lots of different data from Amazon. Now for campaign bidding strategy, I like to do dynamic bids up and down. This allows Amazon to raise your bids a little bit if it thinks it's more likely to result in a sale, and lower them a little bit if it doesn't think it's gonna result in a sale. Now, if you wanna be really careful, you can always do fixed bids or dynamic bids down only, but that's up to you. And there's some other more advanced stuff we can talk about later in this video. Now we're gonna name the ad group. And the way it works is you have a campaign, and then under that campaign, you can have multiple ad groups. And in the campaign, you're setting information like daily budget and this different bidding information and a few other things. But then under the ad groups, you put even more targeting information. So this allows you to organize your ads a little bit easier. If you want, every campaign could just have one ad group, or you could have one campaign that has multiple ad groups. Different people have different recommendations when it comes to this. So we're gonna call this this ad group close match, and we're gonna add the product that we're gonna be advertising. And so this is Vino cards. Now, if you wanted to, right now, we could pretty much click launch campaign and you'd be ready to go. You'd be ready to set up your first automatic campaign. But I'm gonna show you a secret that's gonna save you a lot of money. Instead of just setting a default bid here of 75 cents, first off, usually I would recommend going with whatever their suggested bid is just to start, and you can raise or lower that over time. But instead of just even doing this, we're gonna set bids by targeting group. Now there's 4 different ways to set up targeting with automatic ads. There's close match, loose match, substitutes, and complements. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn off all the different targeting except for close match to start. And we're actually gonna set up different ad groups for each one of these different targeting groups. Now let me explain what these different targeting groups are. So close match basically will show your ad to shoppers that are searching for something that closely matches your product. So for instance, with Vino cards, they'd probably be searching for wine flashcards. That's a very close match. Now you can look at the different examples here, and they say that if your product is Doppler 400 count cotton sheets, we'll show an ad when shoppers search for terms like cotton sheets and 400 count sheets, very closely matching your product with the customer search. Loose match is a little bit looser, as you would imagine. So if your ad again is the Doppler 400 count cotton sheets, they would show your ad when someone searches for bed sheets or bath towels. Very different and probably not gonna be as profitable. You can also set up targeting for substitutes. So again, using the same example, if someone searches for 300 count cotton sheets, they might show your product. Even though it's not exactly what the person is searching for, it's a substitute. And lastly, with automatic targeting groups, there's complements. Things like feather pillows would be an example of this. So if someone's searching for feather pillows, they're not searching for bed sheets, but hey, they might also be interested. Again, close match is usually gonna be the thing that gives you the most sales, but also, as you can see, it's usually gonna be the most expensive. So to start, we're gonna turn off everything except for close match. Now, another thing I wanna point out is negative keyword targeting and negative product targeting. This is huge. A lot of people waste a lot of money because they don't add negative keywords or they don't do negative product targeting. In this video, we're gonna save this topic for later because honestly, you don't need to do that right off the bat, even though I highly recommend it. It's not mandatory. So we're gonna click launch campaign. And you can see our first campaign is up and running. Now, if at any point you want to deactivate it, all you have to do is click that button. I'll explain some of the other information here. But what we're gonna do now is we're gonna click on that campaign. And you can see as of right now, we only have one ad group, and that's close match. We're gonna create another ad group. And we're gonna go through the same process, naming this one loose match and adding the product that we're trying to target. We're gonna scroll down and we're gonna turn off everything except for loose match. Now we'll click that as well. We'll scroll down and we'll click create ad group. We'll do the same process again for substitutes, naming this substitutes, adding the product and scrolling down and unclicking everything except for substitutes and changing the bid price. Scroll down and click create ad group. And again, one more time, we'll click create ad group, and this will be complements here. And we'll add this product, we'll scroll down and we'll turn off everything except for complements and change the bid, and then we'll click create ad group. Now we can go back to all campaigns, and I'm gonna show you how to set up sponsored products using keyword targeting. And this is gonna be one of the most profitable types of ads you're going to run because it allows you to have a lot more control. Automatic ads are great. It's especially good if you're starting out with Amazon ads. But if you really want to start making a lot of money with Amazon ads, this next step is for you. And I'm specifically going to show you 5 different types of campaigns you should be running with keyword targeting. Now, the first step to setting up keyword targeted ads is to do keyword research. This is a very important part. And I highly recommend, if you're going to be doing keyword research, to use tools like Helium 10 or Jungle Scout. Now, I have the hookup with both those softwares. I have huge discount links that you can use. I'll put the links down below. But for me personally, I recommend and go with Helium 10. Now, you don't need to pay for either one of these tools. First off, Helium 10 does have a free trial and they have a 30-day money-back guarantee. So you can always sign up. If you don't get your money's worth, you can ask for your money back. But I'm also going to be later in this video showing you some free tools that you can use to do keyword research. You don't have to use paid tools to do keyword research, but it does help. And if you're going to use one of these tools, use the links down below, because as I said, I have the hookup with them, the best prices you can find around. So once you click on those links, you'll click get started. and you can log into the Helium 10 dashboard. Now, the tool that we're going to be using is called Magnet 2. It's for keyword research, and it's really powerful. Again, I'm going to be showing some free tools you can use later in this video. And one of the free tools you can use is actually this Amazon PPC sheet. And this includes the Amazon PPC checklist and a bunch of other stuff that's going to help you create your Amazon ads. And I will include this as a link down below. This is part of the free Amazon training series I've put together. So click the link down below to get this sheet and a bunch of other different worksheets and different things that I've put together for the free Amazon training series. Now, before you start even using Helium 10, what I'd recommend you do is use this sheet to start jotting down ideas of what people would search for in Amazon to find your product. And I have a bunch of different categories here. We'll talk about each one of these different categories because each one of these are a different type of campaign you should be running in Amazon. So the first one, and probably the most powerful one, is specific keywords. What are the things people are going to be searching for in Amazon to find your product, where when they search for that, they're looking for your exact product? So for Vino cards, if someone's typing in wine flashcards or sommelier flashcards, or even an idea I just had, wine tasting cards, you'll probably want to run ads against all these different searches. So this is what makes Helium 10 powerful. Let's take this idea that we have of wine flashcards and let's paste it in here. We can see at this point a bunch of information about this keyword. For instance, it has a search volume of 274, meaning 274 people a month are searching for this, which isn't a lot, but it's good to know that there is some traffic around this. It'll also give you a bunch of other related phrases and keywords that you can target. And this is where the real power is. For instance, right here, wine themed gifts. If someone is searching for that in Amazon, there's a high likelihood that they would be interested in Vino cards. So what I recommend doing is going through this entire list and trying to get as many keywords as possible to target your ads, because we don't know what's going to work and what's not going to work. But another cool thing is this word frequency. So let's click on cards, and this will give us some other ideas that include the word cards. For instance, we have wine information cards. Well, if someone's searching for wine information cards, they're probably pretty interested in this product. Another thing you can do to find keywords that people are looking for to buy your product is to look up competing products and then click on the listing and get the ASIN for that product. And the ASIN is the unique Amazon identifier. Copy that and then bring it over into this other really powerful tool, which is called Cerebro. And it's a reverse ASIN lookup. And it lets you know what keywords people are searching for to buy the product that you paste in here. So we're gonna put that product here and click Get Keywords. And this starts to give us even more ideas of search phrases that we can target our ads to show up on. Again, our product would perfectly fit this search. You can go through this, and I would recommend going through all 1,946 of these different keywords and clicking as many that apply to you. But for now, let's just take these keywords, and hopefully your list is going to be a lot longer. Let's copy it. Let's go over to Amazon Advertising. Let's click Create Campaign. And let me show you how to set up the next campaign, which is going to be sponsored products with keyword targeting. Let's call this campaign Sponsored Products Specific Search Terms. And we're gonna, again, put daily budget of $5. Now, one thing I didn't mention before is you can always put an end date if you wanna just be safe. If you wanna make sure that you don't go on vacation and come back and it's been running for months and months, you can always put an end date. I usually don't put an end date because I'm constantly going in and tweaking my ads. Now, instead of automatic targeting, we're gonna click manual targeting. And we can go with dynamic bids down only. This is really up to you. Different people have different preferences. And then you can go to the ad group name. And this is whatever you want to call it. I'm just going to call this specific keywords. And then we're going to add the product as usual. Now, this is where things get a little bit different. You have the choice between keyword targeting or product targeting. Now we're going to talk about product targeting later in this video, but for now we're just going to stick with keyword targeting. We're going to scroll down and you can see that Amazon gives you a bunch of different suggested keywords. We'll talk about this later as well, but for right now, we're just gonna enter a list of the keywords that we wanna target. Now, before we go any further, we gotta explain what the difference is between broad, phrase, and exact match. And the way this works is when someone is searching, let's say for wine flashcards in Amazon, if we go with broad match, that allows Amazon to show our ad if someone types in wine flashcards or if someone adds a word before, in the middle, and or after. So an example of this would be someone could write food and wine flashcards and our ad would still show. Or someone could type in something like wine glass flashcards. Now, why would someone ever do that? I don't know, but if they did, they're probably not looking for our product. So sometimes you don't want to do broad match targeting. The benefit of doing broad match targeting is it allows your ad to show up for all kinds of different searches, things you would never think of. The next is phrase match. And phrase match only shows your ad if the phrase wine flashcards shows up in the search, meaning that if a word comes before or after, your ad will still show up. But if a word comes in the middle, your ad's not gonna show up. So if you uncheck this and uncheck that and only had phrase match, and someone put a word in between wine and flashcards, the ad would not show up. The last example here is exact. And with exact match type, your ad only shows up if someone types in exactly wine flashcards, no more, no less. So with that in mind, it's up to you which one you choose. I like to do all three to start, just to get the ball rolling, to start getting some data. And usually there's gonna be different price points for all of these. So we're just gonna do a bid of 75 cents for now, add the keywords, and we can go in here and we can adjust the bid one by one. Usually, again, I like to start with whatever the suggested bid is. For right now, I'm not gonna get too in depth on how to figure out the pricing. We're just gonna go ahead and click Launch Campaign. Again, something to mention, if you're doing broad match or phrase match, that's where negative keyword targeting really comes in. Because the way that negative keyword targeting works is you can tell Amazon, I don't wanna show my ad if someone searches for a certain thing. For instance, I could have the negative keyword of glass, meaning if the word glass shows up in the search results, do not show my ad. And this is only really applicable to broad match and phrase match. If you're doing exact match, you don't need to add negative keywords. But if you're doing broad match and you know, hey, if someone types in the word glass, they're never gonna buy my product. But you know what? There's other times where someone might type something in the middle between wine and flashcards when they would buy my product. That's where negative keywords come in. This is a way for you to save a lot of money. Now, if you don't know what negative keywords you're gonna use right off the bat, that's okay. That's part of the process of running ads on Amazon. Basically, you run the ad, you get the data, and you see, oh, hey, when people search for these certain things, they never buy my product. Then you start taking those keywords and you start adding them to the negative keyword list. This will make much more sense as I go through this tutorial. We'll then go and we'll click Launch Campaign. And again, I didn't put a ton of effort into coming up with these keywords and doing a bunch of in-depth research. I highly recommend you spend a few hours really going in depth, trying to figure out what keywords people are most likely to search for and buy your product. Now, before I go into the second type of keyword targeted campaign you should be running, I want to explain something extremely important to you. And this is the idea of long tail versus short tail keywords. So short tail keywords would be things like wine gift. It's pretty short. A little bit longer of a tail would be wine gifts men, or chef gifts for women is even longer. And usually the more keywords someone types into the search, the more likely they are to buy a product, especially if their keywords perfectly match your product. An example of this is with my first company, I sold dance clothing. And one of the items we sold was dance pants. And I could target keywords like dance clothing, but that's a very broad category. So it'd be better for me to target a keyword like dance pants. But even better than that would be something like high-waisted dance pants, assuming that's the product that I'm selling. And even better than that would be yellow high-waisted dance pants, because if I sell yellow high-waisted dance pants and someone searches for yellow high-waisted dance pants, the chance that they're gonna buy my product are extremely high. So you wanna look for, whenever possible, longer tail keywords. Now the negative part about that is less people are gonna be searching that per month. But in the long run, if you're doing lots of long tail keywords, you're gonna have more profitable campaigns. So with that in mind, let's talk about the second type of sponsored product keyword targeting campaign you should be running. And that is what I call broad or generic keywords. And these would be things that people would search for. And if they found your product, they'd be like, oh yeah, that's a really good product. It fits their search. So an example of this would be learn about wine, wine education, wine gift, wine lover gift. All those, if someone types in wine gift, they're probably gonna be really happy when they find Vino cards. Again, we can use the principle of creating long tail keywords to make that even more specific. Wine gift for women would be an even better keyword in my opinion to target. Now, this is where Helium 10 and Cerebro really come into play. You can go through and scroll through this entire list of all these different keyword ideas, and it'll help you come up with different keywords that you can target in Amazon. For instance, using the magnet tool, I found wine themed gifts. That is a little bit more specific, and who knows, people searching for wine themed gifts might be more likely to buy my product than people just searching for wine lover gift. That's something that we'll test out. There's a ton of other ideas here, but we'll save that for another video. So we'll do the same process more or less again. We're gonna copy this list, we're gonna go into Amazon advertising, we're gonna click create campaign, we'll click continue with sponsored products, and we can call this campaign broad search terms. For the daily budget, we'll go ahead and put $5 again, and we're gonna click manual targeting. Now might be a good time to talk about this right here. And this allows you to adjust your bid, and you can say, I'm willing to spend 100% more money to show up on the top of the search results, or 100% more money to show up on product pages. Now, for the most part, I just leave this at 0. You don't have to worry about this too much. The next step is to change the ad group name, and we're just gonna call this broad keywords. We'll then add our product just like we usually do, and we'll scroll down into keyword targeting. And again, instead of the suggested list, let's go with enter list. And this suggested list is pretty powerful, but that's something we're gonna talk about later. I'm gonna keep all 3 of these checked. That's up to you, but for me, I'm gonna keep all 3 of these checked, and I'm gonna click add. Now, another thing that's interesting is Amazon does give some suggested keywords based on the keywords we put, and so it says wine-themed gifts for women. Well, that's really long-tailed. Someone searching for that would probably be really excited to see Vino cards. So let's go ahead and add that, and we're gonna click add keywords. Now, some of these keywords are really expensive. Learn about wine is $4.33 per click. To be honest with you, I'm gonna remove those keywords. I don't wanna even target those because at that price point, I don't think we have enough margins with this product to be profitable. The rest of them look more or less okay. We're gonna scroll down, and again, I would highly recommend doing negative keyword targeting. Make sure you stay to the end of this video to really understand the way negative keyword targeting works and my approach to finding negative keywords. But we're gonna go ahead and click launch campaign. Now, the third campaign I'm gonna show you how to run is what I call related keywords. And these are keywords that aren't necessarily someone searching for your product, but they're related. For instance, if someone's searching for wine on Amazon, we know that they're interested in wine. And hey, they might wanna buy a set of wine flashcards or wine book. If someone's searching for wine book, they're not looking for Vino cards. They're not looking for these flashcards. But again, it's pretty related. Wine posters, wine game, all these different keywords are related to the product that we're selling. Now, again, a really powerful way to find these different keywords is using Helium 10. Specifically, I like using Cerebro for this. I like to put a competitor product or a product that's really similar to the product I'm selling and see what shows up in the search results. And a way that you can do this is actually go to your product page if you're already selling on Amazon and look at the products that show up underneath your product. So if I scroll down, I will see here Wine Folly book. I'll also see things like this aroma kit and a bunch of other stuff. But we could take this book, we're gonna take that here, we're gonna put it into Cerebro, and we're gonna click get keywords. You can then look through these keywords and you might find some new ideas. For instance, right here, wine tasting book. That's perfect. It's a longer tail version of what we already have. We already have wine book, so wine tasting book might convert better. We'll then copy these keywords. We'll go over to Amazon advertising, create a new campaign again, click on sponsored products, and we'll call this one sponsored products related products. Put $5, and then you'll want to change it to manual targeting. You can change your bidding strategy here if you so choose. We'll go here and we'll type in related products, and we will click add. And we'll scroll down and we're gonna click enter list and we're gonna click paste. Now, another little tip I wanna give you is if you have a really long list, you can always upload a file. You can upload an Excel file or a CSV file basically. So we're gonna look here, wine tasting booklet. That's also pretty interesting. So I'm going to then click add keywords and we're gonna do the same process. We're gonna look at all the different bids. They all look reasonable, and we're gonna go ahead and click launch campaign. I'm still gonna emphasize this negative keyword targeting. If you're gonna be doing phrase or broad match, you're gonna wanna stay for later when I explain that. But let's click launch campaign. And let's move on to the next type of campaign you're gonna wanna run. And this is one of my favorite ones, and it's competitor keywords. This is one of the few ones that a lot of people don't do. A lot of people don't know or think about this, and this can be one of the most profitable ways for you to actually run your ads. And I've even seen as high as 8x ROI on these, because basically what you're gonna be doing is taking your competitors and advertising when someone searches for their name. Now with Vino cards, we don't really have any direct competitors, but there is the wine book, which is by Wine Folly, and there's also Wine for Normal People, Wine Encyclopedia. There's also some different wine games, like Wine Wars and Wine IQ, which I'll add to this list. We're then gonna take this, we're gonna go through the same process again. We're gonna copy this, we're gonna click here, go back to Campaign Manager, and we're going to add another campaign following more or less the same process. The name of our campaign in, put the daily budget, go to manual targeting, scroll down. Again, we'll put competitor products here, add our product, and enter the list. And let's see what happens when we add these keywords. Now, something you're gonna notice is, look at these price points. Well, they're a little bit lower. They're not actually that much lower, but they're definitely 39 cents to 60 cents. That's a little bit lower. and we're gonna click Launch Campaign. Now I'm gonna show you the last type of campaign you should run, and this is also a free way to do keyword research. So if you don't wanna use the links down below to join Helium 10 or Jungle Scout, again, if you don't wanna use any of the different keyword tools out there, you can use this last method, and we're gonna call this Other Keywords. We'll put a daily budget of $5, and we're gonna click Manual Targeting, scroll down, let's call this Other Keywords, add the product, and ultimately we're gonna go here and we're gonna look at all the different suggestions that Amazon actually gives to us. And we have wine tasting scents, maybe, maybe not. I don't know if I really care about that one. Wine party, that's an interesting one. You can go through here and you can find all the different things. Wine tasting, if someone's searching for wine tasting in Amazon, maybe they're throwing a wine tasting party, that could be another idea for a keyword, then they're probably likely to buy a product like Vino cards. But for the purpose of this tutorial, we're just gonna throw any kind of random things in here. And what we can always do is if we see that this keyword's doing really well, we can clean it up a little bit. We can put it into different campaigns, put it into different ad groups. Now, of course, you should add some negative keyword targeting. We're gonna save that for later, however. Now that we're done setting up keyword targeting for sponsored products, we're gonna wanna get into product targeting. And this allows you to show up on your competitor's listing. All these different products right here, these are all sponsored, you can see. And so people are paying money to show up on this person's product, because if someone clicks on the Wine Folly Magnum Edition Master Guide, you know that they're probably pretty interested in wine. And if you know that they're interested in wine and learning about wine, being able to show up right here is very valuable, because maybe they're gonna buy this book, but instead they see your product and they decide, hey, I'd rather buy that instead. Or maybe they'll just buy it in addition to, because once people start spending money on Amazon, a lot of times they'll just add, hey, what's another $30 on a cool product? And so this is a really powerful thing. But before we get into that, let me just explain a little bit of what's going on right here. Now, as I already mentioned, you can scroll down and you can unclick any of your campaigns from active to inactive. And that makes it really easy. If you see that a campaign is losing you money, just quickly with a flip of a switch, you can turn it off. Now, some other things, this will tell you the status, whether it's paused or some other information. This will tell you the type of campaign. You can always click these buttons to sort your campaigns in order. So there's sponsored products, which is automatic targeting, manual targeting, and that's all we have right now. It also talks about start date. So you can see with Vino cards, we actually started advertising a while ago. We recently turned it off. We started running for this product back in January of 2019. You can also at a glance see the different budget for different campaigns. Now, once you start getting more data, you can click on a date range and you can see the different data for whatever date range you want. For instance, if we want to say the lifetime of this campaign, we can see in total we spent around $5,000 and we've gotten $13,000 in sales, which is a return on ad spend of 2.39, meaning for every dollar we spend, we get $2.39 back. Now, something to keep in mind is this isn't the complete return on ad spend, because remember, by spending money with Amazon PPC, you're gonna increase your organic rank, which is gonna lead to more sales. So not all the data is shown here. You can also look at the number of orders for each campaign. And what I like to do a lot of times is sort this by return on ad spend and see which campaigns are doing the best. So I see that this broad match campaign was doing really well, and I know that I should do more of that broad match style of campaign. And I can see that this other Amazon suggested keyword campaign was doing a 12.39 return on ad spend, meaning we spent $12 and we made back $150 in sales. So we should do more of that. I don't know why that was turned off. That's something that I'll figure out later, but that is the kind of campaign that should be on and running forever. Same thing with this one. Spent $100, made $600 in sales. That's a 5.65 return on ad spend. I don't know why that campaign was turned off. Campaigns like that should not be turned off, because basically when you have a successful campaign, you're printing money because you're spending $1 and you're getting $5 back. You're spending $1, you're getting $12 back. Now, what you should do is if you start seeing campaigns like this, and actually all these campaigns, they're pretty good. Even the worst one, we spent $500, we got $800 back. Remember, this number is revenue and not profit. So this campaign may have lost a little bit of money, but on top of that, this isn't really the real number of sales, because this may have helped it so that we got other sales. It may have helped it so our organic rank went up. This isn't always a black and white metric, but if you want to be safe, you can make sure that your return on ad spend is at least covering the cost of your product and all the Amazon fees. But that's up to you. Remember, advertising with Amazon is just that, advertising. In the long run, you may end up seeing that money back. You got to think about the lifetime value of your customer. Meaning, maybe someone buys a box of Vino cards and they show their friends, and their friends show other friends, and you get more and more sales. So This $800 in sales could have been a lot more if those people shared and spread the word about Vino cards. Or someone could have seen our ad and come back from a different device and purchased, and we don't really know, that's not always tracked. But now that we've talked a little bit about this, let's talk about the next type of ad that we're gonna run, which, as I mentioned, is product targeted ads, which will allow you to show up on your competitor's product. So the first step is to figure out who your competitors are. And if you have a really unique product like Ariana does with Vino cards, there really are no competitors. There's no one else out there that has an exact wine flashcard set. But what you can do is start finding similar products. Even if you don't have direct competitors, you can look in Amazon and you can try to find closely related ones. Now, we already started making a list earlier of some different competitor products, but what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to go to each one and we're gonna have to get the ASIN. And you can get the ASIN again by clicking up here and making a copy. Let's go over to the Amazon sheet and we will go to competing products. And we're gonna put the ASIN in here. Now, if you want, you can also put the product name and you can give a rating from 1 to 10 on how good you think this product would be to target. So I'm gonna go through and quickly add the ASINs from all the products that I think are competitors. Once we get this list together, we're gonna go here, we're gonna make a copy, we're gonna go into Amazon advertising and we're gonna go to Campaign Manager. We're gonna go to Create Campaign, and we're still gonna be doing sponsored products. Now, before I go any further, let me explain what sponsored brands and sponsored display is. So these down here are sponsored product with specifically search targeted keyword ads. This is actually sponsored brands. But the thing about sponsored brands is you need at least 3 products to really do it effectively, because you need to show 3 different products to take up the entire header of the search results. Where sponsored products, all you really need is 1 product. Though that being said, I have seen some people do sponsored brands with 1 product only. And it lets you show the logo of your company, and it lets you take up probably the most valuable real estate of the Amazon search results, which is the top. As I showed you earlier, the higher up on the search results you can be, the more likely you are to get sales. Now, people aren't gonna click on the sponsored brands as often as they are the actual regular results, because people know very obviously that they're ads, but still you're at the top of the search results, so sponsored brands can be very powerful. There's also sponsored display, which would be this type of an ad here. Now, I believe to do sponsored brands and sponsored display, you need to be brand registered, which means you need a trademark. I have other videos talking in depth about that. But let's get back into setting up product targeted sponsored products. And again, you can name this whatever you want, but I'm gonna name this sponsored products competitor product targeting because it's very specific with what we're doing. Put a daily budget of $5 and we're gonna switch this to manual targeting. You can put whatever you want here. I'm just gonna leave it as dynamic bids down only. Same thing here, we'll put competitor products. We're gonna add Vino cards as usual. Now, this is where the big change is. Instead of doing keyword targeting, we're gonna click product targeting. And the cool thing is, you don't necessarily need to do a ton of research because one thing, Amazon actually gives you all the different suggestions right here. Now, a lot of these suggestions are bad, but look at wine folly was one of the first ones that comes up. Keep in mind that Amazon has a ton of data of what people buy that also would buy your product. So a lot of times, these are some pretty good suggestions, but use your own brain. And I recommend going through this entire list and adding as many of these as possible, but you can also enter your own list. So let's go ahead and enter the own list and let's click target. You can then scroll down here and you can apply whatever bid you want. And look at how cheap this is. 8 cents, 39 cents actually isn't that cheap, but 9 cents for Wine Wars. The reason for this is not that many people are competing against this product. Most people don't spend enough time doing their research and finding out other competing products. This is another way that you can get 8x at least return on your ad spend. We're gonna go through here and we're just gonna apply whatever bid that they recommend. Obviously, if it's too high, remove that product. But we're gonna go ahead and exclude our brand. Our brand is Vino cards right here. I'm gonna scroll down and we're gonna go ahead and launch campaign. Now you can repeat this process for similar products. I like to have one campaign for basically competing products and another campaign for similar products. Again, similar products to me is a broader category. Competing are things where someone might buy that product instead of my product. Where similar products, I'm like, hey, if someone's interested in that product, they might also be interested in my product. I'm not gonna show you how to set that up. Instead, I'm gonna show you how to set up category targeting with product targeting ads. And the way this works is it allows you to target an entire category, an entire Amazon category. I'll explain in just a second. Let's just call this category targeting for now. Put a daily budget of $5 and we're gonna go to manual targeting. The rest of the stuff we'll leave the same, category targeting, and we're gonna click add for our product. We'll scroll down here and we're gonna click on product targeting. Now, instead of individual products, which is what we did last time, we're gonna do entire categories. And on Amazon, every product has a category. For instance, our product is in the category of home and kitchen, kitchen and dining, wine accessories, wine education, and games. So we're gonna target all other products that are in that category. Any product that has that category on Amazon, we're basically gonna target them so we can show up in the products related to this item category. Now, if we wanna see what products we're gonna be targeting by targeting this entire category, one thing that you can do is go to your product, in this case, obviously, we'll click on the product listing and scroll down to the bottom here, and you can see the category. And so it says it's number 15 in wine education and games. So we can click on that because again, that corresponds with wine education and games. And so basically we're gonna be targeting all the products in this category. Now, if you notice something, there's people that are in this category that really shouldn't be. All these different socks, they're in this category, even though they really shouldn't be. And the reason they're doing that is they're trying to game the system. They're trying to be #1 rank bestseller for a category. So what we'd probably wanna do is we'd wanna go through and we'd wanna take all the ASINs of these products and let's paste this into a spreadsheet here. And we paste all the different products basically that we don't want to advertise in. And so this is where negative targeting starts to come in. So we targeted this one, but we can scroll down to the bottom and we can say exclude brands or exclude products. And we can enter a list, and let's say we just did this one for now. And we can say, hey, we want to show up on every product in this category except for whatever ASINs that we include here. Because honestly, if someone's buying, if you can read this, bring me some wine, they're buying that sock, they're probably not looking to buy Vino cards. But if they're looking to buy, for instance, this wine journal or this wine flavor circle or a lot of the other products in this category, they probably are looking to buy this product. So you can also, on top of that, go into here. So they have the suggested categories, or you can go into search and you can go through and you can find exactly the kind of categories that you want. You can drill down, let's say kitchen and dining, and we could go down to wine accessories here, and we could say wine education and games, which we've already targeted. Maybe we also see wine accessory sets is another category that we should target. But once you go through and you add all the different products and all the different categories that you want to target, you can go ahead and click Launch Campaign. Now I'm going to get into some of the biggest mistakes that beginners make with Amazon PPC that end up costing them thousands of dollars. But first I want to share with you some free keyword research tools. And one of the ones that I talk about a lot on this channel is the Google Keyword Planner. And to get to the Google Keyword Planner, you do have to have a Google Ads account, but it's free. It's free to sign up for one. You're just gonna click, first you need a Gmail account, then you're gonna click sign up. And once you've signed up, you'll have to go through and complete your first ad, which I do have a tutorial, I'll link down below, but it's free to do an ad. Just turn off your ad as soon as you set it up. Once you're in Google Ads, you can go up to Tools and you can go to Keyword Planner here, and it will bring you here and you'll click on Discover New Keywords. You'll do the same process as you would with Helium 10, and this is free. So this is a really powerful keyword tool, but keep in mind, this represents how much search volume and it represents what people are searching for in Google, which can be very different than Amazon. But if you are really cheap and you're trying to do this and save a ton of money, this could be an option. So let's say wine flashcards. We would do a similar process here. Let's click Get Results, and you can see it tells us about how much what the average search volume is. It gives us a much wider range though, and it really doesn't give us as much keyword ideas here. And depending on what your product is, you might get a lot more keyword ideas than this. So for instance, actually we did get sommelier flashcards. So we did get one other idea. Obviously, Helium 10 is going to give you a lot more data than this. When I first started, in full transparency, this is what I used to figure out what my keywords were going to be. I didn't even know about Helium 10 or any of those other Jungle Scout or any of those other softwares when I first started. And if I could go back in time, I definitely would have paid for at least 1 month to figure out what my keywords were to really optimize my Amazon PPC. The other free tool that I already mentioned is this suggested keywords tool. And this is also really powerful. It's going to give you a ton of ideas. Sometimes I find ideas in here that I don't even find in Helium 10. But the problem with this is it doesn't give you any idea of what the search volume for this is going to be. And honestly, I think that this is a really great tool. Again, if I could go back in time, I would use both this tool and Helium 10 just to figure out what are all the different keywords and really optimize my Amazon PPC. The next question I get all the time is, how much will this cost? And my answer is, it depends. I recommend starting with at least $5 a day, and the more money you spend, the faster you're gonna get results. But as far as what you're gonna pay per bid, well, that's where the suggested keyword tool can come in, because it'll tell you exactly what the suggested bid is. And so you know for every click, you're gonna be paying this much money. And you can actually, on top of that, figure out what your conversion rate is for your product page, and then you can figure out basically how much you're gonna be spending per conversion. For instance, if you had a 10% conversion rate, which is not very good with an Amazon listing, you're gonna be spending 68 cents per click with this keyword wine tasting. And if you only have a 10% conversion rate, you're gonna be paying $6.80 per sale. Now, that's gonna vary wildly depending what the keyword is. For instance, wine tasting, I might have a really high conversion rate. It might go up to 30% conversion rate with this, meaning I'm only gonna be paying around $2 or so per sale. But then with another one like Wine Club Month, I might have a 5% conversion rate. I might be paying $10 per sale, making it so that keyword wouldn't be profitable. So you really have to test this out. You got to try a lot of different keywords and see which ones will result in sales. The next question I get is, how am I able to travel around the world for free using points and miles? And this is one of the biggest things. If you're going to be spending money on Amazon PPC, spend it on a credit card. Now, always pay off your credit cards, all that kind of stuff. Don't spend more money than you have. But if you're gonna be spending money anyways, a lot of people make the mistake of taking the money out of their Amazon seller account directly to pay for ads. Do not do that. Use a credit card. And if you use a credit card, you can get free travel around the world. I've been able to do that for the last 8, 9, 10 years. Almost none of the travel that I've done have I paid for. And it's been because of credit card points and miles. And I'm gonna show you some of the top credit cards right here. Now, if you're gonna be spending money on Amazon PPC, then the Gold Amex card or the Platinum Amex card is by far the one you wanna be using, because the Gold Amex card, not only when you sign up do you get 35,000 miles, which is enough to, it's pretty close to enough to get you a round trip ticket to Europe, but on top of that, you get 4x miles, meaning for every dollar you spend, you get 4 points, which converts into miles with airlines. And so a domestic flight will usually cost you around 25,000 miles. I've been able to go to Europe on 40,000 miles. I've been able to go to South America on 40,000 miles. So this is what I would recommend for most people. If you travel a lot and you're a big spender, if you're gonna spend at least $15,000 in the first 3 months, and these offers change all the time, by the way, I'll put links down below to my top favorite business credit cards in order in the description down below. And if you use my link, you're gonna get access to like some premium rewards. The links down below have better offers than you can usually find in other places. But with this one, you get 85,000 points, which is equal to at least 85,000 miles. But this comes with a bunch of bonuses, like free lounge access at like those airport lounges, gold status on a bunch of hotels. This is the one that I'm actually gonna be applying for very soon, because this credit card, it just gives you so many cool perks. You actually get 5x points for every dollar you spend. Another credit card I'll just mention right now, and again, these offers could change, is the Delta Gold Amex. And the cool thing about this is you get 40,000 bonus miles when you sign up. You only have to spend $2,000 in purchases within the first 3 months. So this is enough for a free round trip ticket to Europe. And what I do is, every few months, I apply for a new credit card, I get the sign up bonus, and then every few months after that, I do another one and another one. Because I'm already spending a few $1,000s a month on Amazon PPC, why not get the free travel? And again, I'll put current links to my favorite credit cards down below for business. Another hack when you're first signing up for Amazon advertising is look in your emails, sometimes you'll have special offers. A lot of times you're able to get a free $50 in credit. So search around, maybe even contact Amazon if you don't have that credit. But now I wanna get into the biggest mistakes, the most common mistakes that beginners make with Amazon PPC. And as a reminder, if you're not already part of the free Amazon FBA course, I'll put a link down below for an email sign up. And the cool thing about this free Amazon course that I put together, not only are all the videos available on YouTube for free, but when you sign up with the link down below, you're gonna get access to this free worksheet. You're also gonna get access to a Facebook group I put together just for people in the free Amazon course. On top of that, I will set you up with an accountability buddy, meaning I will introduce you to another person that's in the free course, as well as a group of people, so you can meet weekly with that group of people. And entrepreneurship is extremely lonely, and I'm trying to help out entrepreneurs, specifically Amazon entrepreneurs. So if that's something you're interested in, join for free. You'll get the worksheet, a bunch of other worksheets that I have, and you'll get access to the Facebook group and a bunch of other benefits. Now, the first most common mistake that beginners make with Amazon PPC is they go after short tail keywords. I talked about this earlier in the video. Don't go after extremely short tail keywords. Really start thinking about those long tail keywords. The next mistake that beginners make is they don't add negative keywords. If you are going to be going after short tail keywords, or if you are going to be doing broad match, you need to find negative keywords. And there's a bunch of different ways to do this. One, you can use the free method with the Google Keyword Planner, as I mentioned before, or again, go into Helium 10, go into the keyword research section and click on the Magnet 2 keyword research tool. Then put in the keyword that you're looking to find negative keywords for, click Get Keywords. And what you can do is go through this list and look for any words that you know that if someone is searching that word that you don't want to show your ad for. So we have wine flashcards. If someone is saying wine flashcards cocktail, what you're going to do is go through this list and see what people are searching that's related to this and find any words that you think if someone's searching that, they're probably not going to buy my product. For instance, cocktail. If someone is searching wine flashcards and cocktails, and funny enough, you can see right here, wine recipe cards is pretty popularly searched, and I don't know, our cards aren't really, they don't have recipes on them per se, so recipe might be a negative keyword. But then you can look through here and maybe you want to do a negative keyword targeting for Spanish because our product is in English. You can really use your imagination, and I would go through this entire list here, all the different things, looking for as many negative keywords as possible. And once you find those negative keywords, you can actually go into the campaign and you can add them. And what's really cool about this is you can add them both on the campaign level, meaning for every single ad group within the campaign, if one of these keywords shows up, do not show any of the ads in this entire campaign. Or you can add it on the ad group level. And let's say you have multiple ad groups within one campaign, and you know one of the ad groups you want to add certain negative keywords, but you don't want that to affect the other keywords in the other ad groups, then you could do it on the ad group level. I'll show you how to do that. You click on ad groups, you'd go into your ad group, and then you'd click on negative targeting, and you'd add any negative keywords here. Same process. The other thing you can and should be doing to find negative keywords is once you started running your ads, especially the automatic campaign, but really all your ads, you're gonna go into here, you're gonna go to reports, and you're going to click create a report. And you're gonna run what's called a search term report. And I'll show you what one looks like in just a second, but let's click run report. Now, once that's done processing, you're gonna get a report that looks like this. And it's gonna give you a ton of data. This is so powerful. What you're paying for at the beginning with Amazon ads is you're really paying for all the different data. So it'll give you this entire spreadsheet and it'll tell you, here was the campaign name, here's the ad group name, the targeting, but specifically the most valuable column is this column right here. It'll tell you exactly what people typed into Amazon that triggered your ad for your ad to show up. So what you can do here, and there's a lot of different things you can do. One is you can go down and you can look at each one of these individually. For instance, Brazil nut butter squeeze packs. My product doesn't have Brazil nuts in it, so Brazil should be a negative keyword. And then you can keep going down this list, looking at all this, but really the best way to do this is to actually look at the data. And what you can do is look at where you're spending the most money and not getting results and lower those bids, but also look at where you're spending a lot of money. Like I spent $30 on keto dessert and I got 0 sales, so dessert should be a negative keyword, possibly. Keto chocolate, spent $23 and got 0 sales. So maybe chocolate should be a negative keyword. Now, that's not enough data to know for sure, because who knows, maybe tomorrow I get 2 sales and this ends up becoming a profitable keyword. But this report's gonna give you so much information on keywords you should use as negative keywords, as well as products that you should have negative product targeting. So if you see anything like this, that's got like B0, blah, 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 like a bunch of numbers, that's a ASIN and that's a product. Which leads me to the next biggest mistake beginners make with Amazon PPC. They don't get enough data. They don't let their ads run long enough to get this really powerful data so they can optimize their ads. And that's the game. When you first start out with Amazon PPC, do not expect to be profitable. Can it happen? Yes. When I first started, I was profitable with Amazon PPC because there wasn't a lot of competition. But as the competition came in, it was harder and harder to be profitable. But I had something they didn't. I had months, if not years worth of data, so I could really optimize my ads. And that brings me to another mistake that beginners make. And I made this mistake a little bit more than I should, and that's running above 100% ACoS. If you're spending more on PPC than you're making in revenue, that should be a red flag. Now, I was doing this because I was being really aggressive and I was trying out a lot of different things. And I learned from this data. I said, okay, a lot of these campaigns aren't profitable. So I tweaked them and ended up making them profitable. But be very careful, because if you do that for too long, you're spending more money than you're making. Now, do keep in mind, as you're spending money on Amazon PPC and you're getting sales, that is going to increase your sales rank, which is going to basically allow you to get more organic sales. So just because you're losing money on Amazon PPC, you actually might be still making money because you're increasing your organic results. Now, the last mistake I see so many beginners make is they're selling a junk product. Do not sell a junk product on Amazon. Even if you master Amazon PPC, if you have a junk product, you're not gonna be profitable. You're not gonna be successful with Amazon. Your goal every time you sell one of your products on Amazon is to make sure and get a 5-star review, because as you know, the more reviews that you get, the higher up in the search results your product's gonna be, which means that people are more likely to buy your product, which means it's gonna go even up higher in the search results. Ultimately, it means more sales for you and more money in your product. Here's the thing that makes this tough. Amazon doesn't wanna share with you the customer email or the customer information. Amazon sees everyone that buys a product on Amazon as their customer, not your customer. So how are you going to get the email? How are you going to get people to leave a 5-star review? And that's where product inserts come in. Product inserts are basically a flyer or a piece of paper that you're going to put inside your product. So when your customer opens it up, they're going to see this and you're going to give them an offer in exchange for getting their email. Now, this is one of those things that is a little bit gray hat. It's not fully in the rules of Amazon. It's not fully against Amazon's terms of service either, though that's probably debatable. So one thing you cannot do, and I've seen a lot of gurus talking about this, saying that what you should be trying to do is getting a 5-star review. You cannot do that. You cannot ask for a 5-star review. If you do that in a product insert code and Amazon finds out, you will get banned. You'll get in a lot of trouble. Another thing that you cannot do is incentivize a review. This is another thing I saw an Amazon guru talking about, basically saying that, well, in exchange for this product, if you leave a review, I'll give you another product for free. You cannot do that. If Amazon catches you, you'll get in a lot of trouble. What you can do, on the other hand, is get people to enter their email. And once they enter their email, then you can send them an email saying, hey, by the way, if you leave an honest review, we're going to give you a free product in exchange. And this is what a product insert would look like. And you could have something like a QR code that they would scan, and you could have your logo, some information about you and your company, and the offer that you're going to give them. Maybe it's a free box of your product. For instance, with the cocktail cards, we might do get a free set of cocktail cards, scan this QR code, and then once they scan the QR code, it'll direct them to a website where they can enter their email. And the easiest way to set up a product insert is if you do have Helium 10, again, I have a link down below to Helium 10 with a discount code. You can click on the portals button, and then from there, you're going to go over to the product inserts, and they have a step-by-step way that you can design a product insert. They also have a way for you to generate QR codes. However, if you don't have Helium 10 or you don't want to sign up, you can hire a designer on Fiverr or Upwork to create your product insert. Then you're going to go to a website like qr-code-generator.com, and you can generate QR codes from this website. You'll just quickly sign up for the website and you'll put in the URL that you want the QR code to point to. And the cool thing about this website is you can always change the URL that it's pointing to later. Even if you already have your QR code, you can change what that QR code will point to. Now, as far as collecting your customer's email, you can create a landing page using websites like leadpages.net, or again, Helium 10 does have the portals feature. You can click on create a new portal and it'll create a landing page where people can enter their email. You'll then collect the email and you can create an email follow-up sequence with all your customers where you basically ask for a review and you tell them what you're going to give them in exchange. Now, again, I want to be very clear that this is in the gray area. This is one of those things that if Amazon does find out you're doing, you may get in trouble. But the truth is, almost all of the big sellers are doing it, and usually it would just result in a slap on the wrist. But warning, proceed at your own risk. Another way that you can get reviews is in Amazon. Every time that you send out a product, you can actually click on the request a review button. If you want to automate this in Helium 10, there is a tool called Follow Up, and you'll go to Email Automation, and you can set this up. And we can look at the one that I already have set up. And the way I currently have it set up is after the order's been delivered, wait for 7 days and then request a review. On the other hand, if you want to send out personalized messages, you can use the email templates option. You can create your own email template for asking for a review. Another aspect of running an Amazon business that people often get tripped up on is how to provide customer service. And this is crucial. You need to respond to all messages on Amazon within 24 hours. Now, If you can't respond within 24 hours, one secret that I recommend is hiring a virtual assistant in the Philippines for around $2 to $3 an hour, and you can create some frequently asked questions with responses. Now, here are some of the most common issues that you're going to run into. The first thing is people are going to sometimes say that there was an issue with their order and they want refunds. Now, this rarely happens because usually if someone wants a refund, they're going to interact directly with Amazon. They're going to go to their Amazon account, they're going to click on return an item, and they're going to deal with it. You're not going to even know when people are returning items, and you're not going to have to deal with it. Oftentimes when someone orders a product from you and returns it, Amazon is just going to put that product right back in your inventory, so you're not going to even know. It's not going to really bother you. But sometimes there's going to be a specific issue and they're going to send you a message. Now, my belief is you should 100% of the time just give them whatever they want, give them the refund, as long as they're not asking for anything crazy. It's better just to tell them, go ahead, keep the product, here's your money back. And the reason for this is you don't want them to leave a 1-star review. You always want them to leave a 5-star review, because oftentimes, even if they had a really bad product experience, even if they got your product and they didn't like it, if they have a good experience with you, they might still leave that 5-star review. Amazon always sides with the customer, so I always recommend putting yourself in the customer's shoes and trying to think about how you can make them happy. Even if it costs you a little bit of money in the short term, in the long run, you're going to end up making way more money because you're going to have a better review rating for your product. Another common issue that people face is they get 1-star reviews. The first thing that you want to keep in mind when you get a 1-star review on one of your products is don't take it personally. This has happened to me. It's really frustrated me. People have left reviews on my products that aren't true. They're just straight up lying. And it's oftentimes because they're just in a bad mood or something negative has happened to them recently. So never take it personally when you get a 1-star review. The next thing that you want to do is reply with the seller account to the review and try to fix the problem. Tell them, hey, we'd love to send you a replacement if there was an issue with their product. Hey, we'd love to give you a full refund. Because when people go on Amazon and they're looking at your product, they're going to look at the 1-star reviews. And if they see that you're always responding to the 1-star reviews and that you're really trying, it's not going to matter if you have some 1-star reviews because they know that you as a seller, that you really care. Another thing that you can do when replying to the 1-star reviews is tell them to contact you, because oftentimes people leave a 1-star review, but they never actually contact the seller, which would be you in this case. So you always want to let them know how to actually contact you. So you would tell them, please contact us by clicking ask a question on our Amazon storefront, or walk them through the process on how they should contact you. Overall, even though I've had stores that get tens of thousands of dollars of sales every single month, I rarely get a customer message sent to my Amazon account. And when I do, I have it so that I have my virtual assistants handling 100% of the messages. I always tell them, no matter what the issue is, just the customer's always right. Just give them a refund, just make them happy, whatever it takes. As long as it doesn't cost me over $100, just make the customer happy. That is the basics of Amazon PPC, but I did do a more in-depth Amazon PPC video that I'll link up here and down below in the description. Of course, if you want even more in-depth information in the Passion Product Formula, I go into way more depth about Amazon PPC. Now that you have the basics of how to start and run your Amazon FBA company, I'm going to answer some of the most common questions that people have for me. After that, I'm going to share with you some real success stories, some real stories about people that tried Amazon and had success. And I'm going to share all the details with you about their stories. I highly recommend paying attention to this because I'll also talk about some of the mistakes that these people made. And at the end of this video, I'm going to share with you probably the most important part of this entire video, and that's how to guarantee success on Amazon FBA. I've been a full-time e-commerce entrepreneur for about 10 years. I've learned a lot. I've seen a lot of people succeed and a lot of people fail. And there's about 5 lessons that I've learned that if you follow these 5 principles, you can pretty much guarantee success. And if you stay till the end, I have a very special offer for people. I mean, congratulations, you've already made it this far. I have a very special offer for people that watch all the way till the end of the video. But first, let's talk about some of the most common questions I get all the time. And there's 3 questions that I get most often. And the first one is, how long does it take for me to start an Amazon business? And the general answer I give is around 3 to 6 months. If you really hustle and get everything done, it's usually going to take about 3 months. And that's because there's time that it takes for the manufacturing company to manufacture the product and shipping time. And once the product gets into the Amazon warehouse, it's going to take some time for them to process the item. Now, it may take longer. It may take up to 6 months or sometimes even longer, especially if you're gonna be doing a Kickstarter or an Indiegogo. And one thing I wanna reiterate is this is not for people that are trying to get rich quick and make $1 million overnight. Yeah, it's gonna take you 3 to 6 months, but you're gonna have a legitimate passive income business that could be making you enough money to replace your income, making you enough money to spend your time doing the things that you want to do. So yeah, it'll take 3 to 6 months and you'll have to put in a little bit of work, but I guarantee it's going to be worth it. The next question I get is how much money does it cost to start an Amazon FBA business? It costs around $3,500 to start an Amazon FBA business, but it can cost anywhere from $1,500 all the way up to $20,000 plus to start an Amazon business. And that's because you're gonna have to pay for the design of your product, which includes the logo and the packaging design, which would typically cost around $200. You're also gonna have to pay for the UPC barcodes, which can cost anywhere from $5 to $250. You'll also have to pay for samples of the product that you wanna sell on Amazon, which could cost anywhere from free all the way up to a few $100s. And if you approve of the sample and you wanna pay for a full production run, that production run could cost you anywhere from $300 all the way up to $20,000 plus, depending on the cost of your product and how many units you want to produce. Then you're gonna have to pay for shipping to get the product from your manufacturer into the Amazon warehouse. And depending on whether or not you want to do sea shipping or air shipping and how much product that you're shipping into the warehouse, that number could vary wildly. You also want to pay for photos of your product for your Amazon listing. And on the low end, that's going to cost around $50. And you're probably going to want to get a professional seller account with Amazon, and that's going to cost $39.99 per month. And I'm gonna break down all these fees so you know exactly how much it's gonna cost you to start your Amazon FBA business, as well as share some huge tips on how you can save a lot of money when starting your Amazon business in just a minute. But let me give you some real world examples of how much it actually costs to start an Amazon business. And I've started a lot of my own Amazon businesses, and I've helped a lot of other people start Amazon businesses. And I've interviewed a lot of these people on my channel, and they actually share their real numbers. For example, it cost Mina only $1,500 to start his Amazon business. Now he's doing over $100,000 in sales per month. It cost Troy $5,700 to start his Amazon business. Now he's making a couple $1,000s in profit per month, paying for his Santa Monica apartment. Steven spent $1,800 to start his Amazon business. Now he's been able to quit his job and pay his bills from his Amazon business. Carla spent $5,000 to start her tea company. She's now making a full-time income. Rob, who is a friend and business partner of mine, started his Amazon business with only $1,500, grew it into a $70 million Amazon business, sold it, and was able to retire from the money he made before he was even 30. And AJ, who's a student in my Amazon FBA program, like most of the people I've mentioned so far, he was able to start his business with $0. He's done over $90,000 in sales just on Indiegogo. And when he launched his product on Amazon, within 2 hours of launching it, he sold out of all his inventory. And this is one of the secrets. If you don't have a lot of money and you want to start an Amazon business, do an Indiegogo or a Kickstarter. And it would have cost me around $30,000 to start my Amazon FBA business, but I actually raised $50,000 from a Kickstarter, and then for the rest of the money, I cashed out my 401k and paid for the rest of the production run. And even though that sounds like a lot of money to start an Amazon FBA business, for the last 3 years, I've been able to make over $100,000 in profit per year, passive income, because I started my Amazon FBA business. And this is one of the best things I've ever done. These last 3 years have been some of the best years of my life. I've been able to travel the world, work when I want to work, do the things that I love doing. But let's break down how much it's actually going to cost you to start your Amazon FBA business. And the first cost to think about is the cost to design your product. Now, I am going to be talking about some mandatory fees for starting your Amazon FBA business and also some optional fees. For example, a lot of people think you need to pay for product research tools. That's not true. I'm going to give you some techniques on how you can do product research for free later in this video. The first mandatory fee is the design for your product. And what I mean by this is the logo, the packaging design, things like that. And I would recommend spending at least $200 on the design for your product. Now, if you really want to create a solid brand, you can spend more than this. I actually spent $800 on my logo and $200 on the actual design of my packaging. You could also spend less on your logo and design and always improve it later. You also need to pay for UPC barcodes, which is required by Amazon for you to list a product. Now, you can get really cheap barcodes from sites like Speedy Barcodes or going on eBay. You can get barcodes for around $5. Now, I don't recommend using those barcodes because a lot of times they're not legit. The proper way to do it is to go to GS1.org and pay $250 for 10 barcodes. Now, you only need one of these barcodes per product, but the sad thing is you have to buy a bundle of 10. The next thing you'll want to pay for is samples of your product, because before you spend a few $1,000s on a production run, you want to make sure that the product you're going to get is going to be good. And a lot of times manufacturers will give you a sample for free. You'll just have to pay for shipping, which from China is going to cost you around $40. But depending on what kind of product you're selling, the cost of the sample actually might be a lot more. For instance, with cocktail cards, we spent $300 on a printed sample. And if you're unsure how to find a manufacturer for your product, don't worry, I've got a free video I'll link up here and down below, step by step, helping you to find a manufacturer. But once you find a manufacturer that you like, they send you a sample and it's good, it's time to pay for your first production run. And this is gonna cost you around, let's say, $1,800, assuming that you purchase 300 units at $600 per unit. For instance, for Steven's product, it cost him under $1 per unit, so he was able to start with only spending $300 on the production run. The other factor to consider is how many units of the product do you want to manufacture in your first production run. For example, with cocktail cards, for the first production run, we manufactured 1,500 units. Now, I don't recommend that for everyone. For most people, for your first production run, I recommend starting with somewhere around 300 units. Basically, you want to purchase around 3 to 6 months worth of inventory. However much you think you're going to sell within the first 6 months, I would do that as your first production run. Once your product is manufactured, you're going to have to pay for shipping to get it from your manufacturer into the Amazon warehouse. Now, how much you pay for shipping depends on a few different factors. The first thing to consider is, do you want to ship your product via sea or via air? Air shipping is a lot quicker, but it's also a lot more expensive. There's also a higher chance that your product's gonna get damaged. Sea shipping, on the other hand, is a lot slower. We're talking around 4 to 6 weeks at least, but it is a lot less expensive. Now, prices change for both these depending on market demand. It's also gonna depend on how big your product is, how heavy your product is, but using cocktail cards as an example, it costs around $4 per unit to ship it via air and around $2 or so per unit to ship it via sea. And those prices are inflated because right now there is a lot of demand to ship products from China to the United States. Hopefully in a few months, those prices will go down. You'll also want to pay around $50 to get photos taken of your product for your Amazon FBA listing. Now, I recommend, instead of getting photos taken, to actually do computer renderings. And you can get a computer rendering of your product anywhere from $50 to $150. This is one of the most important places to invest in your business, because remember, when someone buys a product online, they don't get to hold it in their hand. The only interaction they have with your product is via images. So you have to let them know what it's gonna feel like to own that product, and you're gonna have to convince them using the images, your title, your bullet points, that they want to buy your product. You should also expect to pay around $100 to $150 for a DBA. And DBA stands for doing business as, and it allows you to open up a business bank account, a business credit card, and it basically shows Amazon that you're a legitimate business. Now, if you wanted to instead, you can get an LLC, which is generally much more expensive, but it gives you a lot more protection. Now, you can technically open an Amazon seller account without a DBA. I would recommend having that DBA. And the last fee to consider is the Pro Amazon Seller Account fee. It's gonna cost you around $39.99 per month. Now, you don't necessarily have to pay for a Pro Seller Account. You can get the basic seller account, but the Pro Seller Account comes with a lot of features and a lot of benefits. I think it's worth the $39.99 a month. Now, something that most people won't tell you is you're probably gonna have your Amazon seller account before you actually start selling on Amazon. So expect to have that for about 3 months. I would budget around $120 for it. Though thinking about it now, you may be able to start with the basic account and wait to upgrade until you're actually ready to sell to the Pro account. Most likely it'll cost you around $3,000 to $5,000 to start your Amazon FBA business. But remember, if you don't have a lot of money, you can actually start your Amazon FBA business for $0 if you use Indiegogo or Kickstarter. There's also a lot of optional costs, things like tools, product giveaways, Amazon PPC, getting a trademark, and a bunch of other things I'll quickly go over. But one of the best ways to save money is you don't need to pay for product research tools like Helium 10 or Jungle Scout. But I will say, if you're brand new to this, it's worth investing in a tool like Helium 10, and I have a huge discount code, 50% off. You can click down below. I also have a deal for Jungle Scout, and I'll link that down below. But for me personally, if I was new to Amazon FBA, I'd pay for Jungle Scout for 1 month, and then as soon as I find a product, you can cancel it. And if you're going to do that, make sure you get the discount code. Amazon PPC is another optional fee if you really want to crank up the sales for your business. But another important optional fee to consider is purchasing an Amazon FBA course or joining an Amazon FBA program. Another really common question I get is, I don't have any money. How do I start an Amazon FBA business? And I actually did an in-depth video where I talk about how even if you have $0, you can still start an Amazon FBA business. And as I've already talked about, AJ was able to do this. A lot of other people have been able to do it, but I actually have a video where I talk about 7 ways, 7 tips, even if you have $0, on how you can start an Amazon FBA business. And even if you do have some money, this video you might find really interesting. And I actually filmed this video in my old apartment, and I actually share some personal stories and some personal things in this video. I'm gonna share with you 7 tactics you can use to get the money you need to start your Amazon FBA business. And people ask me all the time, how do you create a passive income business that makes you the money you need to be able to pay your bills, to be able to travel, to be able to quit your job if you want to do that? And my answer is Amazon FBA. And that's what I'm going to show you in this video, is how you can start your own passive income business. And the truth is, it does take a little bit of hard work to get started, but once you get started, as long as you have a little bit of money to start, you can buy inventory. You can buy things like what's in these boxes right here. And the product in this box right here makes thousands of dollars per month. And the cool thing is, as I said, it took a little bit of hard work to get started, but now that it's up and running, all that we have to do is buy this inventory, send it into the Amazon warehouse, Amazon gets orders, ships it out, and we get paid. And it really is the best way out there, best legitimate way out there to create a passive income business. And I'm gonna show you the product that's in this box later in this video. But first I wanna show you the 7 tactics that you can use to start your own Amazon FBA business, even if you have no money. And make sure to stay till the end, because tactic number 7 is the most powerful tactic I've ever used, that I've ever learned, and it works even if you don't have any money. But the first thing I'll share with you is, if you don't have the money you need to start your own Amazon FBA business, look around your apartment and sell things. And for instance, out there, I've got a surfboard. Now, I'm gonna be completely honest with you, I'm an absolute beginner at surfing. I'm not good at all. I'm trying to learn. But if I needed some money to start a business, I could sell that surfboard in a minute, get $100 for it. Another example is, I got this hammock out here. Now this hammock is one of the best things I've purchased in a long time. It costs around $100, but the cool thing about it is I'll go out there and I'll read a book on the hammock, and I'll look out at the palm trees, and it makes me feel like I'm on vacation. And so I absolutely love this hammock, but if I needed some money to start a business, I'd sell this hammock, make another $100. And look around your house, look around your apartment, look for things that you could potentially sell to make a little bit of money. And that's a great way to get some capital to start your business. But here, come with me. I'll show you another example. So this coffee machine right here, I'll be honest with you, I don't drink coffee. I drink like herbal tea. I drink turmeric tea sometimes in the morning. I can't have coffee. I've got too much energy as it is. So potentially, right, I could sell this, but I wouldn't do that because it's actually not my coffee machine. It's actually my girlfriend's coffee machine. But the cool thing about this, and this is tactic number 2, is this coffee machine retails for $300. But we got it for $150. We got it on sale. We got it at a discount. So what we could do is we could sell this coffee machine that we got for $150 for $300 on Amazon, get $150 in profit. Now the truth is, there are some Amazon fees, so it would probably only be about $100 in profit. But that's absolutely amazing. Think about that. You can go find things that are on a deep discount and be able to flip it on Amazon and make the difference. And this is called retail arbitrage. And that's where you go to retail stores, you find things that are on discount and flip them on Amazon. There's also online arbitrage, where you use coupons and find things online that are a really good deal and then flip them onto Amazon. Now, the third tactic I'm going to share with you, and this is a very powerful one, is you can actually look at how you can start saving money. So for instance, we actually just yesterday, we went to the farmer's market. We got all this delicious food. And the truth is, this was kind of pricey. You know, it's a lot cheaper to just purchase food at Ralph's. But I'm starting to do pretty well financially, and I really enjoy supporting local farmers. I enjoy trying local seasonal fruits. This is guava. It's actually pink on the inside. It's really tasty, and I think it's persimmons, and we got some different organic things. But when I was when I had my corporate job, I was not eating $12 a dozen eggs. These eggs they're pasture raised, they're ethical, all that kind of stuff. But when I had my corporate job, I'll be honest with you, I wasn't spending this kind of money on food. Now that I'm doing a little bit better, I enjoy spending the money on high quality fuel for my body, and I enjoy supporting local people. But when you're in that early phase, when you don't have a lot of cash, look at how you can save money. Another example actually is this entire apartment. So I absolutely love this apartment, but it's really expensive. And back when I had my corporate job, even though I was making $80,000 a year at my corporate job, I was living in a little studio. It was maybe like $800 a month in downtown Chicago. And I knew that I wanted to start a business, so I was saving my money. And then when I quit my job, at one point, I even moved back in with my parents. And to be honest with you, I was spending $400 a month in rent at my parents' place. And it was this is actually a personal thing, it was a huge ego kick to me, because all of a sudden I went from making really good money to having to move back into my parents' house. But it was worth it, because I was saving money. Every month that went by, I was saving a lot of money by living with my parents' house. If you are going to splurge in one area of your life, I do think rent is a good place to spend a little extra money. Because for me, for instance, living in this apartment, it's not just about, and obviously $2,500 a month for such a small apartment, it's a little bit crazy, but the reason it's so expensive is because it's really close to the beach. And for me to be able to go to the beach, to be able to recharge my batteries when I'm stressed out, or if I'm feeling really down, I can go jump in the ocean. It's completely worth it for that reason. But then the other side of it too is the people that can afford to live in this neighborhood are probably doing something really cool, something really interesting. And I found a lot of my friends in this neighborhood, it's because there are other entrepreneurs that are really successful. And when I was living back home with my parents, that wasn't the case. The people that I was surrounded by in my suburb neighborhood, they weren't really doing anything that interesting. They weren't other entrepreneurs that I could learn from. And I will be doing a video where I talk about in depth something really interesting actually. I got paid $20,000 to move into this apartment, and I actually pretty much get this apartment for free, and I'm gonna be doing a video in depth in a few weeks on how you can get your dream apartment for free. So if you're interested in that, make sure to subscribe. But I do wanna talk about what's in this box. And I'll do that in just a minute, but another tactic I wanna give to you on how you can get the money you need to start your business is you can get a second job. Now, I know that's not revolutionary, but here is something that's I think a little bit more interesting. The second job you get, you shouldn't just go flip burgers at McDonald's. You shouldn't become a barista at Starbucks. Instead, what you should do is figure out how can you learn the skills that you're gonna need when you do start your Amazon business. So what I recommend doing is contacting different people that have physical products and tell them that you're gonna help them sell that product on Amazon. A lot of local shops, they sell really cool, unique things, but they're not selling on Amazon yet. You can help them sell on Amazon and either charge them a little bit of money or just take a percentage of the profits. And most companies, if they have any common sense, they're absolutely gonna wanna work with you on that. And so that way, not only are you making some side cash, you're learning the skills you're gonna need. Now, some other examples, you can use Upwork, you can use, there's a bunch of different online job marketplaces that you can go to offer your services, or you can learn different internet marketing skills. But whatever you do, if you do get a second job, make sure that it's something that is actually gonna help you learn the skills that you're gonna need. So now I do wanna share what's in this box. And as I mentioned, tip number 7 is actually gonna be the most powerful tip, but this is a pretty powerful tip as well. So in this box is my girlfriend and technically my product as well. I'm an investor in her product. And that's my 5th tip is find someone to invest in your product. So this is Vino Cards, it's her product. And we had this idea for a product, but she didn't have a lot of money to start her business. So I went to her and I was talking to her about it, and I'm like, hey, why don't I give you the money you need to start your business? And some of the best money I ever spent. I gave her, a few $1,000s to start her business, but in exchange, not only have I been paid back my money, on top of that, I was able to help her create her own passion product, her own product that she absolutely loves, and she was able to sell it on Amazon and start creating passive income. And each one of these units, it costs us maybe $7, $8 to produce the unit. And then we sell it on Amazon. We have to pay all the different Amazon fees, and we have to pay some other, just random fees for owning a business. But in total profit, it's like around $15, $20 per unit, and we're selling 50 to 100 units of this product per month. And like I said, it's completely passive. It did take some work to initially design the product, to initially get the customer base to launch the product. But now that it's up and running, all we gotta do is buy these boxes of inventory, send it into Amazon, and Amazon ships it out to the customers. And that is so powerful. So what I recommend doing is looking around your life. Who could you get to invest in your product? And I am starting to invest in more students' products, specifically people that are in my course, the Passion Product Formula. But if you have an idea for a business and you're looking for an investor, leave it in the comments down below. I am looking to start networking and investing into lots of different Amazon businesses. So now, before I get into tip number 7, first off, make sure you hit that like button. If you've been getting value from this video, smash that like button. But tip number 6 is you can actually get a loan. I don't recommend this in most situations. You can go to family and friends again, ask for loans. You can also go to banks, and there's also a lot of online services that will give you money to start your business. So with that out of the way, finally, the most powerful tip I got for you, tactic number 7 here, do a Kickstarter, do an Indiegogo, crowdfund your product. And I actually did this. I raised $15,000, which paid for most of my initial production run. And the cool thing about a Kickstarter, the cool thing about Indiegogo or any of those crowdfunding campaigns is it doesn't take any money to start. You will have to put in a little bit of time and energy to get your marketing out there, to get your campaign up and running. But you don't have to pay for the product. The way that crowdfunding works is you do the marketing, you launch your crowdfunding, people give you money. In my case, it was $15,000. I take that money, I go produce the inventory, and then I send the inventory that I produce back to the people. So people are giving you money in exchange for a hopeful promise that you'll eventually send them a product. And this is so powerful. I raised $15,000. Ariana raised over $5,000. I recently invested in one of the students in my course. He made close to $5,000. And you don't really need to, like I said, you don't need to spend a lot of money to raise that money on Kickstarter. I've had a lot of other students that have had a ton of success. And the good thing is, after your Kickstarter, you produce the inventory, and you could be, once you start selling on Amazon, you can start making a lot of money. My product, Performance Nut Butter, I make around $300 per day profit from it. So now that you know how to start an Amazon FBA business, I want to share with you some real success stories of people just like you that started an Amazon business and were able to make tons of money in passive income. And there's something really interesting about human psychology. A lot of times, even if we know something is possible, until we start seeing other people doing it, we don't think that we can do it. And I'm here to tell you, not only is it possible to start an Amazon FBA business, you can do it because all these other people that are just like you have started Amazon FBA businesses. And a story that this reminds me of is there's a guy named Roger Bannister. Roger Bannister broke the 4-minute mile. And you may have heard this story, but around 1954, for decades and maybe even centuries, people thought it was impossible to run a mile in under 4 minutes. There was actually scientists that would write papers saying how the human body just can't move that fast. And in 1954, Roger Bannister ran a mile in 3 minutes and 58 seconds. The next year, 3 people ran the mile in under 4 minutes. And since then, 1,000 people have done this. So the reason I'm going to be sharing all these success stories with you is to show you not only that it's possible and that you can do it, but also during this next segment, I'm going to share with you some of the mistakes that people make. Because if you want to have success with Amazon or with any kind of an online business, you should look at what people did to have success, but also look at what people did and what mistakes they made and learn from the mistakes. And of course, I already told my story. I launched an e-commerce dance clothing brand, and that made a decent amount of money, but it wasn't that successful because it was something that I was not passionate about. So then I ended up launching a product that I was actually passionate about on Amazon, something that people actually wanted to go to Amazon and buy. And I've done over $1 million in sales with that product. And when you subtract all the different Amazon FBA fees, the production costs, all that kind of stuff, I've made over $400,000 in profit. After I realized what a great opportunity selling passion products on Amazon was, I taught my girlfriend how to create her own passion product, which I've talked about throughout this video, which is Vino cards. And she's done over $86,000 in sales on Amazon. Now, of course, you know, if you watch this channel, that that's revenue and not profit. There was some costs associated with running her business. She spent around $18,000 to manufacture the products that she sold on Amazon. She spent another $13,000 on the Amazon selling fee. This is a 15% fee that you have to pay to sell on the Amazon platform. Though there is a hack, you can use the brand referral bonus, which will take that fee from 15% down to 5%. This is a recent addition that Amazon's added. It would have saved Ariana thousands of dollars, and it would have saved me tens of thousands of dollars. Ariana also paid over $15,000 for the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. And of course, there's other fees associated with running her business. She spent around $4,000 on that. And in addition to that, she spent a few $1,000s on Amazon PPC. And at the end of the day, she's been able to make over $20,000 selling a product that she's actually excited about, that she's actually passionate about on Amazon. After I saw how much money I was able to make off Amazon and how much success my girlfriend had by selling passion products on Amazon, I started to teach other people how to do this. People like Steven, who's passionate about videography and films videos for a living, and he noticed a problem. Every time he used an SD card to film something, he would take a piece of duct tape, put it over the SD card, and write what was on it. And he thought there has to be a better way. So he created memory card labels, and he started this business with only $1,500. And now he has a business that's making over $2,000 in profit every single month. That's enough money for him to be able to pay his rent. Mina also started his supplement brand with $1,500, and now he has multiple different Amazon businesses, and he's doing over $100,000 per year. Troy was a college tennis player, and he started selling tennis grips, and this isn't even that new or novel of a product, but what he realized is he could sell tennis grips in different colors than what was available on Amazon. And in just one of the months that he was selling, he did over $6,000 in sales, which is around $1,700 in profit for him by selling a pretty basic product. Another student of mine is AK, who's done hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales with his product Tool Wrangler, which is basically a product for people that have pneumatic tools to be able to organize their tools better. Another amazing success story is Brent, who is a full-time helicopter pilot. He's a first responder. He was doing his business while at the same time he started another business where he was able to do over $500,000 in sales in his first year selling on Amazon. He ended up making more money in profit with his product than he did at his full-time job as a helicopter pilot. And there's a ton of other success stories like Carla, Michael, and AJ, and I've done videos with most of these people on this channel, and I'll link a playlist up here and down below with all these success stories. And there's some stories in there of people that didn't have that much success with Amazon. And you can learn both from the people that had success and the people that didn't have as much success, what happened, what went well, and what didn't go well. But still, one of my favorite success stories is AJ from Cocktail Cards, and I did a complete video with him where we broke down everything about his business, and he actually flew down to my beach house down in Mexico. We filmed the video together, and if you really want to see how to have success with Amazon FBA, watch this next segment and pay attention. He also talks about some of the biggest mistakes he made with his Amazon business.
So I did over $147,000 my first 3 months on Amazon.
And what's crazy about AJ's story is he did over $100,000 of those sales on Amazon and over $40,000 on his own website.
And I've seen your channel before and your subscribers know that's just revenue, that's not profit. There were actually a lot of expenses. In fact, a lot more expenses than I was expecting when starting this business.
And the first cost that he had when selling on Amazon was the cost of actually buying the products that he was going to sell on Amazon. How much did that cost you?
So the cost to manufacture and ship the products that I sold on Amazon was over $34,000.
There's also a flat 15% fee if you want to sell on the Amazon platform. How much did you spend on the Amazon referral fee?
Over $16,000.
There's also another fee, which is called the FBA fee. This is a fulfillment fee that every time you sell a product, Amazon picks, packs, and ships out the product for you. And this includes the postage and handling. How much did you spend on this fee?
That was over $15,000.
There's also just other fees to sell on Amazon, things like storage fees, receiving fees, and other little small fees. How much did you spend in those other fees?
$3,000.
On top of that, AJ did another almost $40,000 in revenue on his own website. So in total, in your first 3 months selling this product, how much money did you make in profit?
So here's the thing. Before starting this business, I'd been a bartender for 10 years. I lost my job during the pandemic and I had to find another way to replace my income. And in my first 3 months of starting an Amazon business, I managed to profit over $50,000. That's nearly as much money as I made as a full-time bartender.
In a year you would make that much money, but
Yeah.
You did that in 3 months selling this product on Amazon. And AJ and I are gonna show you step by step how he created his business, how much it cost him to start the business, and the 3 big mistakes he made, including one mistake that cost him over $100,000. So make sure to smash the like button because we want to get this video out to as many people as possible because AJ's story is super inspirational. So how did you hear about Amazon?
So after I lost my job as a bartender, I filled out my resume. I did a lot of job interviews, but there just was nothing out there. And I was struggling for months. I had very little money to my name, and I started searching how to make money online. And that's when I found Amazon as a real legit business model. And once I learned about Amazon, I was excited to start, but I had no idea how to start or how much money it would cost. So I went to YouTube to learn a little bit more and eventually found your channel and then even joined your program.
And I found the secret to making money with Amazon is to sell a passion product. This is what I did. This is what AJ did. And one of the best things about it is how much it costs to start selling a passion product on Amazon. So how much did it cost you to start selling your product on Amazon?
I actually used a hack that allowed me to pay for all of my startup costs, which I'm sure we'll talk about in a minute, but technically I spent $0 to start.
And this is a genius hack, even if you don't have any money on how you can start an Amazon business. But keep in mind, it still costs money to start an Amazon business. So we're gonna go over all the different expenses. AJ was just able to get all that paid for by other people. So the first cost you had to start this business was the prototype. How much did that cost?
That was free. I literally took blank kind of flashcards and a Sharpie, and I just started drawing them myself.
Then the next cost you had was actually getting a sample from the manufacturer. How much did that cost?
Yeah, so what they did is they sent me what's called a dummy sample. It's where it's a blank box and a blank set of flashcards, and that was also free, but I did have to pay to get it shipped to my house, which was around $50.
And I know you tried to design this product yourself, but instead we eventually ended up hiring a designer. How much did that cost?
The full design was $3,500. However, the designer we were working with, we were able to get a logo and a few samples for far less than that, which was enough to actually go on this Indiegogo platform where we can raise the rest of the money.
And he ended up raising over $4,500 in his first 30 days, which was enough money to cover the rest of the design costs. After that, you took those designs, sent it to your manufacturer, and got a printed sample so you could see what it looks like. How much did that cost?
That was $290.
And then you took that sample, showed it off on TikTok, and ended up raising another $22,000 for your Indiegogo in one day. How did you do this?
So one thing that a lot of people don't know is from the very beginning, I was actually building social media accounts like TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube because I had no idea what I was doing.
You were brand new to social media.
I was brand new. I had 0 followers. I didn't even know how to use TikTok. And the whole time through this whole process, I was building up an audience. They wanted to know what I was working on. And when I finally had a sample, they were all behind me.
And AJ took that money, ended up paying for his entire production run, which cost over $9,000.
And what's cool is we were originally going to go for a smaller order, around 500 units. But because we raised all this money, we're able to do 1,500 units, which even got me a better price.
Because if you do only 500 units, it was going to cost around $10, $11 per unit. But by doing 1,500 units, it ended up going down to around $6 per unit. And people always ask me, how do you find a manufacturer overseas or in the United States? And I've done a number of tutorials on this topic, but the short answer is you can go to sites like Alibaba.com, type in the type of product that you want to purchase, and just click contact the manufacturer, and then let them know what you're looking for in your final product. And after you get your product manufactured, you have to get it shipped over from China into the United States and eventually into an Amazon warehouse. And this leads into the first of the 3 big mistakes that AJ made. So how much did it cost you to ship your product from China to the United States?
Well, we actually did a split shipment. We did an air shipment, which cost around $4,200. And then we did a sea shipment, which cost $2,600. And we did the air shipment because we really wanted to get our backers on Indiegogo the product as fast as possible. And in hindsight, we really didn't have to do that. It was double the money, not to mention a lot of boxes that showed up were damaged.
And it's important to note that air shipping is going to be a lot faster, but it's going to be a lot more expensive, where sea shipping is going to take a lot longer, but it's going to be a lot cheaper to ship your products by sea.
And that was a big mistake because there were a lot of other additional costs, like for instance, I had to get a trademark, which cost $225.
So it would have cost you over $20,000 to start this business, but by launching on Indiegogo, you were able to get all your startup costs paid for. But keep in mind that if AJ would have done a smaller first production run and hired a cheaper designer, he probably could have started this business for around $10,000, which is still a lot of money. I have other students I've worked with, like Mina and Steven, who started their business for around $1,500. So don't feel like you need tens of thousands of dollars to start an Amazon business. Let's talk about your first day selling this product on Amazon, share all the numbers, and also talk about your second big mistake.
So after I sent out all the pre-orders that we did on Indiegogo, I had around 200 units left to send into Amazon, and I was so excited. And of course, I was still posting this whole journey on TikTok. And I finally let my TikTok audience know that we're live on Amazon, and it went ultra viral. I ended up selling out all of my inventory in 2 hours. And not knowing what to do, I redirected them to Indiegogo, and we finished the day with over $54,000 in sales.
So you did over $5,000 on Amazon, $2,000 in profit in just 2 hours, another $50,000 on Indiegogo. But that leads into the second big mistake, which was running out of inventory on Amazon. And eventually you did get inventory back in stock on Amazon. You were able to relaunch and have your first full month selling on Amazon. How did that go?
Pretty good. Luckily, when there was a demand, I was able to capture some emails, and that led to pretty good sales. So the first month went really well. I managed to do over $54,000 in revenue.
And of course, after you subtract the product costs, all the different Amazon FBA fees and everything else, how much in profit did you actually do?
A little over $20,000.
In 1 month selling this product just on Amazon. That's not even including your own website. Then in the second month of selling this product on Amazon, how did that go?
Really good. We did run out of inventory again for 2 weeks, but we still managed to do over $22,000 in revenue.
Which led to over $7,000 in profit, even though you were out of stock for 2 weeks. Then again, this leads into the third month, and tell me about the third month numbers.
Third month was really good. I think the inventory, running out of inventory, bled into that third month a little bit, but obviously much higher numbers at over $31,000.
And that leads to over $11,000 in profit. Again, this is just on Amazon. And what's really cool is you did another $38,000 in revenue on your own website, another over $10,000 in profit. Is there a reason that you also sold this on your own website?
Yeah, being a passion product where I'm sharing on social media, someone on TikTok, they could be anywhere in the world. And I'm on Amazon USA. So by having them go to my website and order a product, I can ship to customers all around the world. And that's been roughly 20% of my sales.
And this is one of the big benefits of selling a passion product. Because it is a unique product that AJ is actually passionate about, people are willing to go to his website to buy the product. Versus if you try to sell a generic private label product, which is what most people are doing on Amazon, you can only sell that product on Amazon. People aren't going to go to your website to buy this product. And this leads into the biggest mistake that AJ made with his Amazon business. And this is the most common mistake I see all beginner Amazon sellers making. And what was that mistake?
It's just not starting sooner. I was scared because I didn't have a lot of money to invest in a business. So I really got stuck in analysis paralysis, thinking of any way I could really save a penny. And really, I kind of hurt myself in the end because if I just would have moved forward and did exactly what I did, I would have been making money a lot sooner.
Every single month, you're not starting your Amazon business, you're losing out on profit. So every month earlier, AJ would have started his business, it would have been another $10,000, $20,000 in profit. So here's the key, get started today. Now is the most important part of this entire video. And in this next section, I'm gonna be talking about how to guarantee success with Amazon FBA. As I've mentioned, I've been an e-commerce entrepreneur for about 10 years. And on top of that, I've taught about 1,000 students this method for selling on Amazon FBA. And I've seen what works and what doesn't work, and what are the patterns, the principles that people use to make sure and guarantee that they're gonna have success. There's 5 principles that people use to guarantee having success with entrepreneurship. The first principle is to follow a plan. A mistake that a lot of beginner entrepreneurs make is they try out all kinds of different stuff. They take 1 step forward and then 1 step backwards and 2 steps to the right and 3 steps to the left, and they end up going in circles. And the reason this is so common is because most people don't follow a step-by-step plan. They end up maybe watching a bunch of different random YouTube videos about all kinds of different topics. They say, well, maybe I want to do drop shipping. Maybe I want to do affiliate marketing. Maybe I want to do social media marketing. They're not really sure what they want to do. But the key here is to pick one thing and follow that plan. And that's part of the reason why I made this YouTube video right here, is because now you'll have a little bit more of a solid plan to follow step by step. The next key to having success with entrepreneurship, and specifically Amazon FBA, is find a mentor. Find someone that's already done what you're trying to do. If your goal is to make $100,000 in profit per year with your Amazon business, find someone that's already done that and learn from that person. Now, it doesn't need to be me. Even though I've got a ton of free material on YouTube, I'd still recommend hiring someone either for one-on-one coaching or doing some kind of a group program. Now, as I mentioned, you don't necessarily need to pay for this. There are a ton of free YouTube videos out there. The problem with just watching free videos like the one that you've been watching is even though there's a ton of information in this video and all the videos online, the reason you want a mentor is because anytime you have a question, you want to be able to ask them that question and get a response. Now, if you do have questions, leave it in the comments down below, and I'm going to try to answer every single one of them. But obviously, if you find a mentor and you hire that person, you're going to be able to ask much more in-depth questions, and you're going to be able to get much more in-depth answers. The next secret is to find a group of people, because not only do you want a mentor that knows more than you do about the topic, it's very helpful if you find a group of people that are at the same level as you, peers, people that are going through the same problems. That way you can ask them questions and maybe they know something that you don't know, or if nothing else, this is another very important point, it's good just to have other people to talk about. Most people that are starting out being entrepreneurs, they don't know any other entrepreneurs. It's just themselves and maybe a few people that they've watched on YouTube. Most entrepreneurs, this is a huge mistake that they make, is they don't know any other entrepreneurs. I started having massive success when I actually joined a mastermind, which a mastermind in this case is a group of 5 other people that were also entrepreneurs. And I was able to ask them questions. They were asking me questions. We were all learning together, which made it so we learned how to do e-commerce so much faster. So try to find a group of people that you can learn from. Now, there's a lot of different ways to do this. You can go to meetups using meetup.com. That's a great way to do it. And I'm actually going to start a monthly meetup here in Los Angeles. I'll put a link down below at the bottom of this video. If you're interested in coming, it's probably going to be the first Saturday of every month, but we're still figuring out the details. So I'll put a link down below if you want more information about that. That's a great way to meet other people. I also do a yearly in-person event. I'm throwing my first in-person event this year. It's going to be July 29th, 30th, and the 31st. Passion Product Live is the name of it. If you're watching this video in the future, you might not be able to attend, but I'm going to do another one in 2023. I'll put a link down below to that as well. But there's so many great ways to meet a group of fellow entrepreneurs. And this is a huge mistake. Most people think that they're going to figure out how to become an entrepreneur and be successful on their own. And as humans, we're tribal creatures. We like being part of a tribe. We like engaging with other humans. So you want to find that mentor and you want to find a group of other people that you can learn with. The 4th secret is to commit. As I mentioned, most people that watch this video, they're thinking, maybe I want to do this, maybe I want to do this, and they get stuck in analysis paralysis. They get stuck trying to figure out what direction they want. If you commit to any method, and this isn't just for Amazon FBA, but any method of making money online, as long as it's a legitimate method, you'll eventually be able to figure it out and you'll eventually be able to have success. Now, again, in my opinion, Amazon FBA and specifically selling a passion product using Amazon FBA is by far the best way I've ever found to make a legitimate passive income business. And honestly, even if you're not doing a passion product, even if you're doing private label, as long as you have a strong brand, Amazon FBA is still a really great opportunity. Obviously, you can do retail arbitrage or wholesale, but here's the key. Whatever method you decide to do, commit to that. Spend 6 months, a year, committed to that one thing. And if you keep going down that path, you will end up having success. I can pretty much guarantee it. But the 5th secret, and probably the most important one out of this entire list, is you need to take action. You can commit to something, but until you actually take your first step, it's not going to be very easy to have success. So now that you've watched this entire video, you know how to start an Amazon FBA business. You need to take action, make a commitment, and do all the other things that it takes to actually be successful.